Hey guys, how's it going? No need to look back. You read the title right. 5 hours of Reddit stories that are read by a real person. You go find any other video like this, it's AI generated like, "Hello, my name is Droven." No, this is me for 5 hours. Minecraft Reddit stories. Enjoy. What an intro. The first story today is from r/no sleep from user diligent schedule 465. The ferry boat has been coming to town for 10 years. It cannot be allowed to reach land. I go out to the cliffs like I have every Wednesday for the past 10 years. The gravel crunches under my boots, the wind catching my hair with rough fingers. I keep pulling strands out of my mouth as I climb, my thighs aching. The path up to the top of the cliffs was steep when I was 16, and every year it's felt steeper. People ask me sometimes why I bother to keep coming out like this when my legs don't show any sign of getting better, but it's worth it for the vantage point. There's a few signs up at the top warning people to stay away from the very edge of the rocks. There's even a picnic table, although it's weathered and worn from lack of use. No one comes here anymore, not since the boat started to come. I don't need to go right to the edge of the cliffs to see it. I lean my cane against the table. I need it less when I'm not actively climbing, and wander out towards the edge. The water is gunmetal blue, dark, and deep as sleep. The waves are a steady rhythmic roar. The ocean's voice is strong. Not one day that I've been coming to the cliffs has it faltered. Even if the waves are quiet when I come, it's like a great cat curled up and resting between hunts. Don't for a moment think that I'm any safer than I was before. The water whispers as it laps against the rocks. Don't for a moment think that I can't reach you where you are. As I walk to a safe vantage point, a horn echoes out across the water. I flinch. I can't help it. From this distance, the boat is a tiny thing, just a speck on the horizon. I reach out, pinching it between my fingers, pretending that I can pluck it from the sea like a tick. I know what I would see if I was closer. It looks like a remarkably normal ferry boat in most respects. There's no smoke coming from the smokestack, though. When it gets close, you can't see the crew. If it gets really close, you can see the wheels turning and the lines being pulled without anyone there to pull them. This far, I can't see any of that detail. I can only see the shape of the ship itself as it comes slowly, inexorably closer. They don't know where it comes from. Ironically, that's one of the main things that people do know about it. Whenever anyone new to town asks about it, that's the first thing that they're always told. It first appeared on a Friday evening 10 years ago. School had just ended for the year, and my friends and I were celebrating. If you asked our parents, we were all collected over at Malay's house for a sleepover, eating wat made by her mother and cramming our mouths full of junk food and junkier movies before passing out in a comfortable haze of good food and the warm feeling of accomplishment at another year closed out. And we had done that. I could still taste the onion on the back of my tongue, mingling with the bright pickly taste of the malic acid-coated candy that Ryan had brought by the bucketful. But we were 16 and 17, old enough to consider ourselves basically grown adults, and Malay's parents were basically convinced by now that the lot of us were too lame to do anything exciting. So they didn't mind if she went with us, and the beach was close enough that I could walk there without too much pain or discomfort. Not no pain, it was never no pain, not even then, but I'd already learned back then that if I wanted to participate in life at all, I was gonna need to learn to hurt. There was only so long that you could watch movies, and when the credits rolled, someone made the suggestion. One thing led to another, and we were shoving on jackets and fishing phones out of couch cushions and making our way out into the cold night, on the path down towards the sea. I don't remember the walk there that well, nor our time on the beach before it came. It comes back to me in snatches and flashes. Malay's bright laugh, like golden bubbles bursting in the night. My lungs aching from the cold, my hair tossed about by the wind, Sparrow winding it around their fingers. The fire Ryan built crackling, sparks drifting up like tiny stars in the night. The rough texture of Sparrow's denim jacket against my cheek, their body warm against mine. I wish I remembered it more. Even a scant decade later, the memories are so hard to touch. They're all collapsed down into salt and sea foam. I was curled up against Sparrow's chest, listening to Malay and Ryan tease each other as they roasted marshmallows that we'd nicked from the snack cabinet back at Malay's house. I was half asleep, full of sugar and roasted meat and alcohol that we definitely weren't supposed to have. Sparrow was idly petting my hair as they watched the fire, occasionally chiming in with the other two. I felt warm, like I was swathed in a thick blanket. The firelight made a soft orange bubble against the night. I remember that still, how it felt like nothing could touch me. I don't remember the joke that Malay made. I wish I did. I remember so little about it now. Malay said something and Ryan laughed. His voice was starting to level out, the cracks getting fewer and fewer as his voice soothed down into its adult shape. He had a scraggly beard, one that he used to run oil through every morning in the hopes of getting it to grow faster. He was laughing, and then the sound of the foghorn cut through the night. I remember the strange violence of it, the way my bubble popped around me, the night stretching its hands into our little cocoon. I sat up straight, startled out of the half-dreaming haze I'd been drifting in. Malay had dropped the cooking fork, the tip in the fire. Her marshmallow started to smoke and char black, but she didn't notice. She was staring down the beach, towards the waves. "What the hell?" Sparrow said out loud. Their head was turned away from the fire, looking out into the night. Malay pointed. Ryan turned to look, and I turned, following their gazes. I couldn't identify what the shape was they were looking at. It was too dark, and at first it all looked like it was a dark shape against something in the night, blocking out the light of the stars in the city. There were no lights on it to help resolve it into something that made sense. Then the horn sounded again, and I realized it was a boat. A boat, aground at a beach with no dock, with no lights. I couldn't even see a red or green light to tell me what side of the boat I was looking at. "We should go." I had never heard Ryan sound that nervous before. His voice wasn't shaking. It was quiet and steady like a hand gripping the back of your neck. It was that had me struggling to my feet, Sparrow helping me with a strong hand. They bent down, picking up my cane to hand to me. Malay started throwing sand on the fire, stamping out the embers. I should say that despite all being 16 and 17, we didn't try to explore the boat. We didn't go closer. We didn't shout out, calling out to the sailors we thought had to be there. We didn't try to explore. We didn't antagonize. We didn't linger. We didn't. I can look back 10 years later and regret that we didn't run immediately. I think at the time, I'd thought that it might be an organized crime thing. A silly thought of a teenager who'd hardly seen a gun in real life, but what would you have thought? A boat aground at a beach with no lights, totally eerie and quiet, miles away from the docks. I thought as long as we didn't see people, we would have time to collect our stuff and move away. I thought we had time to get away. What would you have thought? We collected our stuff the fastest we ever had. We didn't speak. Sparrow threw our food in a bag. Ryan grabbed Malay's coat, throwing it on her shoulders. We left the beer. We shouldn't have, but we were 17 and scared. What would you have done? Silently, we picked up our things, pulled on our own coats, and slipped away down the beach. We walked in tense silence, resisting the urge to look behind us. Sparrow helped support me without being asked, letting me lean against them, helping me find my footing. I was slower. The sand made me even more unsteady on my feet. I could feel Malay's anxiety and frustration. She kept glancing back at me. My face felt hot. If you've never been the most disabled person in a group, you might not know the prickling shame of it. Even if the people you're around don't say anything, it clings around the edges anyway, sticking to you like burrs to a coat. I clung to Sparrow, focused on ignoring the pain and keeping my footing. I was looking down at the sand, trying to make sure I didn't step on a rock and turn my foot when I heard Ryan stop. I looked up and froze. For a moment, I thought we'd been turned around. It was impossible, but it was the explanation that best preserved reality as I knew it. Then my heart sank down to my stomach. I felt like the world tilted around me. It was coming home to find your house occupied by strangers. The boat was in front of us, dark shadow against the stars. I could feel Sparrow go tense against me. Malay took a step back. Ryan stood frozen. Then, as one, we turned, dropped our stuff, and started running. I ran. My legs screamed immediately. I didn't run as a matter of course, walking took enough effort, but the cold, freezing fear in my chest was enough to prompt a sprint. Sparrow's hand was tight on mine. They were on the track and field team and could easily outpace me, but they stayed behind, hand tight on mine like a vice as they tugged me forward. I don't think any of us had fomented anything approaching a plan. Sometimes the only thing you can think to do is run. If I'd known then that that was about to happen, perhaps I would have, but then that's always what you tell yourself, isn't it? We had turned and ran back down the beach, the way we had come from. I remember looking up and seeing that the boat was gone and feeling a weird flare of hope. I could see the bright sparks of the city lights outlined against the sky. There was a path somewhere amongst the ice plants and the sand that would lead back up to asphalt and streetlights. I had a thought somewhere in the back of my mind that surely that would mean safety. I didn't know what was happening the way I would later. I just knew that something was terribly wrong and the only thing to do was be as far away from it as possible. Malay and Ryan were running in front of us. I could barely see through the white flares of pain in my legs. I was gonna fall. I realized, a kind of awful fatalism I remember later. Adrenaline only goes so far. There's a point where it fails. My brain was full of a white, sticky fog. Pain has a way of driving out all other concerns. It's hard for me to describe what happened next. What happened and what was a product of pain and fear is hard to tell 10 years later. It looks like this in my memory. We were running, and I could almost see the gap in the ice plants where the pathway started when the foghorn sounded again. It was worse this time. If you've never heard a normal foghorn, they carry like no other sound in the world, like the bellow of some great undersea beast. When this sound went off, I couldn't help but think, somewhere through the haze of pain, that it sounded like a scream, an open mouth. It was followed immediately by another one, and this time my legs collapsed beneath me. I couldn't help it. It was past willpower and adrenaline, and down to the very mechanical limits of my joints, the limits of the pain my brain would tolerate. Sometimes your body just will not let you hurt any longer. As soon as I did, my hand slipped out from Sparrow's. They hadn't been expecting me to fall, and they weren't ready for it. I fell, collapsing down into the sand. The sound came again, and this time it was somehow louder. It filled the entire world. I curled up into a ball, covering my ears, which didn't at all manage to block anything out. I think I screamed. When the sound died down enough for me to open my eyes and look up, I saw a tableau that I can't forget. When I close my eyes, I can still see it. I see it when I sleep. The boat had returned, as impossible as that was, like a tiger circling its prey. It was closer than it was before. It seemed larger than it had before. It loomed like a wall of darkness. The water was wrong near it. I don't know why I remember that. I think that sometimes your brain just grabs onto details. The water wasn't lapping against it like it would against a normal ship. It was just coming in gentle waves against the shore, unaffected by the presence of the boat at all. Malay was the closest to the boat. I didn't see Ryan. I watched her walk towards the boat. I think I tried to call out towards her, but the horn sounded again, and my voice was swallowed by the boom. She walked towards the boat. She didn't look back towards me. I turned that part over in my mind, over and over again. She walked towards the boat and didn't look back. She walked towards the boat, and then, like I said, I was half out of my mind with pain and fear. It's hard to tell what's real and what wasn't. I can only tell you what I saw. She walked forward towards the boat, and it looked like the darkness opened up. I saw something, a rope? I couldn't see, curl around her hands. She didn't resist it. She walked forward into the darkness and was gone. Sparrow was closer to me. They were standing, staring at the boat. I watched them sway gently on their feet. They took a step forward, like they were going to follow Malay into the dark. I made a sound that I'd never made before. Some kind of wounded animal cry. I crawled forward. Sparrow, Sparrow. Sparrow turned. There was something strange about their expression, something hollow and empty, like a doll. I reached out a hand towards them. Sparrow, please. To my immense relief, Sparrow came towards me. I couldn't stand on my own. Even trying to lift myself up sent spikes through my flesh. They reached down, helping me to my feet. I buried my face into their neck and breathed for a second. Let's go, please. I hardly knew what I was saying. Sparrow didn't say anything. They just braced their grip on me and started walking towards the ship. What? It came out in a breathless little whisper. My lungs didn't seem to work like they wanted to work. They took another step forwards. I looked at their face, but their eyes didn't seem to want to focus on mine. Their eyes were dark. They were focused intently on the boat beyond. Sparrow, what? It's okay. I knew as soon as they spoke that something was unimaginably, awfully wrong. Sparrow didn't talk like that. Their voice was supposed to be high, fast, and sharp. They talked faster than they could get words actually out coherently most of the time. They didn't talk like this, soft, empty, and slow. It's okay. Their skin was so cold against mine. We'll be there in just a moment. I tried to stop, pulling away. No, we need the street, Sparrow. Don't you want to see it? They stopped, but they didn't turn away from the boat. Their grip was still strong on me. This time, they looked down, and I had the awful feeling they were still, somehow, looking through me. Their faint smile was like no expression I'd ever seen on their face before. What? It's here for us, Sparrow said, with that same empty, beatific smile. They watch us, down in the deep below. They watch us with their eyes that aren't eyes, down in the deep dark, below the water, and they're tired of waiting. They have space for us down in the dark, below the water, below the ocean's floor. Don't you want to see? No. I yanked away, hard enough to slip out of Sparrow's grasp. I hit the sand, and my vision went white with pain. When it had receded enough for me to understand anything again, Sparrow was standing in front of me. I flinched, but they didn't grab for me. They leaned down, pressing a soft kiss against my forehead, before they stood up, smiling that awful smile that wasn't theirs. Just look, they said, in that same dreamy, dead, dull voice. Just look, can't you see? I shouldn't have looked, I know that, but as they turned away and started walking towards the ship, swaying slightly as they moved like they were drunk, I glanced down towards the dark wall of the ship as well. The darkness was different somehow now. Instead of just being empty darkness, it seemed to ripple like water. It rippled and distorted, and for some reason, despite an alarm starting to go off in the back of my brain, I couldn't make myself look away. In the darkness, I saw something moving. I wish I could describe to you what I saw. I wish I could make it make sense to someone who hadn't seen it. Any description I come up with seems to pale in comparison. In the darkness, I saw something look back at me. I saw eyes, but they weren't eyes. Eyes didn't move like that. They weren't eyes, but they could see. They could see inside me, and they promised me things. They promised me darkness, that they had space for me. There was a place below the waves, below the water, below the bottom of the ocean that was open for me. Humans couldn't live down there, but they promised me that I would live. They promised me that I would live forever. It was my legs that saved me in the end. As Sparrow disappeared, I tried to struggle forward towards the welcoming, waiting dark and ran up against my legs. I tried to brace some weight on my knee, and the resultant pain was like white fire. There was no room for darkness or eyes when I hurt like that. I tried again, and that time I think I fully lost consciousness for a moment. My ears were ringing. As soon as I could move or think again, I rolled over and threw up. When I looked up, the boat was gone. And that was that. What else am I supposed to do? I sat on the beach until the sun had started to turn the sky gray and pale, streaking the horizon with orange and yellow, and then I got up and limped home. It took hours longer than it was supposed to. Somewhere in the chaos, I'd lost my cane and never did find it again. I made do with a bad one from Walgreens for a while after that. I found out later that we hadn't been the only ones to see the boat. That should have been impossible, of course, but we were beyond that now. I didn't understand the world that I lived in anymore. Why shouldn't a ship have visited hundreds of people around the city in a single night? It was no more impossible than anything else I'd seen. There was chaos, I think. I didn't see much of it. I didn't leave my bedroom for a while after that. Instead, I slept through most of the summer, putting my phone on Do Not Disturb so I couldn't be bothered by the masses of text and news articles discussing the mass disappearance. It all seemed so distant, so unreal. I knew what had happened. I knew where everyone was. I knew at the bottom of the sea, beneath the sand and coral, was something hungry and old and waiting. Everything else was just so much theater and pageantry compared to that. I kept seeing the boat whenever I slept. It wasn't all the same dream. I could be in the city, or swimming in the sea, or walking on the beach. Wherever it was, at some point, I would look up at the sky and there it would be. A dark shadow against the blue sky. I would see it and then I would feel it again. The touch of strange eyes and the opening of an abyss beneath me. I never told my parents about it. How could I? It wasn't the sort of thing that you could tell your parents. They wouldn't have understood. They wouldn't have understood what I meant when I said they were still waiting for me. Their eyes were still on me. They still had a space for me beneath the waves. They were still watching me. I suppose it was fair that I watched them back. I turn away from the sea, beginning to walk back towards the pathway down to the parking lot. I don't need to stay now that I've laid eyes on it. It's not like it's going to move quickly. My phone rings. I fish it out of my pocket with one hand, unlocking it and holding it up to my ear. Hello? Sunshine. The voice is warm and gentle. How are you? I soften despite myself, even though I have to focus on still picking my way down the sand and rocks. Hi, Dad. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just my father and me these days. I'm long grown, but I still live at home. With my legs being what they are and my father's age being what it is, we do a lot better supporting each other. Homeaids cost money that neither of us have. We're not as close as we were before everything, but we help each other out. It's a living. When my father speaks again, he sounds concerned. He doesn't like it when I leave without telling him at least that I'm leaving and when I'll be back, even if he's never even tried to prevent me from going anywhere I want. It's not that he's a helicopter parent, he's just scared. I can't really blame him. No one in town likes their people being out of sight these days. Where did you go? Just out to the cliff. I'm heading back now. He tries to not sound disturbed, but he does. And did you see it? I nod, before remembering that he can't see me. Yeah, it's miles out though. Should be months at least before it gets here. We have enough warning to prepare at least. You know I don't like that you go out there, he says. This time his voice is gentle, like someone speaking to a frightened animal or a child. I bristle, despite myself. It's fine, Dad. Nothing's gonna happen to me. I can't do anything at that distance. It needs you to be able to see it better for that. It's still a risk, he says. What if it calls you while you're all the way up there? You'd fall all the way into the sea. I don't know how to tell him that he's wrong. He knows I got close to it, closer than most people have, but he doesn't know that I was there. I was there, and I watched my friends be swallowed. People think it just wants to drown those who it takes. There's not many people who have gotten as close to it as I have, and even fewer who have watched the things that I've seen. I wish that all it wanted to do was drown me. A clean death, compared to what it really wants. People have gone out to try and film it, capture it, bomb it. They don't come back. It makes me feel better to monitor it, I say finally. I like knowing where it is. Okay, he says finally. Just come home soon. It's the first night tonight. Okay, is all I can say. I'll be back soon. I finally got back to my car. I set my cane on the empty passenger seat and pull out. Home's a lot more empty than it used to be when I was a kid. Downtown is full of dilapidated buildings and empty windows with signs advertising leases in them. There are walls where you can still see where the letters were pried off from the sign, discolored shapes from the sun. Other signs are bleached with sun and wind till you can hardly see what used to be there. Years on, I can't quite remember. Was that an ice cream store or a seafood restaurant? Was that a bookstore or an art studio? There are more homeless folks than there used to be as well. I see people sleeping under overhangs or beneath bridges. There are more encampments than there used to be as well. I pass one as I drive down the road back to my house. This one has been there for long enough that they found some fencing from somewhere to encircle their tents with. There are a few gaps in the barrier, presumably for fleeing at speed if they need to. There's already someone outside, a tall woman with skin darker than mine and a bright pink shirt. She catches my eye as I drive by, but doesn't try to interact with me. It still makes a distressed twist go through my stomach. It's not safe to be homeless here these days. I guess I don't know if it ever was. I wonder as I drive if she's going to survive the night. It's night 1, which means that everyone's in danger, but especially someone without a house, without doors to lock and hide behind. The city's done their own rituals since about year 2, when it became obvious that this was going to happen and keep happening unless someone did something about it. I don't know all the details behind it. As I've heard it, they got someone from the university, marine biologists, oceanographers, folklorists, even some sailors from the local historical tall ship, and threw everyone in a room together until someone came up with an idea for what to do about the ferry boat. They do the ritual 3 times a year. 3s are important or something. It's a big ceremony for the town. They have hot dog vendors and everything. My father goes sometimes, but I don't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything. Whatever I saw down there in the deep dark, down below, doesn't care about little rituals with salt and gorse and sea campion. And then there's the rituals that other people do. Don't be surprised that someone came up with it. Wouldn't it have occurred to you at least? It takes people. It hollows them out of everything but salt water and shadow and drives them down to the darkness beneath. It wants people, for whatever reason. I have no idea why. I don't know who it was who first thought of it, but it's the kind of thing that people do. It wants people. Let's give them the people we don't want in the first place. I don't know anyone who for sure has taken part in the unofficial side of Night 1. I've never heard of anyone getting convicted for it either. Once you fall into the cracks, people don't put that much energy into looking for you and bringing you justice either. Perhaps you think I should help them. Perhaps I should. What would you do? My house is small. We downsized after my mother was lost. I don't think either of us could bear existing in the rooms where she had once walked anymore. It's small and green, and after I park, I walk past my father's tiny vegetable garden. Tiny, still green tomatoes curl up steel wires towards the slowly fading sun. My father's sitting in the living room as I enter and lock the door behind me. Father has a charm hanging up by the door. I eye the little bundle of sticks and dried mallow and sea aster. I don't say anything. "Hey, Sweet Pea," he says. His eyes are hollow, but the ordinary hollow of exhaustion. My father hates Night 1. I think I do, somewhere, but I haven't felt anything very strongly for a long time. "Hey, Dad." I lean over and press a kiss to the top of his forehead. "Staying up?" "I've got all the windows and doors locked and warded," he says for answer, "but you should go double check for me." My legs ache. I want nothing more than to sit. I go check anyway. Like it has been every time for nearly a decade, it's perfect. When I go back, I sit down on the couch next to him. Like I'm a child again, I curl into his side. Dad wraps an arm around me the way he always does. His skin is cooler than it used to be, but it's the ordinary cool of age. I still compare everything to Sparrow. I don't know if I'll ever stop. He's watching the newscast from the ceremony. I lean my head against his shoulder. Watching it again? He sighs. I don't know what I think I'm gonna see. I shrug. "Do you think it does anything?" "Sure," I say. "Maybe." He accepts this answer and ruffles my hair gently before rising. I know he's going to triple check. Some nights he ends up quadruple and quintuple checking again and again until I make him some tea and make him sit down. He's a lot quieter than he is in my memories. The sea ate his smiles as well. The sea ate the heart out of the city, I think, and sigh. And then pick up the remote and turn off the news. It's not until that night, when I'm laying in bed, that I let myself think what I really think the answer is. I don't think any of the rituals that we do work. Sometimes I meet people who think the violence that's done at the shoreline to those no one in the city cares about is worth it if it keeps the sharks away from their door. I don't know how to tell them that I'm pretty sure it can't do anything. I have charms in my room as well. I've had them for years. If it makes Dad feel better to make them. There are bundles and bundles lining the walls and shelves of my room. Bundles of rowan and aster and gorse and sea campion and seaweed. Dad trying different things over the years, trying to find something that works. I have years worth of them, and not one of them has ever stopped me from feeling their eyes that are not eyes on me. I can feel them now, as I lay in bed and there's nothing else to distract me. They're watching me still, behind the walls and sideways of the sea. I feel their gaze like a thin line that stretches from my bedroom all the miles away to where the ferry boat moves slowly, day by day, closer. I wonder if Sparrow and Ryan and Malay can see me, wherever they are. I wish I could believe that the rituals people do work. I wish I couldn't say this about myself, but I know that if it worked, I'd probably be okay with giving people to the sea. But I lay there in bed, and I feel it. I feel the same sense of pageantry in theater that I did that summer 10 years ago. The sense that everything we've built is nothing but paint and foil and cardboard. It's a play that we do because it makes us feel better, nothing more. Whatever I saw in the darkness that night isn't something that cares about salt water and flowers. If it's giving us space, giving us time to rest and recover, it's not because of anything that we're doing. It's because it wants to. It knows that there's so many of us that can't leave. It knows that even if 1 year's pickings are slim, that it has time. Whatever has waited out there for uncounted eons beneath the waves isn't something that needs to worry about time. I close my eyes, trying to ignore the sense of eyes on me. It can wait. I can think to myself. It can wait as long as it takes to catch someone who wants it. I wish I knew what to do. Perhaps somewhere else, I'd be able to figure out how to get my friends back, how to drive the boat away forever, how to stop feeling the aching absence within my chest that I know is the space that they've prepared for me, still waiting for me to fill it. I don't. All I know how to do is lay in my bed and close my eyes, knowing that when I sleep, I will once again see the yawning gaze of the eyes beneath the sea. That last sentence sent shivers down my spine. Oh my gosh. Let me know if any of you guys had the same thought, but throughout reading this story and after getting to the end, it kept leaving me thinking about addiction. Like they saw this thing in the ocean that was an eye but wasn't an eye, and they were so drawn towards it. And the OP's trying to tell their friends that it's not a good thing, but the person who sees it, as soon as they see it for the first time, they're so incredibly drawn to it. And the OP lays in bed at night thinking about this thing that's always there and always watching. I don't know. It really sounds like it to me. I'm not sure if that's what the author was trying to portray, but if that's what they were going for, they did a damn good job of it. Anyways, very terrifying story by Diligent Schedule 465. Kudos to them. A link back to this story and to their social media will be down in the description. The next story today is also from r/NoSleep from a very talented author named Let's Split Up. An influencer who died on camera keeps showing up in my videos. Guys, it's my worst nightmare. Pretty much what the title says. Any picture I take, any video I record, always, every time, the body of a dead influencer shows up in the background. If you're wondering, do you know this influencer? No, maybe. Depends on how into fitness stuff you are. His channel was doing fine, I guess, but he never got truly viral. Well, not until he died, that is. He was caught in bed with a woman whose husband came home to find her undressed and stammering excuses. The fitness influencer tried to hide from discovery by sneaking out onto the balcony and climbing over the railing and clinging so he was out of sight. And he clung for a few minutes. He was a fitness guy after all, in pretty good shape. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered below, and some asshole filmed the whole thing. But then the woman's husband stepped out onto the balcony, and the fitness influencer, he must have freaked out because he lost his grip. And he fell to his death. The footage of his death immediately went viral. Of course it was taken down after, but not before everyone on the internet had taken clips and screenshots of him plunging, and then of his broken doll body slamming into the pavement 5 stories below. And that's the image of him that shows up in the background of all my videos and pictures. The dead influencer, lying just as he was when I filmed him. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm the asshole who filmed his death. Well, not just me. I filmed it with a friend, a dude named Kenzo. I was behind the camera holding it, and Kenzo was in front of it. Kenzo is always the one in front of the camera because while some people are incredibly photogenic, I am whatever the opposite of that is. I blink in every picture, my hair's always blowing the wrong way, even my boobs look 2 different sizes. One perking like a teen's and the other sagging like it's whispering secrets to my belly button. But forget about my boobs, we're talking about the body. That's funny. We came across the scene by chance while driving around, and Kenzo leapt out of the car. See, Kenzo and I are also wannabe influencers. In high school, we started our first YouTube channel, and since Kenzo is the Ken to my asymmetrical boob Barbie, i.e., he's got Riz while I've got nerdy editing skills, he's the one who always appears on screen. Our footage of Fitness Bro's fatal plunge went immediately viral. Even after the video got taken down, prompting me to repost clips of Kenzo's commentary on the scene, minus the footage showing the man's body, the story kept climbing, as did our subscriber count. And if you're wondering, did my conscience ever whisper that maybe, just maybe, using a man's tragic and scandalous death was a little morally bankrupt? Nope. I couldn't hear such pangs of conscience over the euphoric rush of all those new subscribers. And I mean, we were trending for days. It was only later, when I was editing our latest video, that I spotted the glitch, let's call it. The glitch of a dead body in the frame. The hell? I whispered. It was in a video we'd shot by the poolside of Kenzo reacting to different super duper hot sauces. Yep, our content is super original. On the concrete beside the pool in the corner of the screen lay the fitness influencer, looking like he'd been cut and pasted from our viral footage. I sent the clip to Kenzo. "Oh my gosh, you evil diabolical genius," he exclaimed. "People will go crazy." Apparently, he assumed I'd put the body there, maybe as rage bait to troll the people who'd clutch their pearls over our initial footage of the man's death. And yeah, that would have been a brilliant marketing strategy, but I said I didn't put it there. It was far enough to the side in the frame, right at the corner, that I was able to cut it out and post the video without it. Even if it would generate clicks, I was beginning to feel the tiniest churnings of queasiness that I'd eventually realize was my conscience. But after it went up, the comments exploded anyway. The body was back in the frame. I quickly removed the video from our feed, only to see that notifications were blowing up on Instagram too. Kenzo had posted a selfie on the beach with the waves in the background, and the dead body was there, lying on the wet sand, like he'd cut and pasted it from our footage. No, not just cut and pasted. It looked a little more gross, like it was in the early stages of decomposition. That settled it. It had to be a filter he'd installed, and I called him up to hash it out with him and found out that he was about to call me to demand if I'd hacked his phone or something. So we met up, and we tested it. And in every pic we took of Kenzo, there in the background was the dead body. "So," he said after our test, "I guess I'm haunted?" Yeah. This is... Alright guys, sorry. This is like... What is this reaction? "So I guess I'm haunted, huh?" "Yeah, I guess so." No. Anyways, let's continue. I tried out other cameras, even a Polaroid. The dead influencer was even on the Polaroid. So, after we got high and drunk and spent a good 24 hours in complete freakout mode, we finally sat down to brainstorm solutions to this decomposing influencer problem. Like, what exactly should we do about this? And how are we going to continue our channel if he kept appearing in all of our videos? We did the only thing that made sense for us. The Decomposing Influencer series was our biggest ever. What? It got us clicks. And yes, every alarm bell in my brain clanged with the warning that we were messing with something that definitely shouldn't be messed with. But I mean, do I even need to tell you how insane our metrics were? We couldn't have asked for better content. Kenzo promised $1,000 to anyone who could debunk him, and challenged anyone who believed the haunting to be a hoax to show up with a camera and a live stream. Everywhere and anywhere we went, he urged people to snap pictures of him with the hashtag #HauntedKenzo. It's not a prank, it's not staged, it's all real, he claimed. We were so high on our skyrocketing subscriber base that we barely noticed the spookiness. The body was decomposing by the day, but so what? All the better to farm engagement. It wasn't until later we realized it. In addition to rotting on screen, it was actually moving closer. One of our followers put together a time lapse. In it, the body could be seen vividly rotting, turning discolored and bloating, and all the while moving closer to the camera. And not just that. It happened so slowly we didn't notice it at first. But in the original video, the dead guy was lying on the pavement facing away from the camera. In all our recent videos, he was turned toward the lens, his sightless eyes fixed on us. What happens when he gets right up next to you? I asked Kenzo. I don't know, Kenzo said, obviously chilled. We both sat there in deeply contemplative silence for a moment before he added, we gotta get it on film. You know that scene in Austin Powers where there's a dude standing with his hand out, screaming and screaming, while Austin Powers drives a steamroller and motions him to get out of the way, and he just doesn't? He just stands there until it flattens him? With my camera, I'm like Powers driving the steamroller, with Kenzo in my sights facing down his inevitable doom. In the last selfie he ever took, Kenzo was lying on a sofa, and the dead man was right on the floor beside the couch. Lips pulled back in a rictus grin and eyes leaking from his head. The next day, Kenzo disappeared. The popular rumor is that Kenzo faked his own disappearance as a publicity stunt. Some people are now claiming the whole thing was always a hoax. But what most people don't realize is that there's an unreleased video of him in his final moments. See, we were scheduled to do a shoot of his final confrontation with the decomposing influencer over by the condo where the guy had died. It seemed thematically appropriate, and we figured it would boost our views. Once we were on location, I framed him in the camera view and asked him, "How are you feeling about today's planned confrontation with the decomposing influencer?" He laughed and said, "Well, I can't see him, so it's really hard to know what to expect when we meet." "Oh, that's right," I said. "To you, it's just an empty sidewalk. You won't see him until editing. What if he... Holy shit!" What I remember is how Kenzo cocked his head. While on my camera screen, a bloated body was rising up and reaching for him. And even when he couldn't see the body, he must have felt when the hand gripped him, because his eyes flashed impossibly wide, his mouth gaping in a shriek of absolute terror. And then he was gone. Just gone. I've rewatched the video over and over. It doesn't change. I haven't posted it. Because I've finally realized something. Like I mentioned, I'm not photogenic, right? Maybe that's why it's taken me so long to notice. I assumed the dead influencer was going for Kenzo, and yeah, he definitely did grab Kenzo and even appeared in selfies Kenzo took without me. But in the videos that I took of Kenzo, the body wasn't actually getting closer to him. It was getting closer to the camera lens, to me. And when it finally grabbed Kenzo, in the moments after he disappeared, it was still on screen and turned its head to glare at me. I stopped filming. I haven't taken any photos or videos since then. I've taken down our channel and deleted all our content, hoping that'll appease the dead dude. But I got caught in the background of someone else's selfie recently, and he was there. He was right there, more decomposed than ever, reaching for me. He hasn't gotten close enough to grab me yet, but given how hard it is to avoid smartphones these days, I can't help but wonder how long until I, too, feel the rotting hands dragging me down to whatever special place in hell is waiting for those who sold their souls for clicks. Guys, this is a Logan Paul moment right here. If you know, you know. Yeah, I feel like it kind of goes without discussion that these people are gonna rot in hell because that's a terrible thing to do. But, I guess they learned their lesson, and the clicks and going viral and all that stuff, it's not worth it. Anyways, let me know what you guys thought about that one, and let's go ahead and get on with the next one. It's from r/no sleep from user horrorjunkie123. When my aunt passed away, I agreed to take in her pet parrot. She's been telling me strange things. My Aunt Liza passed away last month. She was 47 years old. Aunt Liza's cause of death was determined to be an accidental overdose. As someone who has overcome struggles with addiction, her passing left a mark on me. I suppose that's a big reason why I agreed to take in her 14-year-old African Grey, Lulu. I'd overheard Uncle Frank telling my mother that he was going to have to give her up to an animal shelter. That just felt wrong. I've always believed that pets are family, so I told Uncle Frank I'd take her. The first week was a major adjustment. Lulu expressed obvious confusion at her new environment. "Where's Liza? Where's Liza?" She repeated the phrase. She repeated it so often in the first days with me that I knew I needed to take action. I wasn't sure if Lulu was capable of understanding, but it was worth a shot. "Where's Liza? Where's Liza?" I took a deep breath. I approached Lulu's perch and gazed her in the eyes. "I'm sorry, Lulu. Liza is gone." The bird cocked her head to the side. "Liza is gone." "Yes, Liza is gone." A tear trickled down my cheek. I didn't think it would be that hard. Saying it out loud somehow made it more real. Lulu didn't respond. Instead, she turned around and faced the wall. Lulu's behavior started to change a few days after that. Initially, she wouldn't say much aside from the occasional "Liza is gone." Then she started saying things that I'd never heard her repeat before. The first incident was after work on a random Thursday. I'd barely had a chance to put my purse down when the words met my ears. "Where's your owner, huh?" I froze. Where had Lulu gotten that from? The shock quickly dissipated. Parrots have good memories. She could have heard that from years ago for all I knew. Only later did I realize that I should have taken Lulu's words more seriously. The next incident didn't occur for another week. Lulu was seemingly coming around to her old self. She was active and a total menace to my houseplants. R.I.P. Fernandette. It's actually a really good name. Additionally, Lulu was talking a lot. As her mantra, "Where's Liza?" went out of fashion, I began to grow accustomed to her more common phrases. "Hey there" was her go-to greeting for when I arrived home. "Aw, is someone hungry?" was an indicator that she needed to eat. And at random points in the day, she absolutely loved to shout, "What you talking about, Willis?" for no reason at all. Not to say that those were the only phrases she used. No, she picked up new words all the time, but those were the most recurring. Even with her colorful vocabulary, I was shocked to hear what she had to say when I woke up one morning. I could hear Lulu squawking from the room over, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. I tried to go back to sleep, but after 10 straight minutes of Lulu's muffled yelling, I decided to roll out of bed for the day. I stepped into the hallway, rubbing sleep from my eyes, and I froze. Clear as day, Lulu repeated, "That bitch, I'll end her." I was stunned. Sure, Lulu could be a potty mouth at times, but I had never heard her utter anything so violent. The inflection told me that whoever she had picked it up from was not messing around. I tentatively approached the living room where Lulu's cage was kept, and I poked my head in. I surveyed the room before determining that no axe-wielding murderers were lying in wait to chop my head off. I opened Lulu's cage and let her hop onto my arm. "What's wrong, girl? Where'd you hear that from?" Lulu cocked her head to the side, black eyes studying me, before she responded, "Aw, is someone hungry?" Fortunately, Lulu's newest catchphrase didn't last very long. As time went on, and we grew more accustomed to one another, I began to leave Lulu's cage open at night. That way, she had access to water if she needed it. I didn't have to worry about her making a mess, unless a houseplant was involved. Aunt Liza had trained her well. She rarely ever left her cage past dark. That's why I was so shocked to find her shrieking at me in the middle of the night last week. I was awoken from a deep slumber by a high-pitched scream. I instantly recognized it as Lulu's. She was beside my bed, nearly touching my ear, repeating the same phrase over and over again. "Hey there, hey there." My eyes shot open. I bolted upright, looking for any sign of a disturbance. My vision was slow to adjust. When it did, I realized exactly why Lulu was shouting. Someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. Nope. I don't know about you guys, but I am booking it. This house is getting burnt to the ground. Hell no. I'm normally able to avoid jump scares when I'm reading these stories, but this one got me. Anyways, let's continue to see who's sitting on the edge of the bed. The silhouette of a hooded figure faced the wall, unmoving. The person didn't react to Lulu's shrieks. It was as if they wanted to be seen. I sat still as a statue. In my times of distress, my fight or flight instinct doesn't kick in. Instead, I freeze. That's why I couldn't bring myself to move when the figure turned toward me. Even in the darkness, I could see that they were wearing a mask. It was plain white with a smiley face on the front. The figure produced something from their pocket. My blood turned to ice. The intruder brandished a knife at me. They held it up to my neck amid a cacophony of frantic "hey there's." Lulu launched an attack at the figure, clawing at their mask and hoodie. They acted as if they didn't notice. I was so terrified that I couldn't even bring myself to breathe. The intruder pressed the knife to my flesh, sending a small stream of scarlet trickling down my neck. They leaned in close and whispered into my ear. "This is your only warning. Mess with us again and you're dead." With that, my assailants stood, put the knife back into their hoodie pocket, and walked out of the room. Lulu stopped attacking once they were gone and joined me at my bedside. Her frantic shouts had devolved into quiet, pensive whispers. "Hey there, hey there." For a few moments, I was too shocked to react. I'd seen my life flash before my eyes just seconds prior. I truly thought I was going to die. Once I came back to my senses, I locked my bedroom door, called 911, and cradled Lulu close to my chest as uncontrollable sobs racked my body. The police came up with nothing. I'm so scared and confused. Did I unknowingly piss someone off? Is this a case of mistaken identity? I don't have the answers. All I knew was that I couldn't stay in that apartment. I was already on a month-to-month lease, so I got us out of there as soon as I could. Despite the police's assurance that they would increase presence in the area, I couldn't risk another encounter. I've been settling into the new place just fine. The move went smoothly, and Lulu was taken to the apartment nicely. I even bought a new houseplant, obviously kept away from Lulu at all times. There's just one thing that's been concerning me. This place has thin walls. Sometimes, late at night, I can hear Lulu speaking from the other room, and she says the same thing every time. "Hey there." Yo, all I gotta say to the OP is Lulu's got your back. Lulu saw the attacker and it was on sight. Lulu was letting you know that there was somebody there. Hey there. But yeah, all jokes aside, there's actually no part 2 to this story, at least not yet, but it leaves me thinking, Aunt Liza, did she really, quote unquote, accidentally overdose? I don't know, it's pretty suspicious. And then Frank wanting to immediately send Lulu to an animal shelter. I mean, it's very, very sus. Even though there's no part 2, I kind of like stories like this that kind of leave you to come up with the answer. Also, RIP Fernadette. It's from r/NoSleep from user Unalloyed Saint Trina. In the blink of an eye, I forgot everything about myself. Those memories are hidden within something called the Wanting Well, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get them back. The disorientation was mind-breaking. 16 years of memories, gone, vanished without a trace. 1 second, I was me, whoever the hell that was. I still don't really know. In the next, I was no one. It was like being born standing up. The sun was blinding. There was a slight tremor in the ground, but I could only feel the vibrations in my left heel. I scoured my surroundings, hunting for a shred of familiarity. A buoy to keep my head above water. I saw thick pine trees, a sprawling but ancient 2-story home, a red barn with no animals, prepubescent kids inching closer, palms out, pupils dilated, concerned but fearful. I could label it all, but it was all unfamiliar. None of it was mine. I'd crumbled. By the time I'd collapsed onto the dirt, the small earthquake had subsided. I curled into the fetal position. That only made things worse. My own touch felt cold and alien. Most of the kids were running around like mad, hollering for Miss Daniel. The only one standing still was a short boy with a shaved head and jaundiced skin. He glared at me, clenching and unclenching his hands, spit building at the corners of his mouth as he whispered to himself. At first, the panic was manageable. That changed when I realized I couldn't feel damp earth against my right calf. I reached down. From the thigh on, all I felt was plastic. I slammed my eyes shut and feverishly tried to remember. Who was I? Where am I? How had I lost half of my gosh dang leg? But there was just nothing. Finally, I screamed. Things become blurry from there. I remember bits and pieces. The flashing lights of an ambulance, the metallic odor of a cramped triage room, the bite of an IV entering my arm, and then eventually a doctor, someone who could help. The tests were normal, all of them. Probably best to just move on. Silence. Miss McDaniel had placed a gentle hand on my shoulder, but I bucked my alleged foster mother off and yelled, "That's it?" The man in the coffee-stained lab coat narrowed his wrinkled eyes. He scoffed. "Yep, that's it, young lady." My vision swam. Panic dragged its hot barbs against my skin. He paced towards the door, twisting the proverbial knife as he threw it open. Must be other, cheaper ways to garner some attention, no? It was a long, painful drive home. When we got back, I planted myself in the living room and patiently waited for this fever dream to abate. I commanded myself to wake up. Miss McDaniel sat down next to me. Memory is a fickle machine, Allie. Sometimes it just breaks down, and that's all there is to it. She slid closer. The rusted springs within the antique sofa groaned like a pig in heat. Up close, the old woman smelled equally of butterscotch and manure. "Well, would you like something to eat?" I didn't respond. Didn't move a muscle. Just stared straight ahead, tracing an S-shaped crack in the wall with my eyes, up and down, until I noticed that same boy spying on us from the top of the stairs. His shaved head squeezed between a banister's splintered posts, one of the widow's many other fosters, I figured. My head whipped towards him. We locked eyes. His were mud brown with sickly yellow sclera, and they seemed too big for his face. A ring of jagged pink scar tissue encircled the top of his shaved head, like a crown had been pressed into his scalp until it bled. He appeared intensely angry at first, but after a second, he smiled. His gums were red and empty, completely, utterly toothless. "What the hell you looking at, kid?" I leapt from the couch, but only felt my left heel connect with the floor. I toppled over. My torso thudded against the hard wood. "Oh, Allie." Miss McDaniel shuffled to a nearby closet and swung it open. She yanked a metal pull string. A small mountain of sneakers flickered in the dim light. I fought back tears as she rustled through the pile. "I know you hate it, but you need it, Poppy Seed." The thing is, I didn't hate my prosthetic. I just forgot I took it off. I did hate the nickname, though. Miss McDaniel was remarkably spry for her age. She knelt beside me, rolling a beige sock over my stump with one hand and snapping the prosthetic into place with the other. I peered up at the stairs. The boy was gone, but he didn't feel gone. Felt like he was just watching me from somewhere else. I went to bed that night, hoping something would be different in the morning. If my memories had departed spontaneously, I figured they could return in a similar fashion. I woke up disappointed. Disappointed, anxious, and painfully hollow. Muted thumps and giggles reverberated through the floor. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. Threw my left leg over the bed frame, and strapped on my prosthetic. Miss McDaniel had offered to teach me how it worked, but I told her that wasn't necessary. I still knew how. My muscles did anyway. That was the most vexing aspect of the whole damn thing. The memories I'd lost seemed unnaturally specific. Just my identity and my personal history, but nothing more. The fragrant crackle of cooking bacon enveloped me as I stepped out of my bedroom. I paced down the hallway, following the smell, marveling at the strangeness of the house's design. The second floor of that farmhouse seemed more like a barracks than a foster home. I counted 15 small bedrooms, 7 doors on each side, and a single room at the very end. My room was the last room to the left, and naturally, the odd one out belonged to the strange boy. I caught him peeking at me from his doorway as I descended the rickety stairs. Breakfast was good, but chaotic. The Fosters outnumbered Miss McDaniel 12-1. I looked to be the oldest. The youngest was still in diapers. There was a definite recklessness to the arrangement, but as long as Child Protective Services found Mrs. McDaniel's orphan armada well fed, clothed, and happy, I suppose they hadn't preoccupied themselves imagining what could go wrong. The strange boy tiptoed into the kitchen, plopped himself in a corner, and began drawing weird little shapes on the floor in chalk. He never ate with the rest of us. Miss McDaniel didn't appear to mind, or she didn't notice. I figured he was embarrassed to be seen mashing his food with those red, toothless gums. Over the next few days, I learned about my life. It's assumed that both my parents were killed in the Northbridge earthquake of '94. I was found on the streets of LA, dust-caked, dehydrated, missing my right leg from the knee down, but otherwise intact. The Red Cross worker didn't hear me crawling up behind them. Apparently, I damn near gave the poor sap a coronary when I tugged on their pant leg in the dead of night. I told them my name, Allie. They asked about my family, where I'd grown up, or who they could call to claim me, but I didn't answer their questions. They figured I was concussed and couldn't remember, because if I knew, why wouldn't I tell them? Weeks passed. The damage was tallied, and the city was rebuilt. I was never reported missing. No family ever came looking for me. They estimated me to be 10-ish years old, but that's all it was, an estimation. My entire existence was an estimation. Miss McDaniel began fostering me in the spring of '95, back when Mr. McDaniel was still alive. What'd he die of? I asked. We were lounging on the porch, watching the others play tag in the nearby field. She stopped rocking in her chair. A pang of regret squeezed my heart. Why would I ask something like that? My head fell into my hands. Sorry. God, was I always like this? I was relieved to hear her laugh. It was a warm, tinny cackle. A real beautiful noise. Yes, you've always been sort of indelicate. I think that's the first time I ever heard you apologize for it, though. She paused. A cold wind whistled through the field. Technically, Mr. McDaniel passed away from hypothermia, but it was the Alzheimer's that caused him to wander into the woods in the middle of winter. Like I said, memory is a fickle machine. Easy come, easy go. I ran my finger along the crease where my stump met its prosthetic. Can't think of anything I wouldn't do to get mine working again. Be patient. Who knows what tomorrow will... A high-pitched sob interrupted her. One of the kids was on the ground, clutching their arm against their chest, while another stood above them, shrugging in Miss McDaniel's direction. She began pacing toward the ruckus. Well, don't just stand there, Jacob. Help your sister up. I rested my head on the chair's handle and watched the mayhem unfold. It was nice. A bittersweet grin slinked across my lips. Without warning, goosebumps exploded across my skin. Then a voice, slurred and breathy. Hey, Allie, come here. I flipped around. Nausea slithered up my throat. The strange boy was crouching behind the front door with his upper lip lying on the door's edge. Saliva was streaming from his mouth and down the frame, cascading around the copper latch bolt like a boulder in a river being pummeled by rapids. I launched myself from the chair, landed on 2 feet that time. What is wrong with you? His upper lip slowly curled into a fleshy smile. He ripped his mouth from the frame and scuttled backward on all fours. I heard what you said, he yelled from inside, and I can help. I can help you remember. Night was falling overhead. I stared into the shadow-cast doorway, seething with a rage I couldn't begin to comprehend. My gut pleaded for me to stay away. God, I should have listened. Instead, I charged into the farmhouse. Silence greeted me. I scoured the muddy darkness for the strange boy, but couldn't locate him. My heart raced. I took a step back. The front door creaked shut of its own accord. A sharp whisper cleaved through the silence. You want to remember? I can bring you through the wanting well. It's the only way. My gaze darted to the top of the staircase. Yellowed eyes shone in the blackness, with a glassy luster that made them glimmer like Christmas ornaments. You want to remember, right? This only works if you want it. Air caught in my throat. A barrage of defiance rolled across my tongue, but the insults dissolved before they arrived at my lips. Against all logic, I knew he was right. I knew I needed his help. I can't explain how. The feeling was deep and inseparable. The truth seemed baked into my genetics. Reluctantly, I nodded. Well, come on then. The yellow eyes vanished. Scuttling movement reverberated through the walls, a stampede of erratic taps and thumps. Then a click. Hazy light spilled into the second-floor hallway. I steeled myself with a long, shuddering breath and started up the dimly lit stairs. Sweat poured down my legs, collecting in the space between my thigh and the prosthetic. I grit my teeth. My stump was chafing by the time I reached the landing. I peered around the corner. The light was leaking from my open bedroom door. I crept down the hall and entered with unnecessary caution, sliding my prosthetic over the frame and quickly jerking it out, expecting to spring a trap or ambush. I stepped inside. The boy was sitting cross-legged in the corner below the windowsill. He was bent over, sketching strange insignias on the floor with white chalk. "You can come closer," he said, patting my bed without looking away from his work. "Takes a little patience and some elbow grease to attract the warning well." I lurched forward. A harsh chill surged through my body. My room was 20 times colder than the hallway, and the air was suffocatingly damp. Felt like I was inhaling slush. The boy dropped his chalk and stared gleefully at his tableau, a crosshatch of elliptical lines intersecting with each other at random, crooked angles. Just looked like a haphazard pile of ivory-colored worms to me, but he seemed quite proud. His head shot up. "Hey, you know what? We've never gotten time like this before." He reached into his pocket and rolled a handful of thin, black needles onto the chalk design. "What do you mean?" I asked, teeth rattling from the otherworldly cold. He licked his lips, dragging his wet tongue around the perimeter with a deliberate sluggishness. "I mean, we don't get to talk much. Anything you want to ask me?" I felt my rage building again. What the hell was he expecting me to ask? How old are you?" His brow furrowed, causing his halo-like scar to dance. "I'd say 6-ish. Without warning, his hand rocketed up and onto the wall behind him. He slammed his palm onto the design, keeping his hand cupped. A muted buzzing emanated from within. Then, with a precision that bordered on elegant, he quickly lifted the cupped hand while his other flew down and skewered a beetle with one of the thin, black needles, nailing it to the floor. The sorry thing thrashed, jerking its legs, twisting its thorax, but it was futile. The needle had pierced the insect right where its head met its wings, with enough force to drive it a half-inch into the hard wood. "Anything else?" My heart stuttered. I thought about begging him to stop. He brought down another needle with a vicious thump. And another. A fourth. A fifth. "Don't got much time left here, Allie. I can feel it getting closer." His assault didn't waver. Not for an instant. He just kept bringing the needles down, in different places, at different angles, but never through the head. He needed it alive. Just barely alive. Thump, thump, thump. Why do you know how to do this?" "Because 6-ish years ago, I arrived here in between, so I can see the in-betweens. Like the wanting well. Found out how to use it. I had to, in order to live." The insect-turned pincushion wasn't struggling anymore. He took a deep breath and placed his fingertips on the rounded ends. In-betweens don't get to live. Not unless they're willing to figure out how to extract some life for themselves. He began delicately manipulating the needles, pushing some away, pulling others closer. The movements were tiny and exquisite, like he was playing a noiseless instrument. Reality bent to his flow. He expanded his fingers. The temperature surged, icy to scorching in an instant. I stumbled back. Pressure built in my skull. He pulled his fingers to the right. The walls bowed inward, as if a black hole had materialized in the center of my bedroom. I fell forward. My chest came crashing into the floor, knocking the air from my lungs. I flipped onto my back and peered up at him. His scar was pulsing. The arteries in his yellow-tinged eyes were burning bright red. He crawled over the impaled beetle towards me. I heard the front door open. Distant chatter graced my ears. I tried to scream for Miss McDaniel. Nothing came out. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. His head appeared over mine. His toothless mouth was wide open. Hot saliva dripped onto my paralyzed face. It smelled like rot. My name would have been Alfie, by the way. Very rude not to ask. He scampered out of the room and slammed my door shut. I heard his door open and close in turn. My eyelids grew heavy. Rabid fear couldn't even keep them up. The world blackened. I drifted off, but not to sleep, to somewhere else. Somewhere in between. There's a whoosh, like water rushing through a pipe. Louder and louder, a deafening swell. And then, unseen fingers rip my eyes open. I'm still lying on the floor in the dark, but there's something above me. Something that can't be there. A circle of stone with a wooden arch and a deep black pit at its center. A well is jutting from the ceiling. I should be afraid. There's plenty to be afraid of. The stone is squishing against itself, quivering like an intestine. The whoosh is reverberating from inside the wall. A hand is beginning to descend from the black pit, stretching to an inhuman length in order to reach me. But I'm not afraid. I feel blissful or numb. It's hard to tell the difference. I smile because I know the answers are in there. My answers. Who I am. Where I came from. What happened to my leg. Everything I want is in the well. My arm feels weak, but I'm able to lift my hand off the floor. The hand from the pit is only inches away. I hear something. My smile falters. It's Miss McDaniel's voice. She's not saying anything. Her voice is just floating through the atmosphere, humming like the wind. My numbness melts. Unparalleled horror takes its place. The well convulses. The hand becomes violent, swatting the air, grasping for my neck. I don't want to know. Not like this. The whoosh fades. I sprang up, clutching my chest, gasping like I haven't inhaled for hours. It was dawn. I surveyed my room. The impaled bug was missing, but a fine layer of white dust coated the floor below my windowsill. The pattern had been smeared into obscurity. It was still proof, though. None of what happened the night before was a dream. I latched on my prosthetic and stormed into the hallway. I wasn't thinking. I had no plan. Blind fury guided me forward. I battered Alfie's door, pummeled it until my fist began to ache. I twisted the knob, but it was locked. I threw my hands over my head in frustration. The faraway clatter of breakfast curled into my ear. Miss McDaniel, she'd give me answers. I stomped downstairs. In my haste, I tripped on a loose nail, skipped the last few steps, and landed nose first onto the dirt-caked entry mat. There was a visceral snap. Blood poured down the back of my throat. The floorboards shook as everyone came to investigate the commotion. Allie, oh my God, are you all right? Miss McDaniel tried to help me up, but I slapped her away and scrambled to my feet, panting like an animal. Where the hell is Alfie? I growled. The other Fosters took a step back, cowering. Miss McDaniel cocked her head. Alfie? Yes, he's one of your Fosters, you senile old lady. Scar around his head, toothless, sleeps in the room at the very end of the hall, the one after mine. Lord help us, how could you possibly forget him? Her brow furrowed. The room at the end of the hall? I nodded furiously. My posture loosened. Silent tears dripped down my cheeks. The pain in my sinuses was ramping up quickly. Miss McDaniel instructed the others to wait in the kitchen. Then, slowly, with patience and warmth, she approached and pulled me into a hug. I sobbed into her shoulder until it hurt too much to cry. She tilted my head up and inspected the injury. Well, I think we gotta return to the hospital. I'll give Betty a call. She'll come look after the others. While we wait for her to drive over from the church, can I show you something outside? I nodded. Miss McDaniel led me around to the back of the farmhouse. Which window is yours, Poppy Seed? I put my hand up to shield my eyes from the sun and pointed. My mouth went dry. She didn't say anything else. She didn't have to. I imagine the realization was written all over my pale, mangled face. My window was at the very edge of the second floor. There wasn't enough space for a room at the end of the hall. That second trip to the hospital reshaped my life for the better. The doctor who examined my nose wasn't some surly, holier-than-thou chauvinist. He was a young man overflowing with nervous energy, talked like a machine gun, zipped around the exam table like a coked-out housefly. He was certainly odd, but he got the job done and then some. My nose wasn't broken, thankfully. We were about to leave when the doctor started digging into what exactly caused me to trip in the first place. I hesitated, but his slapstick quirkiness was disarming. I trusted him. So, I told him everything. The memory loss, the wanting well, Alfie. He listened intently. So much that he didn't say a word throughout the whole protracted explanation. After I was done, he admitted me to the inpatient floor to run additional tests. Turns out, I'd been suffering from atypical seizures. It didn't completely explain the memory loss, and complex hallucinations aren't usually the sole manifestation of a seizure disorder, but the evidence was undeniable. The young doctor showed me the electrogram findings. My brainwaves looked like a radio frequency gone haywire. I was sent home with anti-seizure meds. Whenever Miss McDaniel asked, I told her things were improving. My memories hadn't resurfaced, but I felt much better, and I wasn't seeing Alfie anymore. That was only the partial truth. First off, I didn't feel great. I was pretty depressed. Day by day, the emptiness I experienced seemed to fester. It made life taste like ash, but I think I hid my misery pretty well. That said, I never stopped seeing the door at the end of the hall. It was blurry, but it was there. Sometimes I thought I heard whispering behind it. Incensed muttering that I couldn't make heads or tails of. I tried to ignore it. More importantly, though, Alfie did seem to be gone. There were a few occasions where I could have sworn I glimpsed his glassy yellow eyes in the darkness of my bedroom, but it would end up being headlights from a passing car reflecting through my window. Time marched on. I rebuilt myself the best I could, but it was an act. A show I put on for Miss McDaniel. She was such a kind, generous, beautiful person. She deserved to die believing I had recovered. It was the least I could do. She passed 6 years after I lost my memories. Cancer, metastatic, in her bones, lungs, and her brain. She seemed happy to know she wouldn't burden her fosters for too long. It took her quickly and without fanfare. Per her request, I scattered her ashes in the woods around the farmhouse. She became fixated on the state of Mr. McDaniel's soul at the very end, worried that, even in death, he was still wandering the forest, lost and alone. She said she'd show him the way home. If anyone could, it'd be her. My grief was crippling. Miss McDaniel was my rock, my anchor to the world. Losing her felt like losing my memories a second time. Without her, I was no one. I had relationships with the other fosters, yes, but it wasn't the same. Not by a long shot. So, with no prospects and nothing better to do, I gave the whole apathetic mid-20s death spiral thing a try. If you've seen a movie in the last 2 decades, you probably know the drill. Whiskey with breakfast, harder drugs with dinner, staying with dodgy strangers to facilitate sleep, rinse and repeat. Whatever it took to distract myself from the terrible emptiness. One day it occurred to me that I hadn't taken my anti-seizure meds in months. Far as I could tell, nothing changed. That was pretty amusing, for about 30 seconds. Then it was back to status quo. But it was becoming harder to disregard the emptiness. My time-worn tricks weren't fixing the problem. What's more, I began to believe my memories weren't lost because I could feel them inside my head. Sequestered, but not truly gone. And for a moment, there was this minuscule glimmer of hope. That hope swiftly mutated into a constant, unrelenting itch. An itch that I couldn't possibly scratch. Sleep was the first thing to go. I'd toss and turn all night, trying my damnedest to ignore the itch. The feeling of an earthworm burrowing through my scalp. No booze was strong enough. No drug was potent enough. The memories were entombed somewhere deep in my skull, begging for release. It was the purest form of torture imaginable. Then, like a gift from the divine, an ad popped up on my phone's internet browser. Amnestic backtracking. Clinical trial in the reversal of memory loss. Click here for details. I was ecstatic to learn that the physician running the trial could see me that afternoon. Please, just call me Richter. I don't love the doctor title. Always felt vain to me. We shook hands. Heat gathered in my cheeks. Bashful wasn't ever my default setting, but the man was undeniably handsome. Broad shoulders with a thick-set jaw and chestnut-colored eyes. He motioned for me to sit. I smiled and set myself down, buttoning up my flannel in the process. The AC in his office seemed to be working overtime. How does this go, exactly? He smirked. It's all fairly straightforward, even more so in your case. Normally, the study requires certain blood tests and brain imaging as a baseline before we can initiate the experimental therapy. But I've reviewed your electronic record, and you've already had all the prerequisite tests. In other words, we can begin the amnestic backtracking today. In patients who've responded, we've seen positive results within hours. And because this clinical study is hurting for participants, it'll all be free of charge. My jaw dropped. I was floored, engrossed in a state of euphoric disbelief. I surveyed his office. It was sparse and unadorned, just a desk and a few chairs. No futuristic machines or vials of medicine. So, is it something you send to my pharmacy, or... He leaned over his desk, chuckling. No, Allie. Amnestic backtracking is more of an in-house therapy. Richter stood and gestured to a nearby door. If you feel ready, if you want our help, go on ahead. I'll meet you in there. I used the edge of his desk as a fulcrum, pushed myself upright, and paced over to the door, beaming with hope. My hand hovered over the knob. Apprehension crackled down my spine. A laundry list of red flags began accumulating in my brain. Richter looked exceptionally similar to the young doctor who diagnosed my seizures, someone I trusted. The air in this room was cold and damp, and I could barely feel the itch in my skull. He chuckled with taut lips, like he didn't want me to see the inside of his mouth. My body trembled. I closed my eyes, and I heard something. A horrible noise. A desperate, animalistic wail. It wasn't growing louder. It wasn't getting closer. It'd been there the whole time, but I couldn't appreciate it until now. It had been concealed. I glanced over my shoulder. There was a small, bloodied deer writhing in the corner. A bouquet of long, black needles had been driven through its torso. Its movements were twitchy, sporadic, and languid. It was nearly dead, but not quite. An incomprehensible mass of chalk lines besieged the sacrifice from every direction. The floor, the walls, the ceiling. I think I could have run, but I didn't. What would be the point? I had nothing to run back to. I placed my hand on the knob, twisted it, rammed my shoulder into the door, and plunged myself into the patient darkness lying in wait on the other side. Whoosh. Unseen fingers rip my eyes open. The air smells of blood and smoke. I can hear the faint tapping of rubble falling around me. A cracked light bulb flickers overhead. Weak bursts of golden static outline the devastation. A woman, crushed down the middle, bisected by a massive wooden support beam. A man, buried beneath chimney bricks, his dead hand peeking out from the debris, immortalized in the shape of a claw, fingernails digging into the dusty rug. And a young girl, missing the bottom half of her right leg. She's alive, but for some reason, she's not moving. She's sitting upright, still as a statue. This is it. Me as a child. My mother, my father. The Northridge earthquake of '94. This is my history, my answers. Everything starts moving, ghostly and autonomous. Shattered picture frames converge and hang themselves neatly on the wall. A mahogany armoire rebuilds itself, piece by piece. The bulb's light becomes brighter. Other bulbs reform completely. The damage is reversing. I'm backtracking through memory. Suddenly, the younger me tilts backward and begins convulsing. Her skin ripples. Thousands of narrow white threads seep from her pores. Once the last one is out, her spasms stop. The threads congregate above her in a tangled cluster. They jettison through the room like the tentacles of a man-o-war jellyfish drifting through the ocean. The beam that killed my mother begins to shake. Blood soaks into her body. Her flattened bones crack and expand. As the beam rises, the white threads re-enter my mother, and she takes shape. I clutch my chest. My throat tightens. I grasp at a tiny fragment of understanding. Her belly is round. It protrudes far from her waist. My mother was pregnant. She was about to give birth before she died. I feel my eyes become magnetized to one of the reformed pictures on the wall. A black and white ultrasound image with a small, handwritten label at the bottom of the frame. Alfie. He arrived here in between, dead and alive. I remembered what he said at the farmhouse. In-betweens don't get to live, not unless they're willing to figure out how to extract some life for themselves. When my mother died, my unborn brother invaded me, commandeered my body, stole my life. That day at Miss McDaniel's farmhouse, he lost control, took his hands off the wheel, and regained my sovereignty. But he's still locked up inside me, and somehow he's concealed my memories. He's been using them as a bargaining chip, leverage, a way to take back control. The chimney bricks covering my father began to rumble. Just like the rest of the debris, they rebuild themselves, but they build something new, a circle of bricks with a black pit at its center. The Wanting Well. One by one, I watch them climb in. My father, then my mother, then young me. I can't see any of their faces clearly. They're crackling with static. I walk across the small, quaint home and peer over the side of the well, into the black depths. Everything I've wanted, all the memories that I've pined so desperately for, they're in there. My palm grips the edge. It feels like flesh, wet and squelching, pulsing faintly. Something stopped me from throwing myself into the well before, right? Yes, it was Miss McDaniel's voice. I perk my ears, listening for her tender hum. But there's nothing. It's deathly silent. Because she's gone, dead and buried, no longer with me. I'm nobody. Who I am is in the well. I have no choice. I prepare to descend, lifting my prosthetic and resting it on the edge of the well. But I pause. It's all a lie, isn't it? Knowing the truth won't make me whole. And even if she's not with me, I'm still somebody. I pull my prosthetic away from the pit and turn. On the opposite wall, the door I entered through is still there. I force myself to move. The gravity around me becomes weaponized, resisting me, pushing me back. I fight forward. I need to leave, not for Miss McDaniel, not for anyone, for myself. The knob is warm to the touch. What the hell are you doing? I glance over my shoulder. Alfie's looming near the well, horribly amalgamated. One arm is a newborn's, the other is Richter's. His skull is bulging, uneven, cancerous. An umbilical cord the width of a fire hose droops from his stomach, wrapping around his feet and into the Wanting Well. I'm offering you everything, a perfect catalog of your life, who you were before I took the wheel, who your parents were, how you lost your leg, all of it. Hell, I can even give you your real name. You realize Allie is just a placeholder, right? You can hide inside those memories until our body finally gives out. He points into the black pit with his adult arm. Now get in. He's attempting to look threatening, but his resolve is faltering. His amalgamated body is trembling. It was never supposed to be like this. I was distracted for a second, 1 second, and you spring up like a gosh dang weed. Tears are welling in his jaundiced eyes. I'm sorry, Alfie. I turn and twist the knob. He screams with 20 separate voices and begins sprinting towards me. I can feel him grasping for me. I slam myself into the door. My body collapses into an abandoned office. I see chalk dust and bloodstains in one of the corners, but the dying deer is gone. I resume my anti-seizure medication the next morning. Things have been quieter since, but I know he's still there, waiting patiently, watching my every move, vying for control. There might come a day where Alfie overtakes me, a day where I'm forced into the Wanting Well. But until that day comes, I refuse to exist in between. I've given myself a name, and for the first time in my life, I will live. Poppy. Well, I am quite literally at a loss for words. I've read a lot of Unalloyed St. Trina's writing, and I gotta say, this one takes number one. The ending of this one, though, completely changes how you look at the whole story. You don't know who Alfie is throughout the whole story, but once you get to that last creepy interaction with him, you realize that he had bad intentions from the very beginning. This one had one of those endings that doesn't rely on like a cheap jump scare at the end. It leaves you sitting there pondering life. The next stories from r/no sleep from user Something Goes Here Too. The lake on my brother's property has no bottom. Me and my brother live on 25 acres out in the middle of nowhere. He inherited it when our dad passed. Our mom and stepdad had already died a few years back, so it's just the two of us. When I say out in the middle of nowhere, I really mean out in the middle of nowhere. A 30-mile drive to the nearest grocery store, 40 to the nearest big city. But we like it. It's nice and quiet. My brother Carl is an artist. Not an artsy artist. He does design work for big companies out on the East and West Coast. Does all his work on a computer. He can work from pretty much anywhere that's connected to the internet. Now, it costs quite a bit to get internet in the middle of nowhere, but it's possible, and he can more than afford it. Me? I'm Jake. I'm a shiftless, no good, lazy layabout. At least that's what my stepdad always said. My bio dad, when he wasn't being an abusive drunk, would say pretty much the same thing. That's fine. I've made my peace with it. I keep busy by taking care of the place, doing the lawn care, the maintenance, painting, all the crap work that needs to be done. We have a pretty simple life. The strangest thing about this place is the lake. Well, it's actually just a glorified pond. It's about 80 feet across and almost a perfect circle. Sinkhole, I guess. It's way out on the edge of the property past the gazebo. Officially, it's known on the maps as Lake 224, but everyone calls it Gasper's Lake, after some fella that lived here like 100 years ago. The water is unbelievably clear, way more clear than I would have ever expected. And deep. The thing is, I have no idea how deep it is. I heard rumors in town that it's bottomless when we first moved out here, but I paid no mind. But you can't see the bottom at all. One summer, I had a fella from the state fish and game department come out and stock the lake with fish. I thought I'd do some fishing that fall, but it just didn't take. Don't know how or why, but come fall, there wasn't a fish to be found. Didn't make any sense. If they died, I'd have seen them floating, right? Another thing is the light. Sometimes at night, I could swear I see a glow come up out of the water. I got a nice little setup. I'd sit at the gazebo until late in the evening grilling bratwurst and sipping cold beer from the cooler. But on the way back, that glow. A color that's just not right, you know? Not bright or anything, you can just barely notice it. But it's there. Anyway, my brother doesn't care about any of that shit. He's got no sense of adventure, no curiosity. He's all about deadlines, meetings, and products. Sometimes he'll fly out from the local airport on a puddle jumper to go see a client and leave me out here for a week or two. You'd never get me on one of those tiny single-engine planes. I kind of get the feeling he's embarrassed of me, but whatever. He flew out to North Carolina, or maybe it was Virginia, one week, and I had the place all to myself. So I called up Earl. He's my drinking buddy. I called up Earl and said to him we're going to find out how deep Gasper's Lake really is. He brought over his John boat, and I'd say 300 feet of half-inch nylon rope. We were going to be real scientific about this. I tied a cinder block to one end, and we marked off the rope in 10-foot sections. He backed up his truck to the water, we got the boat in, and headed out to the center of the lake, and dropped the cinder block over. I figured it'd bottom out at 50 feet or so, but shit no, that rope just kept flying right on out. 50 feet, 100 feet, 150, just kept going. Maybe we should tie it off? I asked. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, he replied. We got the free end of the rope tied off around the cleat and watched the rope keep spilling out. Every bit of the rope played out and the boat resonated with a loud thunk. I pulled the rope a bit up out of the water and could feel the weight of the cinder block on it. Earl, I paused. Earl, there's not any way this lake is 300 feet deep, I said. No way, he nodded. What the actual hell? We gotta get more rope, I said. My uncle's got a full industrial spool of half-inch nylon rope, 1,000 feet. There's no lake anywhere around here that's 1,000 feet deep, Earl replied. I grabbed the rope and started to pull it up. It was going to take a minute or two to pull it all back on the boat. Earl started winding it up as it came. I got about 50 feet of it on board when it just stopped. Like, dead stop. I leaned back and pulled harder. Nothing. It felt like the cinder block had gotten caught under a ledge. I wrapped the rope around my forearm and gave it one good heave. Hung on something? Earl asked. I guess so, I started to say when the rope tugged back. Hard. Threw both me and Earl off balance enough, the boat flipped over. The water went over my head and I sputtered, righted myself and broke the surface. Earl came up right beside me and let out a loud, "Gosh dang it." We struggled to get the boat set right, but we got it. That's when I noticed the cleat had snapped right off. Rope and all had gone down into the lake. So, 3 days later, me and Earl were back again. We spent all afternoon setting it up. Got an electric motor to pull the rope back up and a pulley system at the end of a boom winch. It almost looked professional, bolted there in the back of his truck. Almost. Earl grinned and smacked our jerry-rig setup on the side. I always knew those machine shop classes I took would come in handy. He backed up the truck and swung the winch over the water. It extended about 10 feet out. I tied off another cinder block, no shortage of those around here, and tossed it in. We watched the rope run and run, the spool spinning freely. We had it set up so it would spin in one direction, but not the other, so we could winch it back up. The rope spooled out faster and faster. 200 feet, 300 feet. It's still going, Earl said, incredulity in his voice. 400. No freaking way, I said. Earl stopped grinning, around 600. By 800, neither of us was talking anymore. The spool kept spinning all the way to the end. 4 minutes after I tossed the brick in, it ran out with another loud thunk. Hard enough, the truck rocked backwards a bit. Jesus, Jake, what in the actual hell is going on here? That's 1,000 feet of rope. I have no earthly clue, buddy. There's no way it's 1,000 feet deep. I ain't got no more rope. Like, I guess I could order some, Earl said, but was interrupted by a loud groaning coming from the winch. Something was pulling on the rope. I could hear the strain in the fibers. The truck was practically vibrating. Then, the front end of the truck started to rise up a hair. Aw, shit, Jake. It's gonna take my truck. Sorry, guys. I'm just picturing these two guys. It's gonna take my truck. Earl yelled as he ran over and hopped in. He started the engine and began to pull away when, all of a sudden, all the tension let out of the line. I went over to the winch and turned it on, and the rope began to wind onto the spool. It took a lot longer to pull it all up than I thought it would. But then I saw and smelled the cinder block. It was covered with a dark, glistening slime, something the color of rotting leaves mixed with oil, and it stank like, God, I don't know, a squish bug mixed with kerosene. I cut the line and let the brick drop back into the water. No way in hell I was touching whatever that was. Earl pulled his truck up away from the edge, got out, and came over to where I was staring at the water. A camera, he said. What, like an underwater one? I asked. Yeah, I know a guy. He's got an underwater rig, a little robot submarine. He uses it to inspect bridge pilings, dams, and culverts for the state. It's rated down to 1,500 feet, but it usually doesn't get used that deep. Got lights and a camera. You can drive it around, he said. Sounds like a plan, I said. But Earl, I paused. Isn't this more than a little bit weird? Like, even for around here, maybe we should call somebody. I don't know, like an official? Jake, this is the most interesting thing that I've been mixed up in since Farmer Brindle's two-headed goat got loose in the dollar store. Look around. Nothing happens around here. I nodded. This place wasn't known for its excitement. I'm going to call him. Get it out here, he said. I've got an old VCR we can hook it up to. Record what we find, I replied. Earl nodded. Good idea. The next couple of days passed without incident. I spent the time power washing the garage. I know, high excitement, but it's gotta get done. Earl pulled up in his truck the next afternoon. It was a pretty cool setup. The sub was about 4 feet long and had lights and a camera on the front that could be panned around remotely. We tied it off to the winch with a nylon rope. It had its own coil of cable for the camera that we sat on the tailgate. I made sure it had a full charge, Earl said, manhandling it out of the truck. It'll give us at least a couple of hours. Getting it in the water took longer than it should have. The thing was heavier than it looked, and we kept second guessing which end was supposed to go in first. I think the camera end goes in last, I said. That doesn't make any sense. How's it going to see anything pointed at the mud? I didn't say pointed at the mud. I said last, as in we lower it in tail first. Earl looked at me. That's the same thing. We went back and forth on it for a while before we figured out it didn't matter. The thing would right itself once it hit the water. We felt pretty stupid about that. All right, easy now, Earl said as we walked it to the edge. It was awkward. No good place to grip it. For God's sake, Jake, don't drop it. That thing probably cost more than my truck. We got it in without dropping it. Barely. Earl picked up the controller and we watched it bob there for a second, listing a little to one side, and then it straightened out and sat there humming quietly. Okay, Earl said. Down we go. 300 feet down, it was dark enough that we snapped on the lights, fully bright. All it showed was the rough stone of the side of the sinkhole. The water was still crystal clear. Around 400 feet, the walls changed. I almost missed it. Earl, hold up, can you back it up a little? He reversed the sub, and we both leaned in toward the monitor. The rough pitted limestone we'd been watching for the last 10 minutes had stopped. What replaced it was dark and smooth, almost glassy. I looked at Earl, and he looked at me. We both looked at the monitor. That ain't natural, I said. We stayed there a minute, both of us staring at the screen. The sub's lights caught the dark surface and threw back a dull reflection. Whatever it was, it went down as far as we could see. Earl's hand was still on the controller. Want me to keep going? He asked. I should have said no. Yeah, I said. Keep going. At 800 feet, the walls just disappeared. The sub drifted out into the open water, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The sinkhole had been feeding into something else the whole time, a cavern. The sub's lights didn't reach the far walls, didn't reach the bottom, just open black water in every direction, and the hole we'd come through sitting in the ceiling like a drain in reverse. Earl, I said. Yeah? He said. Neither of us said anything for a minute. The sub just hung there in the dark, lights cutting maybe 30 feet in any direction, and then nothing. God, Earl said quietly, I wish I'd brought some beer. I laughed, couldn't help it, then stopped. Keep going down? I asked. He already was. Can you point the lights down? Earl adjusted the controller and the sub nosed down slowly. The lights swept across what I thought was the bottom of the cavern, and I squinted at the monitor. Something was down there. A tangle of shapes, thick and dark and piled on each other like cable left in a heap. What the hell am I looking at? Earl said, mostly to himself. The sub drifted lower. The shapes resolved a little. Thick as tree trunks, some of them thicker. Coiled loosely over and around each other, tapering at the ends, widening in the middle. Some of them were moving, drifting, kinda like seaweed. Earl, I see it. One of the big ones began to uncoil. It peeled away from the mass, and as it moved, it revealed a surface beneath it. Dark and rounded and covered in a texture I couldn't make sense of at first. It was dark and bumpy like an old avocado. I was still trying to figure out what I was looking at when it split open down the middle. It was an eye. Had to be 20 feet across. The iris was the color of old bronze, and the pupil was shaped like a triangle, and it was looking up at the sub. My stomach dropped straight out of me. Then the rest of them started moving. All of it, the whole mass, coming apart into individual shapes. Eyes on every surface. Mouths too, rows of teeth catching the light, opening and closing on nothing. The cables, the arms, whatever they were, filled the cavern below us. The monitor went dark. "Shit, Earl, we have to get the hell out of here," I screamed. But Earl seemed frozen. I grabbed Earl's arm. He was still staring at the monitor. Earl, we have to go, right now." The surface of the pond began to swell and boil, whirlpools and waves churning around. He blinked, came back. We ran for the truck. We dove in and Earl started it up, but we didn't make it even 20 feet before the back end lifted. It had come up fast. Nothing that big should be that fast. The tires left the ground and Earl screamed something I couldn't make out over the sound of the frame starting to give. I had opened the door and jumped out without even thinking of it. The ground came up quick and I landed with a wet crack as my ankle snapped. From the ground, I could see the truck maybe 30 feet up, wrapped in something that looked like a giant black and glistening worm, being pulled toward the water. Earl was still in there. I know because I could hear him screaming. Then the roof caved in to the sound of shattering glass and metal forced beyond its limit. And then I couldn't hear him anymore as the truck sank beneath the water. The VCR had landed a few feet away. I don't even remember Earl throwing it. I told the paramedics I fell off a ladder. Anyway, now I don't know what to do. My brother's due back in 2 days, and the sheriff keeps coming around asking about Earl. The state inspection fellow wants his submarine back, and I don't know what to tell him. All I got is this busted leg and the video we took, and I'm not sure who I need to show it to. I think I'm going to call the governor. Maybe the press? Should I call the FBI? What should I do? Dang, R.I.P. Earl. Seemed like a cool guy. I mean, I think calling the FBI is definitely a great first step. Somebody responded to this post saying, "Call the local game warden." I don't think the local game warden's going to be able to do much for you here. And then the best comment of all: "You befriend the beast by any means necessary. Any means necessary. Declare yourselves a nation state and let that abomination do the bidding for you." Now this is what you do. The first story today is from r/nosleep from user MotherTaylor511. It's called "I Don't Have a Husband." Okay, haha, very funny that I'm posting this in a subreddit full of ghosts and other spooky wacko things. I guess above all else, getting no play is what keeps folks up at night. But jokes aside, this isn't a troll. This isn't mindless complaining, and it sure as hell isn't funny. I don't have a husband, and I don't want to have one. I think it'd be helpful to note that I'm not a fan of romance. I mean, I can see why people like it. I'm not exempt from the majority that swoons at rom-coms, and I've had my fair share of "aw, he's cute" moments. But when it comes to actually thinking about sharing my life with someone else, it's like thinking about a parasite. Who has the time to be sending good morning texts every day? And don't get me started on my ever-growing list of pet peeves and icks. Maybe I'm just picky, or maybe I've just never been in love. But I'm fine with growing up and only ever having friends. Maybe a few exotic pets. Romance, as I see it, is boring and inconvenient. You can imagine my shock when I noticed a second toothbrush in my toothbrush holder last month. I had spent the better part of the morning milling about. The night prior, I had noticed that my clothes bin was overflowing, and by morning, I was ironing and sorting what had been dried last night, just to get it out of the way. Between that and getting distracted with some other mess, I had neglected brushing my teeth, right up until I sighed and smelled death. When I had rushed to the bathroom, I wildly grasped for my toothbrush, already turning on the tap so I could speed things up. Laundry was already tedious enough, and I didn't want to push it back any further. If I took too long here, then I'd forget about all my clothes. I only gave pause when I noticed how weird the bristles felt. They felt out of place and sharp, almost as if the person using them had been scrubbing the enamel off their teeth. Which, no, that couldn't be right. I had just bought that brush. Even if I was in the habit of punishing my teeth every morning, there's no way it could have gotten like that already. I looked back to my toothbrush holder, finding that my regular brush was where I'd left it last night. The one I was holding was used, thin, and not mine. I got my carbon monoxide checked the same day. Call it paranoia, health anxiety, or whatever, but there's no way in hell I'd brush something like that off easily, pun intended. I've seen far too many movies and have screamed at way too many dumb characters on TV to repeat their silly mistakes. It turned out, however, that things were fine with my carbon monoxide, and there weren't any other leaks in my apartment either. When the two maintenance guys who had come out to check were leaving, one nodded towards my shoe rack. If you're still experiencing the same symptoms, you and your husband ought to take a visit to the hospital. He shook his head. Pal of mine thought it was his monoxide too. Turns out he had something up with his brain. Pal of mine, my butt. I've seen that Reddit post before. Regardless of the blatant plagiarism, I plastered on a polite smile and sent the two men on their way. It had only registered that he had said husband when I nearly busted my nose tripping over a pair of dirt-caked work boots. I frowned, first at the implication that those boots couldn't have been mine, then at the realization that those boots actually weren't mine. There were odd little things like that all the way throughout my house. Like, for example, when I'd finally gotten around to putting away my clothes, I noticed old shirts, a few sizes too big, company logos that I've never bought from, wide across the front. Across the span of a few weeks, I received voicemails from people I'd never heard of, all seeming to congratulate someone for something. There's this cafe I frequent, one just around the corner from where I work. On occasion, on slower days, I'd find myself smiling about how cute the barista is. Not exactly a crush, far from it actually, but there are days where you need to seriously romanticize life or you'll die from how boring things are. That's all my coffee shop visits had really been, just grabbing an Americano and sighing about the dreamy dude at the counter I knew nothing about. He was gone. I guess it could have just been a sudden quitting. There one day and gone the next sort of thing. But it was weird how his coworkers acted like he hadn't been there in the first place. When I'd gathered the courage to ask, at the risk of looking like a total creep, the girl behind the counter gave me a confused smile. A guy? She tilts her head, black hair slipping from where it had been tucked behind her ear. I nod. He's usually here around this time. You know, brown hair, glasses. She still looks confused, and I continue, getting desperate. He's tall, too. Cute in the face? So much for not sounding like a creep. Fortunately, the girl gives a small laugh. Huh, I wish we had someone like that working here. Another one of the baristas, walking past, gives a small hey-o when she says that, and the girl smiles again. Sorry, maybe you've got the wrong place? Yeah, probably. Sorry. I mumble, taking the drink I had ordered from the end of the counter and pushing open the door. Home had begun to smell different. I imagine it's like when a baby deer comes back to its mom, smelling human. I couldn't recognize my place as my own anymore. It was when I found boxers laying around that I officially, totally lost it. Within the hour, I had left the house, opting to instead go to the library and turn to good old Dr. Google with my symptoms. Aside from the carbon monoxide, there were a few old posts where it turned out a person had DID, or were experiencing these funky lapses in neural transmissions. All the medical jargon was making my head spin, and hopelessly, I logged off the computer I'd been using, settling down in the driver's seat of my car and adjusting it closer to the wheel. So long as I was away from home, I could lie to myself. I could tell myself that I've just been stressed lately. I could tell myself that what I was experiencing was simply the result of burnout, just as long as I wasn't home. I wound up walking mindlessly around the grocery store, picking at produce and convincing myself that I wasn't scared to go home. Why would I be? There shouldn't be anything I wasn't expecting. I knew there wasn't. As my hand curled around a yellowish-green mango, something felt foreign and odd on my ring finger, flush against the skin of the mango and the skin of my hand. I didn't look to see what it was. I'm beginning to get the impression that it's supposed to be there. Imogen, yoo-hoo! The shrill voice of my neighbor, Miss Karatar, rang from across the produce section, and she waved me over. Miss Karatar had a passion for community like no other. Remarkable, really. If you pointed to any one person in the grocery store and asked her about them, 9 out of 10 times she'd be able to give you their name and at least one fun fact. Right now, we were exchanging pleasantries. She was ranting about the antics the kids in the apartment building were getting up to. You know, she begins, fully turning away from her grocery cart. If I weren't just visiting my daughter, I'd have half a mind to complain to the landlord about the noise. It's outrageous. I just smile and nod, not really paying the conversation any mind until she leaned in close, eyes brimming with mischief. Although, I wouldn't mind seeing any new babes from you two. She leans back, tittering to herself. Really, you ought to see my real grandson. A real-life cherub, I tell you. Oh, I've got a picture too. Her voice fades into the rest of the grocery store ambiance, and I take account of what's in my cart in an attempt to calm myself. There's trail mix. I hate trail mix. Why would I buy it? On my drive home, the whole way through, I hardly feel anything outside of a growing dread. When I get into the apartment building, I can hear kids running around in the halls from all the way down here. I take the elevator. When I fling my door open, I hang my keys next to another set. I set the groceries down on my counter. I place the trail mix somewhere I know he'd find it. I look towards my shut bedroom door, and I can hear breathing. I don't know what to do. I'm still in my kitchen. I don't know what the hell is in my bedroom. I don't have a husband. I don't want to have a husband. So why do I have one? Have I always had one? I don't want to go to sleep. Okay guys, so you know I'm not a doctor, but this person either has early onset dementia or they sneezed a little too hard and accidentally jumped to a different dimension. I really like this comment. You probably married the barista years ago, and this is a 51st date situation where you hurt your head and don't remember anything. Those who haven't seen 51st Dates, banger movie. Definitely check it out. Anyways, shout out to Mother Taylor 511 for letting me read this story, and let's go ahead and get on with the next one. It's from r/scary and unsettling from user Akasha RVN, or Akasha Run. It's titled, The Old Man in Apartment 3B Told Me Not to Tell Anyone My Name. I moved into this building about 4 years ago. It's an old place, brick and ivy, the kind of building where the hallways smell like someone's cooking and the radiators clank all winter. I don't mind it. It's affordable and the neighbors keep to themselves. Well, most of them. There's an old man who lives in 3B. I started seeing him my first week here. He'd be in the hallway around 7 a.m., standing by his door, holding a cup of coffee. He always wore the same thing, a brown cardigan, slightly frayed at the cuffs, gray slacks, slippers that looked like they'd seen better days. I said good morning to him for the first time. He nodded, didn't smile, just looked at me with these tired eyes and went back inside. It became a routine after that. Every morning, 7 a.m., I'd see him. Sometimes I'd be heading out for work. Sometimes I'd be coming back from the store. But he was always there. Same spot, same coffee, same cardigan. I'd say, "Morning, Mr. Wiseman." He'd give me that tired nod and go back inside. That was the extent of our relationship. I never thought much about it. He was just the old man in 3B. Part of the building's background, like the creaky elevator or the leaky faucet in the basement laundry room. Last week, I ran into someone new in the hallway. A young guy, early 20s. He was carrying boxes, fumbling with a set of keys. New tenant. I helped him with the door. "Thanks," he said. "I'm in 3A. "Nice," I said. "Your neighbor's pretty quiet. Old guy, keeps to himself." He looked at me funny. 3B? "Yeah, been here for years, I think." He shook his head. "The landlord told me 3B's been empty since before I signed the lease. Like a decade." I laughed. I thought he was joking, but he just stared at me with this confused look on his face. "I see him every morning," I said. "He's always there, around 7 a.m., standing by his door." The guy shrugged. "Maybe you're thinking of another building." I wasn't. I went back to my apartment that evening and tried to remember when I'd last seen Mr. Wiseman. This morning, actually, 7 a.m., same as always. I'd said good morning and he'd nodded and gone back inside. I went to the landlord the next day. Miss Chen. She's been managing this building for 20 years. She knows everyone, everything. 3B? She frowned. Nobody's lived there since 2009. The tenant passed away. It's been sealed up ever since. "There's a man there," I said. "I see him every morning." She gave me a long look. "You need to get more sleep." I didn't argue. I just thanked her and walked away. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by my window, watching the hallway. At 6:55 a.m., I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. 3B was dark, the door was shut. No coffee cup, no cardigan, no old man. I knocked. No answer. I checked the peephole. Nothing. I told myself I was imagining things. The stress of work, the lack of sleep, my mind playing tricks on me. The next day, I went to work early. I didn't look at 3B. The day after that, I came home late. I avoided the hallway. But this morning, I heard something. A door opening. Soft footsteps. I got up and looked through my peephole. He was there, standing by his door, holding his coffee. Same cardigan, same tired eyes. I opened my door. He turned and looked at me. He nodded. "Morning," he said. First time ever. Then, "You've been asking about me." He went back inside. The door clicked shut. I stood in the hallway for a long time. I didn't know what to do. I went downstairs to the lobby. Miss Chen was at her desk. 3B, I said. I saw him again. She looked up from her paperwork, and her face went pale. "Don't talk about 3B, she said quietly. "Just don't." "Why? Who lives there?" She didn't answer. She just shook her head. That's when the woman from 3C came down the stairs. The one with the small dog. She must have heard us. She stopped and looked at me. "Everyone sees him," she said. "We all do." "How long has he been there?" I asked. She shrugged. "Since I moved in, 8 years ago." I nodded. That made sense. He'd been there before me. Then she added, "No, actually, I think it started after you moved in." I stared at her. "What do you mean?" She frowned. "I don't know. I just don't remember seeing him before you arrived, and I've been here longer." "How long?" I asked. "How long has he been there?" She looked confused. "There?" "Mr. Wiseman, the man in 3B. She stared at me for several seconds. "Nobody knows his name." Then she walked away. I don't know what that means. I don't know who he is. I don't know why he's there, but I know one thing. I wasn't the only one who saw him, but I was the only one who knew his name. And I don't know where I got it from. The next morning, I opened my door at 7 a.m. He wasn't standing outside 3B. He was standing outside my door. Same coffee, same cardigan, same tired eyes. He nodded at me. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I managed. He looked tired, more tired than usual. "Don't tell anyone yours," he said. Then he went back inside. I stood there for a long time. I watched him unlock the door. I watched him step into 3B. I watched the door close. Then I looked down at the key in my hand. Apartment 3B. I stared at it. The brass was worn smooth. Old. Much older than the keys I'd gotten from Miss Chen 4 years ago. I reached into my pocket. My apartment key was gone. Only the 3B key remained. I don't remember dropping mine. I don't remember picking this one up. But that's not the part that scares me. The part that scares me is that when I looked up at the door to 3B, I knew exactly what was on the other side. Not guessed, knew. The layout, the furniture, the smell. The old radio beside the window. The half-finished crossword puzzle on the kitchen table. The brown cardigan hanging on the back of the chair. I've never been inside 3B. At least I don't think I have. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm, 6:58. I don't usually drink coffee, but I found myself making a cup anyway. At exactly 7, there was a knock at my door. When I opened it, nobody was there. Just the woman from 3C walking her dog. She stopped, looked at me, then looked at the coffee in my hand. Her face went white. "Oh," she whispered. Then she smiled sadly, the same way people smile when they recognize someone they haven't seen in years. "Good morning, Mr. Wiseman." I started to tell her she was mistaken. Then I noticed the dog. It wasn't growling. It wasn't afraid. It was staring past me, at the hallway behind me. Its tail was wagging, like it was happy to see someone. I turned around. The hallway was empty, except for a man standing outside 3B, holding a cup of coffee, wearing a brown cardigan, watching me. The woman from 3C frowned. "That's strange." "What?" She looked at the man by 3B, then back at me. Her expression changed. No. She took a step back. There were two. What do you mean? She didn't answer. She just looked past me, at my apartment door. Slowly, she raised a shaking finger. The other one is still inside. Behind me, a coffee cup clinked against the kitchen counter. I don't drink coffee. Not yet. Okay, that one was very creepy. So the OP is slowly becoming Mr. Wiseman, one habit at a time. So apartment 3B is cursed, I guess? And Mr. Wiseman tells the OP, don't tell anyone your name. So I guess if the current Mr. Wiseman figures out your name, you turn into the new Mr. Wiseman. And it's just a never-ending curse. That's creepy. Anyways, shout out to Akasha, the author. Thank you so much for letting me read your story. Anyways, let's go ahead and get on with the next one. The next one's from r/nosleep from user ZH0901, and it's called The Closing Shift. The last thing Mia said before leaving me alone in the old station was, "Keep your keys on you." I laughed because I thought she was joking. I'd only been working at the place for 13 days. It was a horror-themed escape room built inside a disused underground station. The kind of job that sounded fake when you tried to explain it to people. My friends thought it was cool. I thought it was perfect. I loved horror, needed the money, and didn't mind working somewhere that permanently smelt of dust, damp concrete, and old metal. The company had done a decent job remodeling the place. The ticket hall was now the reception. The old staff rooms had been turned into offices and storage cupboards. The platforms and tunnels had been split into escape rooms with names like the Blackout, Last Train, and the Shelter. Still, no matter how many fake cobwebs they hung or plastic skulls they screwed into the walls, you could always tell what the building used to be. On my first shift, the manager asked how long I thought I'd last. Until I get fired, probably. I hesitated, not wanting to say the wrong thing. He smiled at that, but not like it was funny. Most people say that. Everyone who worked there was a little strange, but that was to be expected at a place like this. So when my coworkers said weird, creepy things, I assumed they were just trying to scare me in their own deadpan sort of way. On my third shift, Josh told me not to go into the shelter after 11. Why? I asked, glancing up from the stack of clue cards I'd been told to sort. He shrugged, like I'd asked where we kept the spare pins. It gets cold. It's an underground station. Everything gets cold. No, he said, not like that. I waited for him to laugh. He didn't. A few days later, Mia was showing me how to reset Last Train after a group had finished. She walked me through the padlocks, the hidden compartment beneath one of the seats, the fake blood capsule we had to replace if someone triggered the wrong clue. Then, just as we were leaving, one of the old ticket windows slammed shut behind us. I jumped. Mia didn't even flinch. If the windows close on their own, ignore it, she said. I stared at her. That happens often? Only when it's busy. I laughed because, again, I thought I was supposed to. Nobody else ever did. My first closing shift alone was on a Wednesday. Wednesdays were usually quiet. We'd get a couple of groups after work and maybe a birthday booking if we were unlucky. Nothing like the weekends, when the place was filled with drunk office workers and teenagers trying to prove they weren't scared. That evening, there were only 2 groups booked in. One was already halfway through the Last Train, and the other had just gone into the Blackout. The reception area was empty except for me and Mia, who was leaning against the front desk with her coat already on, running through the closing procedure for the 3rd time. Reset the rooms once the last group leaves, she said, counting the steps off on her fingers. Check the toilets, turn off all the lights, lock the front door from the inside before you cash up, just in case anyone tries to wander in late. I nodded, trying to look more confident than I felt. "And the shelter?" she asked expectantly. "Locked before 11, I said. "Good." She held my gaze a little too long. I smiled awkwardly. "Because it gets cold?" Mia didn't smile back. "Because it gets cold," she said firmly. Then she reached across the desk and tapped the keys clipped to my belt loop. "Ignore the strange noises. Don't go looking for anything after close, and keep your keys on you." I laughed under my breath. You all really commit to the bit. Mia picked up her bag from behind the desk. "Yeah," she said, walking towards the door. "That's what everyone says." The bell above the front door chimed as she stepped out into the street. For a moment, I watched her through the glass as she pulled her hood up against the rain. Then she turned back and mouthed something. I couldn't hear her, but I didn't need to. Keep your keys on you. For the first hour, everything was normal. The last group of the night were making their way through the blackout, which meant I had nothing to do except wait for them to finish. I sat behind reception, catching up on some university work on my laptop, occasionally glancing up at the CCTV monitors opposite me. Every room was exactly as it should be. The customers were arguing over clues, laughing whenever someone triggered a jump scare, and taking far longer than they should have to solve the puzzles. Then something moved on one of the screens. Not in the blackout, the shelter. I looked up properly, my fingers still resting on the keyboard. The camera feed was grainy and gray, the way it always was in that room. The shelter had been designed to look like an old wartime bunker, with rows of wooden benches, cracked tiles, sandbags piled up against the walls, and a fake collapsed doorway at the far end. It was one of our best rooms, apparently. I hadn't worked there long enough to be trusted with resetting it on my own yet. The room was supposed to be empty. I leaned closer to the monitor, and for a second, I thought I saw someone move between the benches. Just a dark blur slipping from one side of the screen to the other. Then it was gone. I checked the booking system. No one was supposed to be in the shelter. My eyes drifted to the old station clock mounted above reception. 11:05. Shit, I muttered. Mia's voice came back to me at once. The shelter, locked before 11. I stood up quickly, trying to ignore the sudden tight feeling in my chest. It was fine. 5 minutes wasn't exactly a disaster. Maybe the cameras were glitching. Maybe Josh or Mia had left something in there to mess with me. That seemed like the kind of thing they'd do. Probably. The corridor to the shelter seemed longer than it had earlier. With every step, the air grew colder. Not the ordinary underground chill I'd already got used to, but something sharper, deeper, like the cold had been waiting behind the walls and had only just made its way out. By the time I reached the door, goosebumps had risen along both my arms. I stopped with my hand hovering over the handle. There were voices inside. Not one voice, dozens. Low, overlapping whispers on the other side of the door. Too quiet for me to make out individual words, but too clear to be mistaken for pipes or old speakers. It sounded like a crowd trying very hard not to be heard. My fingers trembled as I reached for my keys. For one horrible second, I couldn't find them. Then my hand closed around the cold metal clipped to my belt loop. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Just lock it, I whispered to myself. Lock it and go back. The key slid into the lock easily. From inside the room, the whisper stopped. All at once. I turned the key. The lock clicked, and for a moment, nothing happened. I stepped back. Okay, I said under my breath, forcing out a strained laugh. That's fine. That's probably fine. It was only 5 minutes after 11. Maybe my coworkers were messing with me. Maybe this was some stupid prank they pulled on the new starter. I kept telling myself that as I walked back to reception. I did not run. By the time I got back to reception, the blackout had 5 minutes left on the clock. I sat down, opened my laptop, and tried to focus on the paragraph I'd been halfway through before the camera moved. I stared at the screen until the words stopped looking like words. Then the timer on the blackout hit 0. A few seconds later, the door at the far end of the corridor opened, and the last group stumbled out, laughing too loudly in the way people do when they're trying to shake off fear. There were 4 of them, all in their early 20s, still buzzing from the room. One girl was clutching her friend's sleeve, insisting she hadn't screamed that loudly. Another was accusing the tallest guy of hiding behind her during the final blackout. You absolutely shoved me forward, she said, poking him in the arm. I was protecting you. You were using me as a human shield. I forced a smile as they came over to collect their phones and bags from the lockers. Good room? I asked. Yeah, it was sick, the tallest guy said, still grinning. Proper scary. The crying woman was horrible, one of the girls added, laughing as she pulled on her coat. Like genuinely horrible. Whose idea was that? I froze for a moment before looking up from the locker keys. What crying woman? The one in the corner, she said, near the end, when all the lights went out. Her friend nodded quickly. She was just sitting there, sobbing. I thought she was a mannequin at first, then she moved. An uneasy feeling settled low in my stomach. There was no crying woman in the blackout. There were no actors assigned to that room at all. I glanced past them towards the corridor, where the open door to the blackout waited in the dim light. Right, I said, forcing another smile. Yeah, she's new. The group laughed, impressed. Tell her she was terrifying, the girl said. I will. They gathered their things and headed for the exit, still giggling, still accusing each other of screaming first. The bell above the front door chimed as they left, and the station fell quiet again. After they left, I checked the monitor for the blackout. The corner they had pointed out was empty. That somehow made it worse. I still had to reset the room. For a few seconds, I stood behind the desk, staring at the screen and trying to convince myself that they had imagined it. The lights in the blackout were dim by design. Half the room was hidden in the shadows. It was probably just a coat or a prop, or one of them winding me up because they knew I was new. Probably. I picked up the reset checklist from the desk and reached for my keys. They were still clipped to my belt loop. I checked twice before walking down the corridor. Resetting the blackout went fine. Was I a little paranoid? Maybe. I checked behind the curtains more than I needed to. I turned around every time the old flooring creaked. Once, I caught my own reflection in the cracked mirror beside the fake fireplace and nearly dropped the prop lantern I was holding. But nothing happened. No crying woman, no strange figures in the corner, no whispers pressed against my ear. By the time I finished resetting the final lock and ticking everything off the checklist, I'd almost managed to convince myself that the whole thing was just my imagination. The customers had probably mistaken a coat for a person. The movement on the shelter camera was probably a glitch. The whispering had probably been old pipes or speakers or the sound bleeding through from the blackout. I was halfway back to reception, ready to start cashing up and get out of here, when the front doorbell chimed. I stopped. A second later, I heard footsteps, heavy boots on tile. My stomach dropped as I remembered Mia's closing instructions. Lock the front door from the inside before you cash up. I'd forgotten. Sorry, I called, hurrying the rest of the way down the corridor. We're closed. The words died in my throat. The reception was empty. The front door was shut. The street outside was dark and wet, rain shining beneath the orange glow of the street lights. No one stood on the pavement. No one waited by the desk. No one had just walked in. I stared at the door for a few seconds, listening. Nothing. I forced out a shaky laugh and rubbed both hands over my face. Brilliant, I muttered. I'm actually losing it. I reached for the keys clipped to my belt loop. My fingers found nothing. For a moment, I just stood there, patting the same empty patch of fabric like they might appear if I checked enough times. Then the panic hit. I checked my pockets, my hoodie, my bag, the desk, under the chair, beside the lockers. I walked the corridor back towards the blackout, scanning the floor, trying to remember the last time I'd felt them against my hip. They had been there. I knew they had been there. I had checked twice before resetting the room. Come on, I whispered. Come on, come on, come on. I was passing the shelter when the temperature dropped. It wasn't gradual this time. The cold rushed out from under the door, biting through my clothes and raising every hair on my arms. The lights above me flickered once, then steadied. And behind me, very softly, something jingled. My keys. I turned around. A little girl stood at the end of the corridor. She couldn't have been more than 7 or 8. Her dress looked old, the fabric gray and shapeless with dirt, and in one hand she held a worn teddy bear by its leg. In the other, she held my keys. She was pale in a way no living person should be pale. Not just white, but washed out, like someone had drained all the color from her and left only the shape behind. She looked straight at me. Then she lifted the keys and jingled them once. Mom said you can open the door, she said. My mouth went dry. Behind her, something moved in the darkness. Not one thing, many. Shapes gathered in the corridor behind the girl, pressed close together in the gloom. Men in long coats, women with scarves tied around their heads. Children clutching sleeves. Faces gray with dust. Eyes wide and waiting. The whispering started again, only this time I could make out the words. Open it. Please, let us out. The air's gone. The little girl took one step towards me. Mom said you have the keys. Something inside me broke. I ran. I didn't think about the cash. I didn't think about the lights. I didn't think about the front door, or the alarm, or the fact that I was probably getting fired. I grabbed my bag from behind the desk and shoved through the front door so hard the bell above it screamed. The last thing I heard before I reached the street was the sound of my keys jingling behind me. Not chasing, sobbing. I never went back. I didn't answer Mia's calls. I didn't reply to Josh's texts. I blocked the work group chat before anyone could ask me to explain why I'd left the front door open and the alarm unset. But Mia sent me one message before I blocked her. It was a photo of the Rhoda. My name had been crossed out in red pen. Beside it, in Mia's neat handwriting, she had written, 13 days, longer than most. Okay, so the rules were very simple and very clear, and this person kind of broke a lot of them. But to be fair, the people that worked there already could have been like, hey, yeah, so we're not joking with you. We don't know why you're laughing. This is really bad. Don't break these rules. It almost makes me think that Mia and the others are, ghosts or whatever too. So I guess moral of the story is follow the rules at your new job or at work. Unless they're dumb rules, then break them. I don't care. The next story is from r/NoSleep from user Hot Singles in Your Area. I rented an apartment for dirt cheap, but it came with a strange clause. I had to move to the West Coast about a year ago for work. I had heard about how awful the situation was with rent and all, but I hadn't given it much thought until I actually had to start looking for apartments. Pardon my language, but it's freaking ridiculous. My job requires a graduate degree, and the rent alone in some of these places is more than I make in an entire month. Then you factor in food and whatever else, which is also expensive as hell. And the whole thing's messed up. I'd basically resigned myself to a diet of rice and beans, maybe one chocolate bar a month if I was feeling particularly extravagant. I'm one of those guys that can sleep on airplanes, so if the place I found didn't have enough space for a bed, I was totally fine with just sleeping inside a closet or something. Anyway, point is, I was ready to suffer. And yet, in my moment of desperation, a light appeared in the darkness. A light in the form of a Craigslist ad. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. A listing with a rent of just $200 a month. From the photos, it was clear that the place was far more luxurious than anything else in my price range. There was a bathroom, there was a kitchen, there was even a balcony. You see something like that, your first assumption is that it's a scam. But when you're in a situation like mine, you've got to take any chance you can get. I contacted the person that had posted the listing and told him that I was interested in seeing the place. I also threw in some of my background, explained that I lived on the other side of the country but was currently in the area searching for an apartment due to work. Basically tried to come off as slightly desperate and also a bit pitiful. I got a response less than a minute later asking if I could come to the apartment for a tour. Naturally, I said yes. There were a lot of people at the apartment building for the same reason as me, so they had this whole system set up with numbered tickets like it was the freaking DMV. I had to wait for about an hour, but when it was my turn, I was directed into the apartment, where I was greeted by a large man who introduced himself as the landlord. The place looked exactly like the photos, and I had to confirm a few times that the price of rent I'd seen online was the actual, factual rent that I'd be paying. The landlord seemed almost amused by my disbelief. There was, however, a single caveat, he explained, a reason why it was possible to offer such a nice apartment for such an impossibly low price. Micro-tenancy is what he called it, a new system that we're trying out. While I would be the primary occupant of the apartment, it would be possible for other people to pay to rent out smaller portions of the place for a short period of time. If somebody really needed to take a shower, for example, they could pay money to use mine for 30 minutes. With enough of these micro-tenants, the apartment would make more than enough money to offset the ridiculously low rent. Basically, the whole deal was mutually beneficial. The landlord makes a shitload of money, and I get a cheap apartment as long as I can handle disturbances every once in a while. The whole concept sounded absurd, but I wasn't about to complain. If the landlord thought an arrangement like that would make him more money than just renting the place out normally, well, that wasn't my problem. I told the landlord that his idea was brilliant and that I was more than happy to share the apartment with others. After recording some of my personal information and asking a few questions, the landlord told me that he'd get in touch if I was selected as the primary tenant. Well, I spent the rest of the day dawdling around, touring other apartments, all of them demanding at least 20 times the money for a quarter of the space I'd get from the place with the micro-tenancy deal. I told myself that considering the sheer number of applicants, I needed to face reality and accept that I was probably going to have to settle with one of these shitty Chinatown apartments where the shower head is directly above the toilet. And yet, that very next morning, I received the call I'd been waiting for. The landlord, it seemed, had been particularly impressed when he'd met me. The moment he shook my hand, he knew I'd be the perfect fit for the place, is essentially what he said. And so, I had my apartment, and a month later, I moved in without any hassle. The visitors began to arrive around a week into my lease. They would show up to use my bathroom, take a nap in my bed, work out on the elliptical trainer I'd brought over. It felt strange at first, but the visitors seemed to be getting something out of being in my apartment, so it wasn't too hard to get used to. Still, it always surprised me to come home from work and be greeted by a stranger sitting on my couch. Sometimes I would try to chat them up, but all I'd ever get was a strange look. Like maybe they realized how awkward the whole deal was as well as I did. Those were the normal ones. As the months passed, the number of visitors grew, and for some of them, it was difficult to figure out what exactly they were doing in my apartment. People would show up while I was working out, and then just stand there, watching me. Others brought sketchbooks with them and drew pictures of me while I was eating dinner. I caught one trying to steal my socks. Another walked into the bathroom and started tapping on the glass while I was taking a shower. You get the idea. At times, I considered bringing these things up with the landlord, but I was worried that doing so might get me kicked out onto the streets, so I didn't. Ultimately, I reasoned, none of these visitors were doing anything directly harmful. Annoying, sure. Strange, yes, but that was about it. I was sleeping one night, as I tend to do, when I awoke to a strange feeling in my cheeks. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized that something was standing over me and rubbing my face with their hands. I sat up suddenly and the visitor yelped, then began to retreat towards the door. I was still groggy from having woken up less than a minute ago, plus I was totally nude, so by the time I managed to get out of bed to chase after them, they were already long gone. Whether or not I locked the door didn't matter, since the visitors always had a key. So I sat in front of the door until sunrise, completely unable to sleep. As soon as I got off work that day, I marched into the landlord's office and explained what had happened the night before. The landlord, for what it's worth, turned bright red and began apologizing to me profusely, saying that what had happened was totally out of line and would never happen again. He even offered to give me a 50% discount on the rent for the month, which wasn't that significant considering how little I was already paying, but I suppose $100 is $100. Although the landlord had sounded sincere, something about the whole incident had planted a sort of seed in my mind, a thought I couldn't quite shake. I bought one of those night vision cameras off Amazon, set it up in the corner of my bedroom, and let it run for a few days. When I checked the footage, my suspicions were confirmed. The visitors were there at night too. As I slept, they would enter my room and watch. Nothing more, just stand there and watch, sometimes for hours at a time. I tried to ignore it, tried to tell myself that whatever these people were doing, it was all totally harmless. Reminded myself that I was only paying 200 buckarooskies a month for rent. That night, I just laid in bed, pretending to sleep. But in reality, I was listening very carefully. Around 2 a.m. I heard it, the door unlocking as the first visitor of the night arrived. I heard them shuffling towards me and then stop. I heard the door again, more shuffling, more and more of them crowding into my room. At some point, I finally snapped, rent be damned. I leapt out of the bed and shoved my way over to the door, blocking the way out. When I flipped on the lights, I was greeted by the stares of 10 or so strangers. None of them moved or made a sound. I addressed the crowd with a hearty, "What the hell are you guys doing here?" Hoping that I might sound intimidating despite only being 5'9". None of them so much as flinched. It was then that I noticed something peculiar. The face of one of the visitors, who appeared to be a woman in her late 30s, was sagging at the eyes, far more than the face of even a woman that age ought to. It was as if part of her skin had simply come loose from her skull. I quickly scanned the faces of the others, but couldn't see anything off about them. It was only that particular woman. Not thinking too hard about the legal implications, I lunged toward the woman and grabbed her by the cheeks, seizing the opportunity. The rest of the visitors slipped past me and ran out the door, while the one I had grabbed began to struggle and yell at me in a language that sounded like Italian, but probably wasn't. While I haven't touched many women, I could immediately tell something was wrong with this one. Her skin was so loose, and as she tried to escape my mannish grip, I could feel something beneath her skin. Something wriggling. Something inhuman. I pulled. Then, in the woman's face, no, her entire head came off. And I realized that what I was holding was one of those rubber masks like they use in Point Break, only more realistic. I was stunned, shocked, like a dog that had tried to move out of its bed. And while I was in that state, the woman used the opening to circle around me and escape through the door the rest of her compatriots had used. As she did, I managed to catch a glimpse of what had been under the mask. A great mass of worms where her head should have been, all wet and wriggling and alive. Unsure of how to proceed from there, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and spent the rest of the night sitting in front of the door. But nobody else appeared after that. The next morning, there was a knock on the door, and I would have shit myself then and there if said knock hadn't immediately been followed by the landlord's voice announcing his presence. I quickly put on some clothes and then let him in, hopeful that he would explain to me what had just happened a few hours prior. Instead, he handed me an eviction notice. I played dumb, asking what the issue was and what I could do to resolve it. "You attacked one of the micro-tenants," was his response. Now that my ass was on the chopping block, I found myself regretting everything I'd done the night before. I told the landlord that the people visiting my apartment weren't actually people and that something messed up was going on. I thought maybe that would turn the tides a bit in my favor, but the landlord just nodded and smiled at me, sensing that things weren't looking good as I got on my knees and told the landlord that, okay, maybe they weren't human, but that was fine. Now I knew there wasn't anything to be afraid of, so please just let me stay in this apartment. The landlord looked down at me with a queer glow in his eyes, possibly cataracts. "That's the issue," he said, "more or less. You know too much, and now that you know, you're going to behave differently, unnaturally. Can't have that." With that, he turned and waddled out of my apartment. As the door closed, he called out to me, "It's a shame. You were quite popular." That was a few days ago. 3 more and I have to be out of here. There haven't been any visitors since that night, and yet, when I look out the windows, sometimes I can see people out there, staring in. I swore one of them was wearing a shirt with my face on it. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Anyway, I'm still looking for a new place to live. Had to sell the elliptical trainer since I might be living in a box under a bridge somewhere for a while. Once I'm gone, I reckon that ad will go up again. If you're lucky, maybe you'll find it. Maybe you'll even become the next tenant. And if you do, play dumb. And remember that they're only there because of you. Guys, if it sounds too good to be true, it's too good to be true. You get to live somewhere for $200 a month in a nice luxury apartment with a balcony, but worm people watch you sleep. I'd have to say, I'd prefer the box under the bridge. The next story is from r/no-sleep from user afed13. I told my wife I'd pick her in every life. She said I already have, and she makes sure I do each time. She was a prankster, and so I assumed she was just being silly. "Yeah, why wouldn't you? I'm a great husband," I said, laughing off the joke. "I'm not joking, actually. Usually, I like to wait until you're closer to the end to tell you, but you'll be gone soon enough. I told you to schedule that doctor's appointment." "Yeah, okay, Vera, whatever you say." I was barely unsettled. She was a weird girl. Part of why I liked her. As I started to walk into the bedroom, she grabbed me by the wrist. "Sam, I'm not joking." "Okay, I'll bite. What are you talking about?" I've known you for probably 2,000 years, and most of us pick a person for one lifetime and then switch it up. But you, Sam, you have been so profoundly depressed in each life, it's like I hit the jackpot. The best thing is when you have plenty of hope for it to only be destroyed. I was really looking forward to this time, but you were stupid and waited for the doctor's appointment. You only had a few weeks anyways, but now I'm going to miss out on the hope of being crushed once the doctor realizes there's nothing they can do. She didn't laugh, she didn't smirk, she was dead-eyed. You're not going to scare me into going to a stupid doctor's appointment. I'm 33, I don't have cancer. You foolish humans will do anything to convince yourselves you're immortal. Even the greatest minds on your planet don't live longer than 120 years or so. Why do you think that is? Don't you think after all these years of human evolution, you would have figured this out by now? Don't you think it's strange so many other life forms that are so less advanced don't experience this? Xenosense, biological immortality. The reptiles have it figured out, but they're a dumbed down version here. Horrified at the mental break my beloved wife was experiencing, I asked her to go to the emergency room with me so she could be checked out. She agreed, if I told them I had stomach issues and got myself checked. Fine. She was nervous about my results, and this is her insane way of trying to get me to go to the doctors before my next physical. I went to the hospital with her. She was released after a few hours. I'm now on palliative care. I'm 33 years old, and I have stage 4 colon cancer. Vera, how did you know? Know what? Vera said it indifferently. Her husband of 2 years had a month left, and she didn't seem like she cared at all. In fact, she seemed perturbed by how long it was taking. About my cancer. What's wrong with you? Honey, I already told you. You're never going to understand this, and I've even taken a liking to you. I don't love you, obviously, but I do love the substance you provide. That's why I pick you every time. I always make sure you get a better deal than the other prisoners. I do a lot for you that you don't even understand. You know, the first time I met you, you were a slave in Rome in 26 BCE, or whatever you call it. I had just started out here and had to find my own food, and for some reason, I picked you. I was foolish then. I didn't request for you to be with me again. I had no power anyways, but I also just assumed all slaves at that time experienced the same feeling. Vera, you sound crazy. Yes, and you're ignorant. You humans don't even see or care what you do to animals with your industrial farms. At least we let you walk around and live a life. It's not my fault that you never believe me, but I don't care. I'll wait another 16, 20 years, and I'll be back, feeding off your energy. What I like about you, though, is your naivety. You don't ever believe me, and I've told you the truth each time for hundreds of years. I'm definitely one of the lucky ones. She said it with a sick smile on her face, clearly uncaring of how this was affecting me. I'm not crazy, so I assumed she was still pulling some weird prank or was going through an episode of psychosis that hadn't been picked up yet. I decided to play along. All right, Vera, let's just say this is true. Why would I ever believe something so asinine? Well, I've done this before, and you typically die right after, but I do want to kind of speed up this process since I'm getting hungry. Humans think we all feed off the whole earth. That would be nice, but that's not a luxury my species has. It's very much eat or be eaten with us. Before I could say a word, she continued. Think of the known universe to you humans as the United States. The Milky Way is essentially 7 Mile in Detroit. One of the worst places you could find yourself. Well, me and my species are here for at least the next 10,000 years until we can gain enough energy to move on. The Andromeda is essentially Gary, Indiana. There aren't nice neighborhoods for hundreds of thousands of light years. You see, in this part of the universe that you know, you essentially live in a prison. You deserve to be here, so I can't feel bad. Who knows what you did? All I know is you provide a supreme amount of low vibrational energy. Unfortunately, my species is very much still second-class citizens. Racism spans the cosmos, believe it or not. Anyways, that's why you and every human being on Earth are here, and you idiots choose to go right into the light. Even after I tell you all this, I can guarantee you still will, because you've already done it hundreds of times. I've been your best friend. I've been your daughter. I've been your husband, your father, your wife, your favorite uncle. Each time you listened to me and went into the light, like a moth to a flame. I would feel worse if you eventually figured it out, but you haven't, and so I continue to feed. Mouth agape, I didn't have words to speak. I still assumed she was having a mental break, but the lore she created was perplexing. Before I could respond, she stopped me with a single wave of her finger, and then she did something unimaginable. Right before me, in my literal deathbed, she transformed. It wasn't as showy as you'd think, and while I have trouble remembering all of it, I need to write this down. She became a being of pure light, vaguely reptilian and bright green, almost radioactive and about 7 or 8 feet tall. At the same moment, time seemed to stop. No beeping of machines keeping me comfortable, no cable TV playing in the background, nothing. Her eyes weren't eyes, they were voids. Voids of darkness that would make the Vantablack paint look white. It was the most horrifying thing I had ever seen. I could barely hear or understand her when she transformed back to a human, but I'll never forget what I saw. After that, she left, as I started to code. A plethora of doctors and nurses rushed in, asking for a cart to crash or something, and suddenly I was in total darkness. Not even close to the darkness of her eyes, but dark beyond anything I'd seen on Earth. I saw a distant light, and Vera was there to guide me. "It's okay, Sam. It's time for you to go. Go into the light." I stopped and thought for a minute. Then I told her my decision. "I'm not going, Vera, or whoever you are." She muttered something frustratingly in a language I didn't understand, and I could tell she was transforming into her horrific form again. Suddenly, I woke up in my hospital bed. I asked the doctor where my wife was, and he said she hadn't come to visit me yet, still in the psych unit downstairs. Was anything I saw real? Is any of this real? I want to believe it's all in my head. The chemo and Dilaudid acting up. Anything to blame mental fallacies before accepting what she said. That's why I had to post this. The longer I think of it, the more I think it was a dream brought on by the fear of death. The only thing that terrifies me is when the nurse came in to change my ice chips. "Looks like you spit up or something in your cup. Did you eat any snakes lately?" she said with a light-hearted laugh. "No, why?" "Well, I'm from Georgia, so it's not uncommon. I've just never seen a snake shed its skin in such a public place up here in New Hampshire." As she pointed the cup towards me, I gasped, because I know there are no bright green snakes in New Hampshire. "All right, good to know. Earth is just a prison, and we're all just cattle for the slaughter," or whatever the saying is. You know, at least we taste good, I guess. Our low vibrational energy is delicious, apparently. But seriously, if someone came to me and told me this, that I was just, here to be eaten, and that my energy tasted good, I'm gonna believe them. Like, maybe get a mental checkup, but I'm still like 100%. I'm gonna believe you. It's from r/no sleep from user Saturdead. "I will draw you with 1,000 words. A couple years ago, I was a name in the art scene. Not as an artist per se, but as a photographer. I had a collection of prints that were starting to make a name for themselves. As local celebrities and would-be actors stopped by my studio for their headshots, that reputation slowly built up. I was waiting for my big break and paying the bills along the way. I'm not going to share all my personal details for obvious reasons, but I lived in quite a big city. Not quite Big Apple kind of big, but respectable in its own right. I'd lived there for 8 years, jumping from job to job. Sometimes I'd get to work on something more commercial, and I'd slowly eat my way through that check until my toes dipped back into my savings account. It was a vicious cycle, but it was wonderful. Intense, just like the city itself. Things took a turn when I heard I was being considered for an exhibition at a local gallery. Nothing was official yet, but I was excited enough to make some commercial prints. I had already figured out my centerpiece. It was this enormous floor-to-ceiling portrait of my most beloved model. She was wearing a feathery, custom-sewn wedding dress where the veil had been tied over the eyes like a blindfold, with blood-strewn white feathers adorning her head like a crown. The photo was taken from a low perspective looking up at her, giving her the look of a towering statue. I spent days on that perfect print. I had a custom-made frame, and I prepared the text for the accompanying plaque. I tried telling myself that even if this whole thing fell through, this was something to be proud of. And yeah, the whole thing fell through. Someone else got the exhibit. I still got a call from the gallery. While they couldn't host my work, they had heard interesting things about my experimental photography. They asked if I was willing to provide an art installation instead. I didn't have any ideas off the bat, but I said I did. I could figure something out. An installation was better than nothing. I tried talking them into accepting my masterpiece portrait, but I kept running into walls. There simply isn't space, the director explained. But we are rotating exhibits once every 4 months. I'm sure we'll have something for you in due time. It wasn't much of a promise, but I'd survived longer with less. Like a squirrel trying to make it through the winter, I had set aside a lot of hope for times like this. I tried a couple of ideas, but I kept tripping over my own obsessions. Every time I thought I had something good, it turned out to be a derivative of something I had already made. I wanted to make an installation that wasn't just interesting, but interactive. I wanted to show the visitors something outspoken and personal, not just to me, but to them. I thought about making something with literal mirrors, but it came off as preachy. You can only hold up so many mirrors to society. After a while, they get obsessed with their looks. I finally came up with a concept I liked. The idea was to take a camera and hook it up to a motion sensor. Once you sit down in front of it, it takes a picture. It analyzes the photo and prints out a paper with a message based on what's seen. I figured it was a fun counterposition to the art in the exhibition. Instead of you looking for meaning in the art looks for meaning in you. It translated you to words. But I didn't want to incorporate machine learning or language models, so I had to come up with something else. I got in touch with the gallery's resident poet, a man called Theo. He wrote his messages and descriptions about all the works of art posted in the gallery, and he had a permanent corner in one of the exhibits. It was almost funny. You couldn't go through a single room without seeing something he'd made, but it was the kind of invisible work that rarely gets a name tag. I had this idea of using all the descriptions Theo had written in the gallery and compiling them all into a database. That way, the printed text wouldn't feel out of place to the aesthetics of the gallery at large. I ran the installation idea by the director, and he was ecstatic. I got the go-ahead to make a database. Theo sent over years of files showing nearly everything he'd written during his years working at the gallery. After that, it was a matter of listing keywords, cataloging, tagging, and handling errors. It took me a lot longer than I'd like to admit, but I managed to automate it a bit. After a couple of testing sessions, I was ready to go live. I took my installation down to the gallery to show it off in person. It was a late Wednesday evening. I could tell some kind of game was playing based on the many people in matching jerseys. April rain was coming down. I carried my equipment under my arm, apologizing as I bumped into the occasional group that refused to move out of the way. A security guard let me in and closed the doors behind me, locking them. All the lights were on, but it was eerily quiet. Just a vague echo coming from the far left corridor, short of the entrance hallway. The security guard tapped my shoulder and pointed that way, quietly letting me know where to go. There were some people already there. There was the director, his adult son, 2 elderly women, a tall man, and a young woman. I recognized the tall man as Theo, the resident poet. It didn't take me long to recognize the young woman as Eliza, the one who'd gotten the exhibition spot in my steed. That's when I realized why they were all there. It wasn't to check out my installation, they were setting up her exhibit. It took them a full minute to realize I was even there. When they finally did, their mouths curled up into smiles, but their eyes didn't move. They were putting on a show. Eliza was trying to convince the director that one of her paintings would be a better centerpiece than the one he had argued for. And the 2 elderly women seemed to be debating what even constituted a painting to begin with. As I began unpacking my equipment, Theo came up to me. "Hope my work didn't give you too much trouble," he said. "Did you get what you need? We can update the database later if we want, it's fine. Consider this a prototype." I set up the tripod and screwed down a metal square on the top. Then I wrapped it in black cloth, giving it the impression of a tall rectangular box. I clicked in the camera up top, with a laptop on the floor underneath. I hooked up a small receipt printer on the side, pulled a couple of cords, and connected it. It took me a while to get access to the Wi-Fi, but after that, I was good to go. "You mind grabbing a chair?" I asked. Theo nodded and came back with a stool. He placed it a couple of feet ahead of the camera, according to my directions. After a couple of seconds, an audio message chimed, telling me the motion sensor was primed and ready. I pointed at the stool and had Theo sit down, adjusting his round glasses. Then the camera flashed. The whole thing worked beautifully, and the flash caught the attention of the others. The flash wasn't strictly necessary, but I had to clearly show the visitors when their picture had been taken. The whole thing was automated, and thanks to using a small receipt printer, I could have it make literally hundreds of texts per day. The machine ran the algorithm and buzzed to life, printing out a roughly 1,000-word description of Theo, using a database of his own poems and descriptions from around the gallery. He took the printout and read it, his eyes going wide. "This is amazing," he said, pointing at the slip of paper. "Can I keep this?" "That's the idea," I said. "About 1,000 words, your words, from all over." "Can I try again?" "It's gonna say the same thing. It's based on your features." "What if I make a face?" "It's not that advanced." Theo laughed at that. From the other side of the room, Eliza cleared her throat. We all turned to her, the director included. She pointed at me like she was trying to shoot me with an invisible gun. "We're keeping that camera thing outside the exhibit, yes?" "We have an assigned space for it here by the entrance," the director said, showing a square outlined by tape. "It doesn't take up any wall space." "We're not using the folding screens? We decided against that?" "I'm sure we can work something out." "I would love to hear about whatever else you decided on when you ruled against the folding screens," Eliza smiled. "I would love that." I ended up working with Theo in the adjacent room. The director was busy trying to reel Eliza back in, but it was clear there was some kind of disagreement. She'd gained some success online in the past year or so, thanks to her classical, Kahlo-inspired portrait style, but it was clear she was seeing this whole thing as her doing the gallery a favor rather than the other way around. I ignored them, focusing on calibrating the autofocus while Theo brainstormed a description. "We're gonna need a sign," he said. "And a name. Does it have a name?" "Does it need one?" "We need to refer to it somehow. How about—" He showed me his notebook. At the very top was the phrase, "I will draw you with 1,000 words." Underneath was about a half a dozen variations of that phrase. I pointed at the top. "We should use that one. That's good." "It is?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Tells you everything you need to know. Good one." He smiled at that, and this time the smile reached his eyes. It took a couple of days to get Eliza to budge on sharing the space. They bribed her a little by extending her minimum time to 6 months, with a possible extension. Once she agreed, there wasn't much time to set up. Theo made a sign for me and tried to keep the instructions simple. He had impeccable handwriting. "Sit down, wait for the beep, keep the print. I will draw you with 1,000 words." We had to turn off the camera flash on the first day as it bothered the other guests. Eliza argued that we ought to turn off the sound as well, but I couldn't figure it out. I could probably put some tape over the speaker, but frankly, she could go to hell. She could afford it. She made more in a week than I made in a month. Despite the drama, the 1,000 Worlds installation was quite the hit. I got a message from the director about people lining up to try it, and they loved getting a little piece they could take home. There was a slight issue with some of the words becoming repetitive. There are only so many ways you can describe brown hair, but Theo offered to help me update the database. He had a private collection of poems and prose that he was willing to share. All in all, it was going pretty well. I got paid for my work, and the installation could keep going as long as there was someone around to change the printing paper. I dropped in to check on Eliza's work too. For all her issues, she was talented. There was no denying that. She had this diamond in the rough kind of quality that made all her work extraordinarily human. You could get a sense of who she was just by her brushstrokes. A lot of people enjoyed the 1,000 Words installation too. It felt a bit cheap in comparison to Eliza's work, but even the gaudiest of visitors couldn't stop their curiosity. We ended up having to get more paper, and the only major complaint I heard was that a couple of people had gotten unfavorable descriptions. We had to cut the database a bit. The recognition software got confused when people wore unusually large saws. I still had to come home to my centerpiece resting against the wall, with no space to be hung. I loved that photo. It evoked something primal in me. I had plenty of other things to show, but that one cut straight to my heart. Not being able to share it with the world never stopped hurting. The composition, the frame, the towering angel. Once the installation had been up and running for about 2 weeks, I had to come in for maintenance. The laptop kept overheating under the black cloth, so I had to improve the cooling. Worst case scenario, I had to remove the cloth entirely. I decided it was best to work on site, so I got there later in the evening. The security guard let me in. The director had phoned ahead. It's eerie to walk through that kind of space on your own. Your footsteps echo against every tile. Even the lighting feels different. They have these bright overhead lights that they usually only use during off hours, making the whole building feel like a hospital. I walked into Eliza's exhibit, watching her creations under a harsh light. It was bright enough for the brushstrokes to cast a shadow. Meanwhile, my installation had been delegated to the side, so as to not take up the center space. No one had told me they moved it, but there wasn't much I could do about it. I peeked my head under the black cloth and checked the computer. The thing was still running. Then I heard a click. Looking up, there was no one else there, but the motion sensor had reacted to something. Something was being printed. It wasn't 1,000 words, nowhere near. It was just one sentence, followed by a white space. A radiant exterior masks your demented machinations. What, did I say that word right? Machinations? Machinations? I'm moving on. That's all it had to say. I tried the installation myself, and it worked just fine. The guard was on the other side of the building. I could hear his echoing footsteps. It was just me and the paintings. I read the line again. I'd cataloged a lot of Theo's work, and I couldn't remember that one particular passage. The photos auto-delete for privacy reasons, so I couldn't tell what the camera had actually seen. I kept that paper slip, chalking it up to some kind of algorithmic hiccup. Maybe a fly passed by the lens, tricking it. And yet, asking around the gallery, I heard that this wasn't the first time they'd noticed something unusual. Sometimes they found my installation running in the morning, but attendants swore they'd turned it off the night before. They figured it was a human error. It's easy to forget a laptop. But that one phrase wasn't an isolated incident. Sometimes the attendants would notice a printout or two waiting by the machine. Sometimes it was nothing, but other times it was that same message. A radiant exterior masks your demented machinations. They'd saved the printouts for me. There were at least 6 of them. It wasn't really a problem, but if it was a bug, it was better to fix it now rather than later. I wasn't sure if it was worth fixing, but I decided it couldn't hurt to try. I didn't really have much going on anyway, and being on good terms with the gallery might bump my chances of getting an exhibit of my own. I talked to Theo about it. We sent about 20 emails back and forth, trying to figure out exactly where this one phrase originated. He wasn't sure himself. Some of the stuff he'd sent me was from exhibits that weren't even around anymore. It was a sort of collected archive of poems and descriptions he'd accumulated over the past few years. I got a call from him one evening as I was out grocery shopping. I had my headphones on, browsing through the produce section. The owner knew me by name. I shop there all the time. "I think I found where it's from," Theo said. "Partly, at least." "All right, let's hear it." "It's quite old," he admitted. "When I first started at the gallery, I used a more abstract style. I liked it, but the director thought it imposed unnecessary weight to the pieces, so we settled for more generic descriptions." "What did it describe?" "See, that's the thing. It doesn't describe a single piece of art, it describes the gallery itself. It was a phrase I wrote for a sign during one of our renovations. The full quote is, 'I could hear papers shuffling in the background. There were a lot of papers turning. I could tell Theo had been at this for a while.'" The full quote is, "Pardon the interruption, faithful observer. As our radiant exterior will soon come to house new demented machinations." It wasn't much, but at least I had a source. When I'd imported Theo's text, it had all been these random text files. I hadn't even checked the dates. Some of the text I'd imported lacked descriptive tags to latch onto, so there was no reason for this one phrase to pop up again and again. If it was an old one, I figured it might be some kind of database error. It might have accidentally ended up as the first or last entry, and it just defaulted to it. It was a start, but far from over. A couple of days later, the director called me. This wasn't unusual in and of itself, but he insisted we speak in person. I came down at closing time, watching the visitors leave through the gift shop. The director waved me over, leading me into a more private space through the storage in the back. "It's about the installation," he said as he absent-mindedly browsed one of the shelves. "It's quite the hit. We're considering buying it permanently." "That's wonderful news." "It is," he agreed, "but it comes with a few stipulations. It's a similar deal to what we've offered our dear Theo." "Would you care to elaborate?" He removed an empty plaque from a shelf, looked it over, and put it back. "It means you can't be featured for your own exhibit. It's a policy we had to agree to when signing off on funding. None of those who work here can be part of the exhibitions. It's to make sure we don't just sit around patting one another on the back." "But I don't work here. I'll just have a permanent installation, yes. I'm afraid our standardized contract doesn't take that into account." I thought about it. It would close the door, but it'd probably earn me a fair paycheck. I thought about Theo and his work and remembered a detail. "Does that mean I get a permanent display space? Theo has one." "You would," he agreed. "It's not much, but it's yours. Within reason, of course." He showed me a space not far from the exit. It was barely enough to hang a painting, much less my centerpiece. I would have to settle for something smaller or do something entirely different. Either way, it wasn't a done deal. I excused myself from the director, telling him I had to think about it. That evening, as the gallery closed, I was left sitting in Eliza's exhibit. My installation was still running and the dim visitor lights were still on. Most had gone home, leaving me alone with the security guard and a couple attendants cleaning up the gift shop. I'd settled on a bench overlooking the room. Real fancy bench, too. Hardwood. I was so stuck in my own thoughts that I barely noticed Theo joining me. He sat down next to me with a sigh. Before I could ask, he answered. "The director wanted me to talk to you," he said. "Try and get you to take the deal." Figures. We sat there for a while, looking over the exhibit. In the warm light, the portraits almost looked like windows, showing different worlds on the other side of thin walls. "It's not bad," I admit. "She's talented." "Yeah," Theo agreed. "Nothing half-assed here." "Half-assed?" I snorted. "I thought you writer types were supposed to be more verbose." "I word my best, thank you much." That got a laugh out of me. Then the camera clicked. We both looked up, stifling our laughs. A white slip of paper rolled out of the printer, and even from a distance, I could tell it only had a single line written. I could guess which one. Theo squinted at the camera. "Why does it keep doing that?" "No idea." He got up, looked a little closer, and then turned his attention forward. I could see him looking over the exhibit. Portraits lining the far walls in an otherwise empty room. He scratched his head as he checked the note. Then he shrugged. "The same one," he said. "It's the same damn one. I gotta fix that if I'm gonna accept the offer." "Are you, though?" Before I could answer, I heard a crack. It reminded me of wood snapping from cold. I couldn't place the source. There was another sound, like breaking plastic, then crackling glass. Theo looked around the room, but neither of us could find a source. Something popped right above me, and I jumped off the bench. Joining Theo in the center of the room, one of the paintings that sat right above me fell from the wall. The frame shattered against the stone tiles. One by one, Eliza's painting fell from the walls. Their frames were breaking at the seams, leaving the canvases exposed. It only took a couple of seconds, but it was like the exhibit was self-destructing. Theo pointed at one of the paintings. It moved! As the final painting fell and its frame collapsed, I heard the receipt printer roll out another description. Before I could turn to check it, an eerie sound dragged itself along my spine, like someone pressing a jagged knife over glass. As it reached its peak, I felt a thump reverberating through the room, knocking the wind out of my lungs. The canvases disintegrated, every single one. Some were so violently shredded that pieces were flung across the room. In a heartbeat, it didn't look like an exhibit anymore. It looked like a room covered in dead leaves. It didn't take long for the security guard to rush in. He sees me and Theo standing in a ruined exhibit and freaks out. I could see his eyes go wide from across the room. He pulls out his gun, screaming at us to sit down, and my mind just keeps spinning. My legs give out, and I sit down flat on the ground, accidentally crushing another piece of canvas. "It moved," Theo whispered. "The painting, it moved." I didn't know what to think. My tongue twisted into a stone, forcing me to be quiet. The guard was squeaming. You want proof I'm not AI? There it is right there. Squeaming. The guard was screaming into a radio, and it didn't take long for chaos to unfold. The police arrived. The director arrived. And not long after, Eliza arrived. Theo and I sat on one of the benches when she got there. She didn't seem upset. She just kicked some of the remains around. The director was trying to get hold of security footage, but they were having trouble rewinding. Meanwhile, Eliza just turned to me and Theo, her eyes glossy. The officer next to us tensed up. "Where did you put my paintings?" she asked. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't untie my thoughts. My heart was beating out of my chest. "Where are they?" she repeated. Theo tried to answer, but ended up silently waving his hands around. Eliza cocked her head and picked up one of the canvas pieces. Unfolding it, she ran her fingers across the texture of what had once been a portrait of a woman with a vase, holding a blue sunflower. You could still see the corner of the petals. She looked around the room, and I could see realization dawn on her. Her fingers began to shake. I saw this deeply composed professional breaking at the seams, and it's like she couldn't contain herself. She broke down crying. Ugly crying. But as she turned her attention back to me and Theo, I didn't see sadness. I saw rage. "I'll kill you." The officer next to us took a step forward, holding up a hand. "I'll kill you." She burst into a sprint. Her mid-length heels be damned. Her hair untangled at this unblinking, unbridled fury scrunched across her face. Another officer had to help tackle her to the ground and drag her out of the gallery, kicking and screaming with every step. And like my installation, she repeated herself. She was going to kill me. She made that perfectly clear. Theo and I tried to explain that we didn't touch those paintings, but we couldn't explain what had happened. The footage seemed corrupted, only capturing a couple of still images. You could manually click frame by frame and sort of get an idea, but it would take hours to piece together. They didn't have enough to arrest me, so I was to be sent home with a warning not to leave town. Before I reached the exit, the director caught up with me. Without another word, he thrust my entire installation into my arms, pushing me out the door. The laptop hung out underneath, the cord struggling to stay attached. He just ripped it out. I was left standing on the street with the 1,000-words installation hastily disassembled, and from the receipt printer, I could see the most recent printout still dangling. A radiant exterior masks your demented machinations. I dragged myself home and threw it all in a pile. I collapsed on my couch, sobbing until sleep took me away. I stayed home for days, living off whatever I had in the freezer. At one point, I was just sitting on my couch, eating defrosted sugar peas. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, but I couldn't figure out if it was the cold or the nerves. I'd keep reruns going in the background just to fill the screaming silence of my mind with something other than stomach acid and fear. I checked in with Theo a couple of times, but he didn't have much to say. No news, no clarity. The gallery couldn't get any footage of us actually destroying the exhibition, so the investigation stalled. There was no explanation, but they couldn't pin it on me or Theo. Not that they didn't try. I didn't know what to do. If even the rumor of me destroying Eliza's collection got out there, I'd be done. I might as well leave town. And just by looking at her, I could tell she was going to do everything in her power to destroy me. After about 4 days of the event at the gallery, I got a knock on the door. It was getting late, so I wasn't expecting company. I braced myself for the worst. Looking out the peephole, I could see it was one of my neighbors. She lived just down the hall. I'd seen her plenty of times. I'd never had her knock on my door, though. I flipped the lock open. Yes? She turned her head to the right. I followed her look, only to see Eliza standing off to the side. Here it is, my neighbor said. Thank you. I was so lost, Eliza smiled. Have a pleasant evening. As my neighbor walked away, I thought about slamming the door shut. Then I noticed the revolver, a small snub nose with a silver handle. Eliza's smile was empty, never quite reaching her eyes. The rage was still there. I had no choice but to let her in. She closed the door behind her and locked it. She took a moment to collect herself, letting the revolver rest in the palm of her hand. She ushered me into the living room, where all my gear was still left on the floor. She pointed me at the couch, and I sat down. I remember not knowing what to do with my hands. Putting them on my knees made it look like I was going to get up. Crossing my arms made me feel like a child. I ended up leaving them hanging to the sides like a puppet. She saw you come in here, I muttered. There's a witness. I don't care. She shrugged as her lower lip trembled. She raised her gun so fast that her arm whipped a little, and she squeezed the handle so hard that if she hadn't kept the finger off the trigger, I wouldn't be writing this. I could see her knuckles turn white. 13 originals, she spat. 28 prints and 13 originals. I wanted to tell her I didn't do it, but saying anything could set her off. Her finger was off the trigger, but not by much. You don't think I worked for this? She continued. You think it's all Instagram posts and back scratching? I didn't take a single sponsorship for 4.5 years because I have some gosh dang integrity. She squeezed the trigger. The revolver boomed, and a cloud of concrete dust settled on my shoulder, inches from my neck. You have killed years of work. You've taken literal years off my life. And for what? Jealousy? Is that all it is? You're jealous? I tried shaking my head, but I couldn't get my body to listen. It knew what could happen if I moved inches to the side. That could be enough for the next bullet not to miss. Eliza didn't want me to talk. She rambled about how she'd paid for her own art supplies by working extra at a pet shop. How she'd worked dozens of canvases trying to paint the right thing over and over, only stopping after she finally got it just the way she wanted. How she's obsessed over her work, dreamt about it, lived it, and in her world, I'd taken all that away. And now she wanted me to answer for it. Give me one good reason, she said. Just one. She moved her finger to the trigger. I thought about every word I could come up with. There had to be some combination that would get her to put that thing down and step away, but I couldn't find them. I couldn't bring myself to say anything but the truth. It wasn't me. Her face scrunched up as she raised the revolver. Then she stopped. We looked at one another as we heard a strange noise. It was coming from my art installation. Turns out it'd been in standby mode, keeping the battery from getting drained. It must have been on its last percentage, running on fumes. The camera wasn't pointed toward us either. It was on the floor, looking in a random direction. The receipt printer was chugging along, making a printout. I followed the direction of the camera and looked at my masterfully framed centerpiece resting against the wall across the room. And as I looked a little closer, I noticed something. It was moving. Not the frame or the print, the model in the picture. I jumped as the frame toppled over, smacking into the floor with a bang. Eliza turned her attention to it, swinging the gun around. It wasn't me, I repeated under my breath. It wasn't me. Looking at me and then back at the frame, Eliza stepped forward. She raised her foot and brought it down as hard as she could, attempting to assert whatever vengeance she could against my work. But as soon as her foot came down, something moved. It moved suddenly and with enough force to knock her off balance, sending her reeling to the floor. The frame slowly lifted itself upward as something pushed itself out from underneath. An impossibly long arm reached out and dug its fingers into the floor, trying to get enough grip to pull itself forward. Little by little, this enormous figure pulled itself free from my print. It was easily 8 feet tall, a custom-sewn wedding dress with a veil tied as a blindfold, and a crown of bloodied white feathers. But it looked nothing like the model I'd photographed years earlier. It was the literal picture. It retained the inhuman proportions brought by perspective of the photo, its arms bigger and longer than what ought to be possible. A long, outstretched head like the flame of a candle. The camera clicked again. Another printout. Eliza was in shock, having crawled up against the wall. She held her gun out like a crucifix. I crawled off the couch, across the floor, and read the printout. The first one was exactly the one I expected, but the second one was different. How I wish to kiss your brilliance, with but 1,000 tears of joy. Its hand flung out across the room. I hadn't realized how large it was. It grasped Eliza and pushed her up against the wall, knocking the air out of her lungs. I could hear her gasping for air from across the room. There was another printout. The character of a debased Gorgon. It was pressing her harder, moving closer. It was going to crush her. She lost control of her arm and dropped the gun, letting it fall to the floor. She was well over a foot off the ground. A sacrosanct talent, golden yet miserable. The camera wasn't even clicking anymore. This was no longer descriptions of what I was seeing. It was communication. It was whatever words this thing wanted to convey. And as its long head swayed like a cobra, my tongue loosened. Before it snapped Eliza's ribs, I spoke up. "Please," I whispered, "don't kill us." It dropped her like a sack. She collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. This enormous creation turned towards me, and the printouts continued. I read it aloud, giving it a voice. A house that longs for a blessing, a soul demanding of beauty. I read it again, looking up. This thing could barely stay upright. It wasn't natural. A house? I continued. The gallery? A finger reached out, stroking my chin. The texture of warm, wet paper. The closest thing to a yes I could get. "You're from the gallery. You want something. From me." It almost knocked itself over. I could see it now. I could understand. This thing had been in the gallery. It had wanted me to exhibit my work. It hadn't wanted Eliza's. It tried to show me its disdain through my installation. When nothing seemed to work, and I was on the verge of signing away any chance for a future exhibit, it stepped in. Theo saw it move in the portraits. That's what must have triggered the camera. Movement in a place we didn't look. It had stopped me from signing away the possibility of an exhibit, and now that my life was on the line, it intervened again. "Okay," I whispered. "If you want it, I'll do something." It stroked my chin again. I'd seen that photo 1,000 times. I knew every inch of it, every contour, every contrast. And with the blink of an eye, the model rested back in its frame like nothing had happened. We sat there in the dark, letting the realization settle. We'd been approached by something inhuman. Eliza and I just moved on. This whole thing was beyond us, and there was no point in looking at this like rational human beings. She didn't press charges about the gallery. I didn't press charges about my home. We just looked the other way and silently decided that we'd never look back or talk about this, ever. The next day, I got a call from the director. He was clearly shaken, but his message was simple. If I wanted it, I'd have an exhibit at the gallery. Permanently. I accepted, and the moment I did, he hung up the phone. He handed in his resignation later the same day. This was all a couple of years ago. While I moved out of town to get some space, my exhibit is still up. Attempts at changing it or taking it down have failed, for one reason or another. I still get the occasional check in the mail. It's not the most popular exhibit. Since it never changes, most visitors have grown tired of it. I hate thinking about it. People who still go to that gallery hurry through my exhibit to get a view of whatever's new. They roll their eyes at my work, asking themselves how the hell it could still be up after all these years. My centerpiece hangs in the center hall with a spotlight firmly attached. It has a couple of fans, I suppose, but there's this sense of unease that hangs over the entire room. The guides don't like to linger too long. The security guard hurries past it at night. It feels like that space isn't meant for visitors. It's meant for whatever wants it to stay like this. I'm not a photographer anymore. I work in documentary filmmaking. I'm afraid that if I were to pick up a camera, something might reach out to me. I don't want to create something for that thing to return. That's not the world I wanted, and it's not the one I intend to return to. Dio still works there, not because he necessarily wants to, but because every time he has tried to quit, something has made him come back. I've only talked to him briefly about it, and it's clear he doesn't want to talk about it. It can reach so far, he told me once. There's always pictures. It can always move. Eliza still makes things. She moved to another state and changed much of her brand. She's quieter nowadays, different. I still get her Instagram reels, but they're not as vibrant. I guess somber is a better description. Looking back at this, I think that sometimes our work runs away from us. Be it art or prose or craft, it takes on a life of its own and it leaves us in the dust, gasping for air. It loves us for what we do in the most destructive way it can, and nothing is safe from its wants. And to this day, there is an art installation running at a gallery in a big city, far away from here. There's a sign next to it, waiting to be read. Sit down, wait for the beep, keep the print. I will draw you with 1,000 words. Saturday, thanks again for once again serving up a banger. And this seems different from, I think, any Saturday story that I've read, and I've read a lot of them. I honestly don't think I'd even call this one scary as much as I'd call it, I don't know, maybe uncanny. I mean, it doesn't really have jump scares or anything. It just slowly convinces you throughout the whole story that something is seriously wrong with this gallery. But yeah, no, that was a really good story. I liked it a lot. Anyways, let's go ahead and get on with the next one. It's also from r/NoSleep from user happyprogrammer1177. When my mother died, I decided to clone her and raise her as my daughter. It was the best decision I could have made. Which, when I messaged Happy Programmer, who's actually a viewer of this channel, I told them probably the same thing that you're thinking, and that is an insane title. Anyways, let's go ahead and get right into it. I knew my mother was dying. I'd known for a long time. Countless nights were spent crying, reminiscing, and trying to spend as much time as possible with her. But I truly realized that her time was coming to an end on a September night as I sat next to her, clutching her frail hands. They used to be so strong. Those were the hands that would pick me up after I fell as a toddler. The hands that would let me lick the batter off the spoon when she baked. The hands that would press against my forehead to check for a fever when I didn't feel well. And now, her fragile hands were in mine as she stared at me with cloudy eyes. It took everything in me to bite back the tears and return her gaze with a smile. I couldn't lose her. She was my everything, my world. But even in those desperate moments, I knew there was nothing I could do to get my mom's youth back. So I did the next best thing. I cloned her. I wanted to pay her back and give her the life she deserved. My mother rarely talked about her childhood, but through bits and pieces, I could tell that it had been hard for her. She had done so much to raise me with proper values and wisdom, and I felt that I owed everything to her. So, to pay her back, I would remake her childhood and give her what she truly deserved. I was determined to forge her not just into the woman she had become, but an even better version, a happier Gwen, a healthier Gwen. I won't disclose the details of the company here because I don't want them getting in trouble, but the process was seamless. All I had to do was pay in cash and send her body to the lab. Once they were done collecting DNA samples, they would cremate her and send me her ashes. After a bit of waiting, I would get my mother back, except I would be the one raising her as my own. When little Gwen first arrived, I was nervously arranging the house. I wasn't sure why, she was just a baby after all, but my mother would clean before every guest, no matter what. Even as I grew older and my visits grew less frequent, She would always do a deep clean before I came home. My heart leapt with joy when the man knocked on the door and handed me my Gwen, still swaddled in a light pink blanket. She looked so much like the faded baby photos I had seen of my mother decades ago. A tear rolled down my cheek as I looked into her eyes, the same dusty blue that I remembered before the glaucoma and the cataracts took away its vibrance. She was beautiful. No, she was more than beautiful. She was my mother. From that day forward, I dedicated my life to raising Gwen the way she raised me. Blood, sweat, and tears were put into math homework, swim practice, chess lessons, and writing. I wanted her to achieve greatness. She would be everything my mother wanted to be in her past life. I would make sure of it. It wasn't always easy, especially as Gwen grew older. She was around 12 when we began fighting more. Every day, she would look more like my mother, but act less like her. She put the books away and spent more time borrowing my phone. Instead of going to swimming practice, she would talk about how all her friends were on the soccer team. The extra math problems Gwen would solve when she was younger were greeted with grumbles and complaints. It was so unlike her. My mother had a deep passion for math that carried her into a career as a mathematics professor. She loved swimming ever since she first learned how to swim. Even in her later years, laps in the pool offered her weak joints some much-needed relief, and reading was what had turned her into such a well-spoken woman. My mother loved nonfiction. The few books little Gwen did read were usually fantasy, filling her head with unnecessary distractions. She was Gwen. She had the flesh and blood of my mother. They had the same brain, same heart, same hands and eyes. Why were their souls so different? The first night Gwen and I had a real fight was when she insisted on switching to soccer. I had been reading a magazine at the table when she approached me, homework in hand. She usually had me review her homework and check for errors, especially after her chess lessons. She was prone to making simple mistakes. Gwen slid the paper towards me before asking, "Mom, would you consider switching me to soccer instead of swimming at school?" "Why soccer?" I asked, puzzled. "You've always loved swimming." "All my friends are in soccer. Plus, it looks like fun." I set down the magazine on the table and looked at her. Sometimes we need to dedicate ourselves to one thing at a time. It's important to have the discipline to do things, even when they grow hard. "I don't want to quit because it's hard. I just don't like it." She sounded annoyed. "You're not quitting. Sticking to swimming will help you later in life." "I hate swimming," Gwen cried out. "It's boring, and the people on the team are weird. Stop acting like you know more than me." "I do know more than you." "No, you don't. You don't even know me. You just expect me to do whatever you want," she shouted. I hope the neighbors weren't able to hear. Agitated, I replied, "I'm doing this because I know you. You'll thank me later." Tears welled in Gwen's eyes as she glared at me before stomping off to her room and slamming the door shut. I scoffed at the idea of my mother playing soccer. She couldn't care less about it. Gwen only wanted to join because her friends were there. How selfish. She might not have realized how good swimming was for her, but she knew how much it meant to me. How could she treat me like this? As it got closer to midnight, guilt began to eat at me. Gwen might have acted differently, but she was all I had left of my mother. I didn't want to hurt her. She just wasn't acting like herself. I knew her. I had known her for 50 years. I knew her likes and dislikes. I knew what helped her sleep at night. I knew how talented she was. I knew how much she committed herself to a challenge. Gwen should have known that I knew her best. But she was still growing, just like my mother once did. Everybody went through puberty. Everybody wanted to try new things. Everybody got into arguments. It wasn't like I didn't expect these fights, I just never really prepared for them. She would just have to trust me. She should have known that I knew her best. Gwen just needed to stick with it. She had the potential for greatness that my mother could only dream of. Everybody said it. Coaches, teachers, even parents of her friends. She was a star in everything she did, so why was she trying to push away the very things that made her great? The question kept repeating in my head, so I told myself that she was just being foolish, that it was the hormones talking. But I knew I'd hurt her, and I didn't want to lose her twice. They might act completely different right now, but she was all I had left of my mom. I crept to her bedroom and opened the door just a crack to see if she was still awake. Gwen's chest rose and fell steadily, so I pushed it open even further. She looked so much like my mom that it hurt. Every day, I would see my mother and her more than the day before. She looked healthier, though, with fuller cheeks and twinkling eyes. It was what my mother should have looked like in her youth. I took another step closer, my eyes watering. The familiar pang in my chest had returned. "Mom," I whispered, "I miss you so much." Gwen's heavy breathing stopped. "I'm here, Stacy." I froze. Did I wake her up? But the heavy breathing returned and the tension in my shoulders relaxed. Weird. Gwen had never sleep-talked before. She sounded like my mother. I could almost hear that familiar depth in her adult voice. I crouched beside her bed. Maybe I should let her try soccer. It could solidify her love for swimming if she tried a different sport and didn't like it. "Stacy," Gwen groaned. Her eyes remained closed. I reached out and cupped her smooth face. I could feel her heartbeat where my fingers rested beneath her ears. "I'm here, Gwen," I whispered. Her eyelids fluttered but remained closed. "Stacy, it's me, Mommy." I held back a sob. She sounded so much like my mom. Could it really be her? Was she speaking to me through little Gwen? "Mom?" "Yes, Pumpkin." My mom had always called me Pumpkin. It was something reserved between us. As much as I missed her, I never told little Gwen about the nickname she'd once given me in her past life. I tried not to let Gwen know too much about my mother. I couldn't let her catch on. It would be too big of a shock, and I didn't want her to question her whole humanity, her very life. I wanted her to live like a normal person. "I've missed you so much, dear," she spoke again. Oh God, it really was my mom. How was this possible? Tears kept streaming down my face as I realized that I was speaking to her again. Somehow, I was here, talking to the one woman I would have done anything in the world for. I felt like a little girl. It was so good to hear her old voice one last time. I'd recorded her in her final days so that I could listen to her, but it was nothing compared to this moment. Her voice sounded so much stronger now. Older, but stronger. "I've missed you too." I couldn't tell if what I said was discernible between my hiccups. I was crying quietly to not wake Gwen up, but it was so hard. I let my tears fall onto the blanket beside her. "Now, honey, we don't have a lot of time. Gwen might wake up soon." "What do you mean?" "I need you to trust me on this, okay? Do you want to see me again?" I nodded vigorously. I would give anything to spend one last day with my mother again. "Yes, of course." "Where your hands are, do you feel that pulsing?" I paused. What I had mistaken for a heartbeat was actually something else entirely. There was something underneath her skin pushing from inside, like it was trying to get out. It moved at a steady pace, but it definitely wasn't natural. "Yes, Mom." It felt so good to address my mother again. I never thought I'd be able to say it after she died. "That's me. Can you feel me pushing?" I nodded, my breath hitching in excitement. I could feel her. I was only millimeters away from feeling my mother. "This is going to sound strange, but you need to believe me. You know that I've never lied to you before, right?" "Okay." "Gwen is a skin. They did more than just clone her. They put my soul inside of her too." I furrowed my brow. "Skin? What do you mean?" Gwen suddenly shifted, and I quickly drew my hand back towards my chest. My mother waited for her deep breathing to resume before she continued. "It was never about cloning. They targeted people who had lost loved ones for a reason. They wanted to keep the body and the soul alive. They did more than you asked for, honey. They kept me alive too." I pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. It sounded unbelievable, but my mother wouldn't lie to me. "But Gwen is nothing like you. She strays farther from who you were every day. Gwen is my shell, honey, but she is not me. I'm here, but Gwen and I are two separate beings." I lost track of time as my mother explained the situation. More than once, Gwen moved in her sleep, and every time she did, I feared that she would wake up and I would lose the chance to speak to my mother again. But my mom went on, explaining how Gwen was simply a vessel for her, how inside her soul had drawn enough of little Gwen's energy and cells for her to begin growing inside of her clone. The company had done more than it had promised. In fact, it had recreated life in a way that no other scientist was able to. They had reversed death. They had brought my mother back from the dead, all for a couple $100,000 in cold hard cash. It was a steal, honestly. It's getting tight in here. I'm gonna need to be let out soon. Is there anything I can do to help, Mom? I couldn't stop saying it. I'll do whatever it takes, Mom. I tasted the words on my tongue. It felt so good. For a few moments, my mother didn't say anything. Mom? I asked again. This is going to be the hard part. I'll do it. I'll do anything to see you again. My heart raced with excitement. I missed my mother so much. When I was a little girl, she always told me when I'd hurt her. She'd reminded me when I was being ungrateful. She'd teach me equality, to show me that the pain from her blows were less than the pain she felt when I'd make a mistake. I still needed to make it up to her. I had hurt her with my mistakes, my failed tests, my petty complaints. So much of her pain and suffering had been caused by me, but I could fix it all now. My mother was so wise, but she was gone before she could teach me everything. There was still so much I could learn from her. I needed to see her again, to hear her voice and hold her hand. Little Gwen wasn't enough. She might have looked like her, but she was nothing like my mother, and I was so close to being back with her again. Some might have called it a big sacrifice when I did what I did. Others might have said it was a risk, but my mother was always right, so I had to listen. I would hurt anybody just to protect her. That's why, when she told me to press a pillow against Gwen's face, I didn't protest. She said Gwen couldn't actually feel pain. When she told me to start cutting at Gwen's scalp, I listened again, sliding obediently until there was no skin left. All the struggle and red was worth it when fingers protruded from the flesh, eventually becoming arms, which became shoulders, and soon emerged the face of my mother. Her bones and joints cracked as she crawled out of her shell, but her movements were distinctly hers. She was so small, but she would continue to grow now that she had more space. A smile formed on my lips as I drank up the sight of her. I'd missed the mole on her lip and the slight hunch in her posture. Little Gwen didn't have those things. Standing before me was my mom, just as beautiful as I remembered, and that was all I needed. Thank you, Stacy. You've made me proud. My heart soared as a smile bloomed across my face. It was all I had ever wanted to hear. When I was younger, she would offer her critiques to better me. I knew she wanted me to be the best version of myself, but in my teenage years, I'd resisted. Then I went to university and moved out, and I couldn't prove myself to her like I wanted to. Her harsh comments and painful strikes and blows all made up for this moment. I'd finally done it. I'd made her proud, and all I had to do was listen. This is why I didn't protest against her, because my mother was always right. I'm posting this now for those of you that want to see your loved ones again. It's possible. I've found my happiness, and maybe you can too. And then here's the top comment on this one. You and your mom are terrible people with some huge issues. I hope the cops find you and put you in jail. Happy Programmer was definitely great at showing the personality disorders that were inherited from the mom to the daughter. Let's read the next top comment. It's interesting. My mom had been diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. I do recognize the programming. Yes, you do get raised and subtly manipulated to make up for whatever deficiency or trauma they experienced. You do sometimes get a glimpse of what they could have been. I was lucky, and my mom consented to lifelong psychiatric care. Poor little Gwen. You know, you missed your chance to see what your mom would have been like without the trauma-induced personality disorders. No, she would not have been like your mom. She would have been her own person, which is something that apparently was not allowed to happen for the 2 generations that preceded her. Sheesh, poor little Gwen. So unfortunate. But now I'm thinking like, how do you explain why your daughter's not in school anymore? And then how does the big Gwen Gwen, the mom, the original mom, explain her presence and how she's just here. Yeah, it's hard for me to have words on this one. Shout out to Happy Programmer. Whenever I read the title of this one, like I said, I knew it was going to be a weird one, but I did genuinely enjoy it. Thanks again, Happy Programmer, for letting me read it. Also, huge shout out to JM Pudding, the guy who gave me the elytra and the totems and the golden carrots. That came in clutch. That was so helpful. It's from r/no sleep, and it's titled "Don't Feed Your Kids Caramel Crayons." Yummy. Everyone has a first memory. For me, it was chewing on a crayon and looking down at paper. Someone was screaming at me to do something, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. I was confused, scared, and a bit sick. Next thing I know, I'm being carried to a car and driven to a hospital. I remember the world spinning. I'd been poisoned, and I had a long list of severe reactions to it. I don't remember much from that time. I was happy eating ice cream and getting to play Alex Kidd on the Mega Drive. Meanwhile, I was subjected to daily tests and taking 4 kinds of medication. Behind the scenes, things were different. The crayons were part of a promotional deal handed out at a nationwide grocery chain when you signed up for a membership card. You also got a fruit basket and a coupon. Turns out, some of the crayons had been tampered with to include one that smelled and tasted like caramel. That's pretty much my first memory. My teeth covered in wax, the taste of caramel on my tongue, and looking down at a picture I can't remember drawing. My family was one of about a dozen who went to court, but we were offered a substantial settlement to keep it quiet. I don't have the exact number, but my family agreed. After all, no one died. By the time we got the payout, I was already back on my feet. All the kids were. There were a few lingering effects of the poison. For example, I couldn't really taste anything sour anymore. Kids could hand me the most eye-watering sour candy, and I didn't even flinch. To me, it was no worse than a cough drop. I would also have trouble going to bed at a regular time, almost as if my circadian rhythm was broken. I can easily stay up for about 36 hours without cracking a yawn. By the time I got to high school, things looked different. I was a math whiz studying at a university level. I played 4 instruments, and I could speak 3 languages fluently. My mom hated when I pulled an all-nighter, but once I got to move into the garage, I got into the habit of sleeping every other day in secret. It worked out fine. It's crazy how much more time you have on your hands when you function on a different level. I can't imagine finishing high school on a regular schedule. I went to college on a scholarship and finished with a doctorate in applied mathematics and statistics. Honestly, it felt a bit like cheating. I would zoom past other students since I could spend more hours of the day focused on one thing without the need to interrupt myself with sleep. I'd get these cheap meal packs that were more or less a TV dinner with a chocolate bar. I ended up skipping the dinners and just getting the bars. I would go days on end just devouring sugar and caffeine on these high caloric benders that would send my mood up and down like a roller coaster. But I'd get crazy amounts of work done. I was working on a paper and teaching a college class when I met Kayla. We just clicked. What happened between us is what I hope happens to everyone at some point, that everything just gets easy. There was no doubt about us moving in together, about me proposing, about getting a shared bank account, a townhouse, and a car big enough for a family. And once the wedding bells had faded far behind us, we welcomed our first child, my daughter, Erica. Erica was born 6 weeks prematurely and had critical respiratory issues. She required round-the-clock care, and things were a bit touch and go for a while. There was a severe chance of bacterial infection, so Kayla and I had to watch her day and night through a pane of glass. I would be there for days on end, once again subsisting on candy from the vending machine and the occasional lukewarm coffee. But things turned out all right. Erica pulled through, and we took her home. I think the whole thing scarred Kayla a bit, turning her more overprotective than she'd want to be. Not saying I was completely unaffected, but she definitely had a shift in perspective. She'd stay up at night, holding a mirror in front of Erica just to make sure she was breathing. But, as with most things, we found a new normalcy, and days turned to weeks, to months, to years. By the time Erica started going to preschool, we noticed some behavioral patterns. She avoided other kids and kept to herself. She had trouble following instructions, and she'd sometimes act in a way that made her seem cold. She'd snap at teachers and stay in her corner, drawing with crayons or playing with her favorite stuffed bunny. I figured it was a quirk of her personality, but Kayla wasn't convinced. We had a lot of fights about it, and at one point, her patience ran out. We'd been sitting in the kitchen talking for well over an hour. She was having a cigarette, blowing smoke out the window. She only smokes when she's stressed. Maybe it's that shit in your system, she snapped at me. That poison. Maybe it can affect our kids. You're suggesting it's my fault she can't make friends. Do you even know what you have? They ever tell you that? The fight eventually ended, as they all do, with quiet resignation and Kayla going upstairs to check on Erica. That argument made me take a step back and poke around a bit. It didn't take long for me to find the contact info from some of the other families. Some of them had kept in touch with my parents for years after they went to court. Hell, our family still had some of that settlement money left. I double-checked a couple of names with my parents and sent out some emails. After a couple of days, I got a response from a man named Howard. He was about my age and introduced himself as one of the kids affected by the same thing when we were younger. He'd just changed his name for unrelated reasons. He'd been in touch with a couple of the others and wanted to bring us all together to see how we were doing. It was a fun idea, sort of like a class reunion for people who had something very specific in common. I agreed, since it wasn't a long drive. I drove out to a cafe on a lazy Thursday in July after a long day of grading papers. I didn't really know what to expect when I pulled into the parking lot, but it wasn't hard to spot the crowd I was looking for. 7 people showed up, from all walks of life. All of them around my age, skinny and well-dressed. None of us wore glasses. I walked up and introduced myself. There were a bunch of names and people wanting to introduce themselves. We didn't get much time before one of the guys up front called for attention and waved us over. "Thanks for coming, everyone," he said. "I'm Howard. I set this shindig up. Figured it was as good a time as any to figure some stuff out." Howard's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He had a well-kept beard and a Hawaii shirt. We all settled into a big booth on the top floor of the cafe. Everyone ordered something. Coffee with extra sugars, an energy drink, classic Coke, snacks, cookies, sandwiches. I wasn't the only one with an appetite, but to be fair, that place had an amazing carrot cake. While we were chowing down, Howard spoke up. "I figured we could go around the table and introduce ourselves," he said. "Something about you, your job, where you live, something like that." We all agreed. One by one, we said our names and a little tidbit about ourselves. I shared a bit about my work, my wife, and my daughter. There was one who was a cryptographer working with the defense industry. Another was a city planner working to stop congestion through simulated models in inner cities. We had an art critic, a structural engineer, a professional musician, and a surgeon. Howard worked with cybersecurity. It didn't take us long to realize we had a lot in common. We all had a college education, and many of us were on the same academic level. We had complex roles that required years of specialized experience. As we compared notes, I had a slice of cheesecake and noticed Howard looking at me. He tilted his head and asked an open question. What else do we all have in common? Turns out, quite a lot. On top of being well educated, we all had a sweet tooth. We all had a complicated relationship with sleep, and we had great short-term memory. All in all, we were doing pretty good. The surgeon chimed in. "We don't really know what was in the crayons," he said. "They never released a toxicology report, and most of the documents were sealed as part of the court settlement. It'd be impossible to find anything about it at this point. There wasn't anything that different about any of us. We had all been x-rayed and had our blood drawn at one point or another, and no one had ever noticed anything strange. On paper, there was nothing unusual about us. We just had the caramel crayon in common, and that changed the trajectory of our lives." Then the structural engineer spoke up. "Frankly, if whatever was in those crayons made us end up like we are today, can we really say it was such a bad thing?" We could disagree on principle, but the facts spoke for themselves. Another added, If I had a kid, I'd want them to get the same opportunities that I did. I wouldn't mind giving them a caramel crayon. The others agreed. At the very least, they wanted to get a closer look at what it contained. Thinking back on Erica, I could see where they were coming from. Erica had so many issues, and if giving her this one thing could help, I wouldn't hesitate to give her one. Coming home that night, I put Erica to bed. She was having another stomach ache, so I already knew what Kayla was doing. Whenever Erica had stomach issues, Kayla reviewed everything she'd eaten to see if there was a common denominator, some kind of allergen. So far, we'd found nothing. I read Erica a story, tucked her in, and joined Kayla in the kitchen. As she reviewed the list, I told her about the group and our meeting. If we got the option, do you think Erica would be better off being a bit more like me? I asked. What do you mean? I mean mentally, if she was a bit less tired and a bit more attentive, you know? How can you say that? I don't mean it like that. I sat down and held her hand, looking her in the eyes. Without using a word, I tried to tell her I wasn't asking this to be mean or to imply anything bad. I was concerned. I think Erica would do better, long term, if she had the option to be a bit more like me. Do you agree? Kayla looked me deep in the eyes. I could feel the easing tension in her hand as she twirled an unlit cigarette between her fingers. She thought about it, then released a drawn-out breath. Yeah, she nodded. I think she'd do better. Me and the others created an email group and got to work looking into what we could about the crayons. As the case never went to court, the news articles that covered it were sparse. Luckily, some of the families involved kept meticulous notes. I talked to my parents and made copies of all contracts and tests they had done and uploaded them to our communal group. Others did the same. There wasn't much to go on, but the surgeon went through what he could and confirmed that we'd all had symptoms reminiscent of anaphylaxis, allergic reactions. Some of us experienced sudden weight loss, while others had inflammation of the gut lining. Most of us had experienced balance issues, while others had severe eczema spanning the entire length of the spine. A part of the settlement had been the company reassuring our parents that they would either stop production entirely or change their safety standards. The structural engineer suggested that the tampering was probably done in-house when the product moved from packaging to warehouse, meaning the culprit was probably someone who worked at the central warehouse unit. We all pitched in with what we could. It was a lot of fun to dig into something like this, and everyone seemed on board. It was a puzzle to solve, and we were all in. One weekend, I couldn't put the work down. I usually forced myself asleep every night, but that particular day, I was too fired up to get any rest. Kayla was worried, leaning on the doorframe to check in on me. I was chatting with Howard, who was taking on an organizational role to keep things centralized. I just finished updating my contact info. Her stomach's getting better, Kayla said. Huh? Your daughter, she grinned. Her stomach's getting better. Right, of course. She likes it better when you read to her. Kayla sat down next to me, checking what Howard had written. We'd been breaking down our symptoms, trying to come up with a good list of possible substances that could reproduce them, and looking at their effects on consumption. It was a lot of gobbledygook. Sometimes I forget you're a genius, she snorted. Then you show me stuff like this. You really think she likes it better when I read? Changing the subject, she said, tapping her nose. Smart. And yeah, she's pretty open about it. She doesn't hold back, that's for sure. You seen what she drew today? Kayla unfolded a piece of paper, showing me what looked like brown, hollow blob. I couldn't make sense of it. She says it's Mr. Rabbit, Kayla snorted. I'll be honest, I don't see the resemblance. She's going to keep that thing until she goes to college, I swear to God. You think she'll go to college? Well, I said, turning the paper over in my hands. Maybe not for an art degree. Kayla smacked me on the shoulder playfully, giving me a kiss on the cheek. She's beautiful and makes beautiful things, and you're an idiot. Of course, dear. You're right, dear. Smart man. It took us a couple of days to piece together what we could find. The crayon had most probably been packaged as a sort of compact caramel fudge, dipped in a fragrant sugar solution. Whatever the chemical mixture we'd been given actually was, it had to be potent enough not to dilute, or be rendered ineffective when exposed to heat or room temperature for prolonged periods of time. That narrowed it down, sort of, but we were far from an answer. Then, a breakthrough. It was our art critic Shannon who found something. She was used to scouring online auction houses and collectibles, and there were a number of people who hoarded strange 90s nostalgia. That included crayons and promotional material, even niche ones. I found a seller in Omaha who's got an actual caramel crayon, she wrote in the group chat. It should be here in a couple of days. This was a game changer. If this was the real thing, we could finally get a sample, and with that, answers. As a couple of days passed, I couldn't help but pay a bit more attention to Erica. Not only was she struggling socially, but she was having trouble with shapes and colors. She could spend all day drawing, but it would always come out as some kind of immaterial blob. Even squinting at a distance, I couldn't make it out to look like anything. It was clear she was struggling with spatial dimensions, often going too fast and tripping over herself. I started thinking she might need glasses. It was a difficult question to answer. Should I give her a caramel crayon if given the opportunity? I wouldn't without knowing what was in it, but did it really matter if I considered the results? I'd been given one without my consent, and I turned out fine. We all had. The question of whether or not it'd been good for us was already answered. Still, I couldn't help but wonder what would change if she ate one. What would she be like in, say, a year? And later in life? Would she be thankful for the opportunity or angry that I took something away? Shannon updated us that there'd been trouble with the shipment. She wasn't sure if it was a case of porch pirates or failed delivery, but the package never reached her home. After getting access to a street camera, don't ask how, I have no idea how we did it, one of the members confirmed that no delivery truck had even passed by her house that day, meaning the package had most probably either been sent to the wrong address or never reached the sorting station to begin with. Given how rare the crayon was, we set to tracking it down. Howard was ready to call the whole thing off, but we turned things around surprisingly fast. One guy managed to get access to the warehouse delivery manifest, again, don't ask, cross-referencing the weight of the packages with the order receipt that Shannon had. We managed to find a confirmed delivery to an address not too far from there that matched. And strangely enough, it was delivered to someone with a fake name. While some of them debated back and forth on the topic of whether this was deliberate or not, I offered to simply go check. It wasn't a long drive, and I could bring someone from the group along just in case. It was just an inquiry. Howard suggested we talk about it first, but Shannon was all in. She was just as curious as I was. We ended up taking a trip out there later the same day. It wasn't that far, and I picked her up after dinner. Shannon was about 2 years younger than me, color coordinated in white and winter green, with her black hair in a complex braid. She had these razor-thin glasses that were purely cosmetic. The address we'd found was technically on public property. It wasn't a house as much as it was a mobile home at the end of a long road. It wasn't a bad part of town, but it was somewhere people didn't go if they didn't have a good reason to. If our package ended up there, it was a good chance that foul play was involved. We followed a dirt road to the very end, finding a white camper van tucked away between the sparse vegetation. The lights were out, but we could tell someone had been there recently. The windows were covered up with cardboard. Shannon and I just kind of looked at one another, thinking we ought to call the whole thing off. Just as I was about to turn the car back on, she got out. I hurried after her. We walked around for a good minute or so, checking the camper van from other angles. I couldn't see a thing. She had an eye for details, though, so maybe I was missing something. "It's in there," she said, "and there's something else." "You sure?" She pointed to the tires. You could tell they'd been standing for quite a while, as grass had grown around them. Then she tapped her nose, taking a whiff. I could smell something faint and sugary. There was an air vent on the back of the camper van, and the smell got stronger the closer you got. "All right," I said. "If you're sure, we'll call the police." "For a crayon, you think they care?" "It's a collectible. Still a crayon." Then she cracked a window with a rock. After my initial panic faded and Shannon stepped inside, I couldn't help but to be intrigued. The smell got stronger when she opened the door, and I followed her inside. The camper van was more of a lab than a domicile. On the immediate right, there was a table full of small terrariums, housing about half a dozen centipedes. There was a portable stove with several kinds of pots and pans full of melted sugar. And there on a small cutting board was a caramel crayon. Someone had carefully removed the wrapping paper and cut off a piece with a scalpel, using a testing kit to get a closer look. Shannon checked the notes while I looked around a bit more. We were already in, so might as well snoop a bit. I noticed this one paper that had an ink drawing on it, a detailed handmade diagram of what looked like a human spine, next to an identically shaped centipede. Some of its legs were longer, and its body shape looked more like that of a linked sausage. Still, the shape of it matched the spine perfectly. There were also a couple of folders with newspaper clippings, test results, and transcripts. Some went all the way back to the 90s. A couple of words and sentences were highlighted in yellow marker pen. Sense of taste affected, irregular sleep schedule, excessive caloric intake, memory loss. The last thing was crossed out, with a handwritten note added to the side. It's not memory loss. Looking up at Shannon, she was already taking pictures and sharing with the group chat. It was clear that this was no coincidence. Whoever had diverted the package had done so with intent. It says something about memory loss, I said. You know anything about that? Not really, Shannon said. We'll have to ask the others. Do you have memory problems? I can remember everything from my very first memory. What was it? Eating the crayon, I said, turning a page. Shannon turned to me with a raised eyebrow. That's my first memory too. Taking a couple more pictures, we heard something outside. A car coming down the street. Shannon snatched what remained of the crayon. As we turned to leave, we noticed a shotgun tucked away just above the door. Whoever lived here was prepared for something. Hurrying inside and closing the door behind us, Shannon raised a hand at me to stop. As the car came down, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was Howard. He stopped, got out, and waved at us. We gotta go, he said. We don't have much time. We followed him for a bit until we got to a gas station. I stopped for gas while Shannon checked her phone. Howard met up with me at the pump. He was consistent in his fashion choices, still wearing a Hawaii shirt, just with different colors. Blue sunflowers instead of tropical birds, but the same tacky style. I heard some radio chatter, Howard said. I think they called the cops. But we should be good, right? Right, he nodded. I'm a goddamn guardian angel. You got anything? Turns out we have another thing in common, I said. We all have the same first memory, eating that crayon. What's that mean, you think? Well, we were all at different ages, so I don't think it's a coincidence, but I can't put my finger on why that bothers me. And it really did. There was a part of me that itched at the thought, like I was missing something obvious. I snapped my fingers a couple of times and said my thoughts out loud. Like, what happened to whatever we experienced before that point? What happened to all those years before I ate the crayon? Neither Shannon nor Howard had an answer, leaving the question looming over us as we called it a night. Howard gave Shannon a ride home as I checked the group chat, watching everyone confirm that none of us had any memory prior to eating that crayon. As I checked on Erica before heading to bed, I couldn't help but wonder if the same thing would happen to her if we gave her a crayon. Would she forget everything we'd done up to that point? Would she still prefer me reading to her over her mom? Pushing the hair from her chin, I couldn't help but wonder. It really bordered on a much larger question. How much was I prepared to give up of my child in order for her to reach her full potential? I wanted what was best for her, but there's no objective way to say what that is. No parent's a fortune teller. Being quick on your feet or good at school is no guarantee for a successful life. What even is success anyway? Closing her door behind her, I met Kayla in the hallway. She gave me a kiss on the cheek and lowered her voice. You find anything? Someone's been looking into this, I whispered. It's strange. You know what's in the crayon yet? No idea, but it made us forget things. What things? I peeked back at Erica, making sure she was sound asleep. Everything. Made us forget everything before we ate that thing. So you don't remember what you were like before? Not really, no, but I was just 6. Nothing? I shook my head. Kayla frowned a little, growing increasingly concerned. So it turned you into a new person? I don't think so. If you don't remember a single thing from before you ate it, how do you know you weren't completely different? It was a good question. I talked to my parents about it the next day. Turns out, they thought about that too. Prior to eating the crayon, I'd been a much louder kid. Angrier even. I'd been energetic, kind of pushy, and very affectionate. After eating it, it was like I'd hit a hard reset. You talked less, Mom shared over the phone. You didn't care much for TV, and your whole sense of taste changed. We had to get new cereal. Would you say I was a new person? In a way, I suppose, but we raised you all the same. You can only get so different in the company of the same people. But I was different? I suppose you were. The group chat had similar conversations. According to one guy, he'd gone from right-handed to left-handed after eating the crayon. Another had a completely different posture. One changed their entire pattern of speaking. All of us had gone through a sort of a transformation, changing us on a fundamental personal level. We waited for Shannon to weigh in, but nothing happened. Hours later, as the sun began to set, she still wasn't answering. She'd been one of the most active in the chat up until that point. She wasn't answering her calls either. We were getting worried. She was fine when I dropped her off, Howard wrote. Want me to go check on her? I'll do it, I said. Be back in a bit. Kayla wanted to come along and meet one of the group, but Erica wasn't feeling well, and we couldn't bring her along. Someone had to stay home with her. I said I'd ask Shannon to come by sometime to meet the family. You don't get a lot of chances to make new friends as a first-time parent. I drove out to Shannon's place. She lived in an apartment complex downtown, top floor. One of those expensive places where you have to take an elevator up. She'd already shared the door code in case we had to come by and say hi. This wasn't the first time she'd gotten a visit from one of her crayon buddies. Crayon buddies, that's funny. I went inside the building, stepped into the elevator, and typed out her 4-digit code. As the doors closed, I double-checked my phone. Still, nothing. When the doors opened, I almost swallowed my tongue. There was only one apartment on the top floor, and the elevator opened right next to the front door. The door was wide open, revealing the coconut white interior. The one thing that stood out was a contrasting pool of red, covering the back of her sectional white leather couch. Right next to it was Shannon's lifeless body, having dropped face first onto her minimalist glass coffee table. Strings of black hair cast a bloody contrast on her white carpet, as part of her head had been smeared across the room from a shotgun blast. She still wore her cosmetic glasses from the previous night. The blood had been dry for hours, and the flies were already feasting. Alright guys, we're about at the halfway point. I gotta have a little sidebar here. Are they gonna come slime out the OP and like everyone else that's affiliated? Like, did Shannon just get to that point of knowing a little bit too much? I'm gonna go ahead and predict right now, this was some type of government experiment. Anyways, let's continue. All sounds faded as my eyes fixated on that shade of red. It almost looked cartoonish, fake. I could smell the iron of her blood, but it didn't make sense to me. It was the last thing I'd expected to see, and now I couldn't see anything but that. I couldn't see anything but the red. As my heart began to race, I realized there was a sound. It's distant, like from behind a pane of glass. I looked down at my phone that I've been holding, only to see that it's ringing. An unknown number. I press to accept and raise it to my ear. I can barely hear through my own pulse as my mouth runs dry. Step back in the elevator and go home, a voice says. I say the first word that comes to mind. Howard? Go home. Call anyone and I'll know. What are you doing? Do as I say and no one else gets hurt. The call ends and I leave. I don't touch the door. I don't touch anything. Oh my gosh, Howard. Howard's an inside man. That's insane. I feel cold as I sit back down in my car, like a block of ice has settled in my stomach. I carefully adjust the rearview mirror, force my shoulders to relax, and check the speed every 50 feet or so. I don't just drive home. I'm exemplary. I'm collected, professional, panicking. As I park the car in my driveway, I don't know what to do. I keep my phone ready. I've already typed in the emergency number, ready to push the call button. I place my hand on the door, and something in me seizes. What if I were to open the door to another splatter of red? As long as I stay outside and that door is closed, I can pretend a little longer. But I have to know. I step through the door. The lights are dimmed, and the TV is running on low volume in the living room. There's no one there. A light is coming from the adjacent kitchen. I keep my shoes on as I round the corner, only to see Howard sitting on a chair by our kitchen island. He has a shotgun trained on me. It has a tube added on the top, some kind of silencer. It's the shotgun from the camper van. There's a small glass on the kitchen island, and he invites me to sit down with the wave of a hand. I stay on my feet, finger on the phone, ready to make the call. "They're fine," he says. "They're upstairs." "What do you want?" "Have a drink, and I'll leave." "What is it?" "Does it matter?" I step forward and sit down across from him. The glass has a clear liquid and a powerful chemical smell. Howard sighs as he leans back, keeping the shotgun pointed on me. "I couldn't let you give it to that little girl," he mumbles, "or anyone." "You know what the crayon is? You haven't figured it out?" He scoffed. "I thought you were supposed to be geniuses." "It made us forget things," I said. "Early memories." "No," he says, shaking his head. "It ate them." "What?" "It ate them," he spat. "The damn thing they got into you ate the kid you were and left you behind." He poked the glass with the barrel of the gun, inching it closer to me. "It's an anti-parasitic cocktail," he says. "Tried to give one to Shannon, but yeah, it should kill whatever's in control. I have no idea what kind of person will be left behind, but at least it'll be human." "I am human." "No, you were human," he hissed, "before some sadist tricked you into eating a kind of centipede or tapeworm hybrid. The kind of thing you considered infecting your girl with." "I wouldn't unless I knew what it was. Now I'd never." "Bullshit." He got up and kicked away the chair, making the cheap wood clatter against the kitchen tiles. Sweat is running down my face, making my eyes itch as I blink it all away. He keeps a distance to make sure I can't reach for the gun, but he doesn't let up. He never looks away. "I was gonna save all of you," Howard yelled. "I just needed more time to test it. That's all I needed. Time. I'd fix you, and you could come back home to your family a real man." "How do I know it won't just kill me?" I say. "What if it just kills all my memories a second time?" I tap my chest, making a point as I desperately continue. "Who is this? Who is speaking to you? Is it the real me or whatever the crayon put in me? One gulp and we'll find out. I don't want to leave them. I can't risk it. I won't. You'll be real or you'll be dead. Take a pick." Shannon made her choice. My mind spins. My breaths grow shallow as my hand shakes. I pick up the glass. There's this warmth crawling up the length of my spine. I close my eyes, letting my mind drift. I can almost feel it. Little legs poking at my nerve endings, hijacking one process and replacing it with another. Maybe it's been there all these years. Maybe I'm just imagining it. I raise the glass to my lips as the chemicals crinkle my nose. Then I stop. I hear a voice from the corridor. My tummy hurts. Howard and I turn to see Erica standing in the doorway. Howard lowers the weapon, giving me a knowing look. She must have slipped out while Kayla was locked in the bedroom. Maybe he thought she was asleep. "Dad's just having a drink," Howard says. "He'll be with you in a bit." "Can I hold your hand?" she asks. "Sure," Howard smiles. "We can go upstairs while Dad finishes his drink." He reaches out a hand toward her, and I see something shift. Her eyes reflect in a matte sheen. It looks like she's yawning, but her mouth just keeps going wider and wider. By the time Howard notices, I see something unfolding from under her tongue as she bites down on his hand. Howard screams and presses the trigger, blasting a hole through our kitchen window in a deafening boom. He collapses to the ground in a seizure as his eyes roll back in his skull. I rush over to pick up Erica as Kayla is screaming from the bedroom. I rush to call for help as Erica curls into my arms and leans in next to my ear. I feel a lot better now. Howard reminds me of a dying spider, curling in on himself, struggling to breathe. Something black spreads from the bite mark on his hand. It doesn't take long for the police to get there. Howard was taken to the hospital, and it took him 4 days to regain consciousness. They had to amputate his arm, and it had been infected with a powerful toxin. They weren't sure what kind of toxin it was. I never drank from that glass, and neither did anyone else. Some rejected the idea that we'd been infected with parasites completely. The surgeon avoided the topic altogether, but his silence was telling. He mentioned finding something on our x-rays, but he never shared exactly what. Erica has a small fold under her tongue. If she presses on it just right, it produces this foul-smelling liquid from a leather-like membrane. If she presses enough and spits it out, her stomach stops hurting. Once we figured that out, she started feeling a lot better. Kayla and I have been looking a little closer at Erica. It's clear she's not like other kids. She's started to feel more comfortable in herself. Turns out, one reason she can seem distracted and clumsy at times is because she hasn't been sleeping all that well. Most nights, she was just lying there, faking it. Her circadian rhythm has been all over the place. She also can't taste very sour things, just like her dad. The strangest thing is her drawings. We looked at them like random scribbles, but if you put them in a pile, you realize something. They're a cross-section. It's similar to how you would render a 3D printed object. She really was drawing her favorite Mr. Bunny, but she was just doing it from a different perspective. Now that we've started to figure her out, she's been opening up a lot more. She used to be scared of accidentally biting people or them smelling her bad breath. Now that she can deal with that, she has a bit more confidence. At the end of the day, I don't know for sure what I am. I don't know if I'm a parasite or the remnants of a dying mind. I don't know these things, but it doesn't matter. Whatever I am, I have a wife that loves me, and a child that's just like me, the real me. She'll be and do things that I never can, and her view of the world will be unique in so many ways. That'll never go away. I won't feed her a caramel crayon. She's perfect the way she is. She's just a kid, my kid, and whatever she becomes is hers alone. To this day, I don't have an answer as to who did this to me. I don't know the purpose or why we ended up the way we did. Maybe in our natural habitat, our days are longer. Maybe our diet is sour. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're reading from the same picture book. I know I always say this after every story from Saturday, and honestly a lot of stories, but that was insane. I feel like the creepiest part of this one wasn't really even the parasite. It was the idea that becoming better means becoming someone else. But still, we never really find out what this monster or parasite is. No one ever learns the truth. Were they replaced by something else? Were they infected with something and who they were as a kid was actually legit erased? Or are they still in there and trapped? And if he would have drank the anti-parasitic solution, would he have remembered these things from before he was 6 years old? This story is titled Welcome Home Lazarus, and it's from r/NoSleep. I've always wanted to be a homeowner. I grew up in this nice house with my mom, dad, and older brother. We had a yard with a swing and a sandbox, and a big grill where my dad used to make hot dogs. Then recession hit. We had to sell the house and get an apartment. It wasn't bad, but it was weird having to go from having my own room to sharing one with my brother. I decided I would live the kind of life that allowed me to have a place like that of my own. I tried to get a good job, but something always killed the momentum. The housing crisis, the pandemic, and this endless parade of things I couldn't control, even if I handled my job well. I had to start over again and again. Cutbacks, layoffs, restructuring, whatever you call it. I got a remote job some years ago and decided to go for it. I found a cheap house in the town of Hilltop. Not the biggest place, but it was my own, and I could work remotely. Hilltop's not a big city, and not the most exciting area, but if you're ever going to be a homeowner, you have to make some concessions. It was a one-story building that had been empty for years. 4 rooms, a large bathroom, and a refurbished kitchen. A garage that wasn't connected to the main building. There was a storm cellar too. I'll be honest, my first thought was I messed up. When I got there with all my furniture and boxes, I didn't know what to do. The floors were a mess. The bathroom didn't have warm water. I barely had any reception, and I couldn't get the Wi-Fi working. But what's done is done, and day by day, I made it a little better. New doors for the garage, new floors, fixed the bathroom tiling, and redid some of the plumbing. I hired some guys to trim the yard, plant some bushes, and add some stepstones out front. The place gradually transformed, even if there were some strange groans and creaks when it got windy. I was proud to call that place a home. I had my own yard, my wallpaper, and my furniture. Kitchen table, 2 chairs, vintage leather couch. Not too shabby. I was happy with that place. I'd work from about 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with a 1.5-hour lunch break. Sometimes I had to take client calls later in the day. Then I could compensate by sleeping in and starting later the day after. I do a lot of technical illustrations for guidebooks and also act as a reviewing consultant. I get handed something that's been worked through a dozen times when they need someone with a nice title to put a final stamp of approval. Pays well, but if you don't pay attention, you can screw yourself out of a job. I'd lived in Hilltop for about a year and a half. It was summer, not that long after 4th of July. You could still see remnants of red, white, and blue balloons downtown. It was closing in on the weekend, but I'd gotten a bunch of last-minute things to chug through because of a scheduling error. They'd accidentally written the wrong date, and something I thought was due in August was in fact due in a couple of days. I had to pull a series of all-nighters. I was living on these cheap boxes of Chinese food that I'd saved up in the freezer, along with a big box of cheap energy drinks. Not my usual forte, but I was working 16 to 18 hours a day and barely looking up from my screen. I had a pillow next to my workstation for micronaps. I usually read a lot of my work on a tablet, but I had to sit uncomfortably in order to stay awake. Even then, I had a guy calling me once every 6 hours to get a status update. I had this default ringtone that had seared into my brain like a tattoo. I was on day 3. I'd had about 4 hours of sleep the night prior, and I was just over halfway done overall. It looked like I was going to meet my deadline in a couple days, if only by a hair. At one point, I got up to have my 3rd energy drink of the day and splashed some cold water on my face. My hands were shaking, but I was so into my work that I wasn't really paying attention. If I had, I would have looked out the window. I would have noticed the man walking up my driveway. Just as the sun began to set, there was a knock on my door. I nearly choked on my drink. I'd only ever had delivery guys come knock on my door, no visitors. Didn't know enough people in the area yet. Looking out the kitchen window, I could see there was someone standing at the front door. I hadn't put in a peephole yet, so I wasn't sure about letting him in. Walking up to the door, I called out. "Excuse me, who is it?" "Lars, I used to live here. Can I come in?" I looked around. The place wasn't a mess per se, but I wasn't ready for company. I had things to do. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy at the moment. How about next weekend?" "I won't be long," he interrupted. "Please, it's serious." "You need help? Should I call someone?" "Look, I don't have much. Never mind." Seconds later, the lock clicked and the door swung open. The front door was one of the few things I hadn't replaced yet, and apparently this man had an old key. Lars was a man in his early 60s. Long white hair, slim and tall build, messy beard that could use a trim. The moment he stepped in, he slammed the door shut and locked it. I was already taking a step back towards the bathroom, getting ready to call the cops. He held up a hand, showing he wasn't armed. "I need something from the bedroom," he said. "It'll take 5 seconds. 5 seconds and I'm out, please." I was scrambling to find the right words. I got in the way, I yelled, I pointed, but I didn't know what else to do. I wasn't prepared. I could pull a knife on the guy, but was I ready to stab him? I didn't know, so I didn't do it. I just followed him, holding my phone up as a threat. He didn't seem to mind. He jogged into the bedroom, only to take notice I'd put in a wardrobe that covered one of the walls. The thing was nailed to the floor, and he wasn't about to move it anytime soon. He threw the doors open and crawled in, smacking the back of the wardrobe with his open fist. "Damn it," he called out. "A wardrobe. They never put in wardrobes. Why now?" He got back out and looked me in the eye. He thought about what to say for a couple of seconds, then spoke in a low voice. "I know this is weird, I know, but do you have an axe or some kind of power tool? I'm not helping you mess up my wall. It's a matter of life and death. Then we need to call the police. It's not that simple." As he raised his voice, we stopped and turned. There was another knock on the front door. Lars looked at me, as if silently asking if I was expecting company. I shook my head. Someone knocked for a second time. I stepped back into the main hall. I could hear muffled voices coming from outside. "Sir, would you kindly open the door? It's an urgent matter, if you please." Lars looked at me with these wide eyes, shaking his head. "I can hear y'all walking around in there," the muffled voice continued. "Don't make me wait now." "What's this about?" I asked. "You got our buddy in there, right? Long hair, looks like shit." "Yeah?" Lars swore under his breath and bolted for the back door, the one that opened into my beautifully trimmed yard. He pulled the door open and sprinted for the woods. Some of the voices on the other side of the door stepped away to speak into some kind of radio, and seconds later I heard a barking dog. It didn't take them long to come around the back of the house. I saw a German Shepherd bring Lars to the ground as two men with assault rifles zip-tied his hands behind his back. I've never heard that kind of pain scream before, but it was only a prelude. My heart was beating out of my chest, and the energy drinks weren't helping. "You don't open this door in 6 seconds, it's coming down. You want me to start counting?" "I'm not part of this," I said. "I'm not part of any of this." "Then you'll be fine. We'll all be here. Nothing but sunshine and rainbows." I opened the door. There were 6 men outside, making them 8 in total with the 2 out the back. 8 men and a German Shepherd. The 2 up front were about Lars's age, with trimmed white hair and beards. Military, maybe law enforcement. Both had assault rifles resting on their stomachs with their arms crossed. Nondescript black baseball caps, blue fatigues and bulletproof vests. Handcuffs, stun guns, pepper spray, 2 sidearms, one on the hip, one across the chest. As they dragged Lars back into the house, kicking and screaming, the man at the door gave me a big smile. "Thank you kindly," he said. "Name's Jerome. This here's Marcus. Mind if we come in?" I didn't say anything. I just stepped aside. Even if I managed to call for help, I'd be dead in 5 seconds if I made any sudden moves. These people weren't messing around. Jerome walked right past me, but the second guy, Marcus, stopped and held out his hand. "Phone," he said. "Please." I handed it to him. He nodded, putting it in his breast pocket. "I've got one of those too," he nodded. "Sorry about the inconvenience." One by one, a full squad of what looked like an armed militia crowded into my house. They closed and locked the front door as someone bandaged Lars' leg. There was a big splotch of blood on the hallway carpet. It was enough that I could smell it, but it was quickly getting overpowered by sweat and gun oil. They had to keep an eye on me without diverting their attention from Lars. They settled on sitting me down in the living room. I'd been compliant enough that it didn't handcuff me, but they zip-tied my feet just so I wouldn't get any ideas. That and one of the younger of the group had his attention completely on me. They took one of my 2 chairs and strapped Lars to it. As they did, Jerome leaned back with a cigarette. Before he lit it, he looked over at me. "You mind?" I wanted to say yes, but the words caught in my throat. I ended up coughing. Jerome nodded, putting the cigarette away. "Fair's fair. We're going to have a chat with our buddy here, and we'll be gone in no time. Sound good to you?" "Great," I nodded. "Yeah, great." "Fantastic." He slapped his hands together as they tightened Lars's straps and pulled up my second kitchen chair. He turned it around and leaned on the backrest. He seemed comfortable with this, not a drop of sweat. They asked him a couple of basic questions just to get him talking. They asked for his full name, date of birth, and where he was born. When they asked what year it was and what day and who's the president, that's when things got complicated. Lars didn't seem to know. Jerome didn't seem to like that. Not one bit. "You know why we ask those questions?" he asked. "It's to measure cognition and function. And if I'm to believe any shit that crawls out of your mouth, you better get that cognition and function tip-top, my friend. So I ask again, who's president? I haven't been keeping up. You don't know our commander-in-chief? I don't. You been living under a rock or something? They laughed at that. Some of them laughed a little too hard. For a moment, Lars looked up and met my eyes across the room. There was something he was trying to say, but I couldn't tell what. Maybe he was asking me not to get involved. Jerome shook his head and patted the German Shepherd. It wagged its tail so hard it almost knocked over a lamp. 26 years and counting. We've had one hell of a time planning your welcome home party. And here you are, stepping out of the dark and back into the light. Like, what's it called? Lazarus, Marcus added. Like Lazarus of Bethany. Like Lazarus of gosh dang Bethany. Jerome smacked his knee as he punctuated each word. Then he pointed at me with his full hand. You read your Bible, sir? I don't have one. Don't get more American than that, he laughed. True blue, an honest sinner. Pay attention, Lazarus. You're gonna need a role model. Then he closed his fist, leaned back, and crushed Lars's nose in a strike so violent that it knocked the chair over. The dog started barking, but was held back by his handler as the zip ties stopping me from jumping out of my seat. The man keeping an eye on me held up a hand, silently asking me to settle down. They got him back and straightened him out. Lars gasped for air, wheezing through a broken nose. There was already swelling on his face, making one eye halfway closed. Word association time, Jerome said. Car. What? Jerome slapped him across the face. It wasn't hard, but anything stings with a broken nose. Lars flinched and closed his eyes. Jerome tried again. Car. Loan. Home. House. Box. Lars hesitated. Jerome raised his hand and grinned, but didn't strike a second time. He turned to the others, as if acknowledging he was onto something. Box, he repeated. Your turn, lazy boy. Distant. Now you're lying. That's not how people do this. See, I said one-syllable words. It's in the nature of people to match that, so when you don't, I know you're considering your words. You're lying. Now, if you'd said gone, that'd be different, but you said distant. That's not what it is it? He leaned a little closer, teasing the stun gun on his belt. He continued quieter, almost whispering. It's not distant at all, is it? The line of questioning continued. A lot of them implied that Lars had been somewhere far away for a prolonged period of time. They asked him things like the name of the port of entry and the name of his sponsor. Lars tried his best to answer, but sometimes his words would get a bit muddled up because of the blood. Jerome could explode into violence at the drop of a hat, and he did. They'd been there for about a half an hour when he got into something I remember in detail. They wiped Lars's nose with a paper towel, and two of the guys had started walking around the house looking for something. I figured it was what was in the bedroom, but I didn't want to say anything. You know what's funny? Jerome asked. I thought you'd stop aging by now. I thought you'd be a spring chicken once you got back. Don't work like that. I can tell. You look like shit. Occupational hazard. Got jokes, Jerome smiled. Man's got jokes. Want to hear one of mine? Lars didn't answer. He just looked down and shook his head. A gun sits down at a bar and asks the bartender who the pretty girl at table 1 is. The bartender says, I don't know. Then the gun asks who the handsome guy at table 2 is. The bartender says, I don't know. Then the gun asks who the cute old lady is sitting at table 3. Again, the bartender says, I don't know. Jerome removes his pistol from its holster and undoes the safety. He continues the story, looking down at his gun. Then the bartender asks, why do you want to know? Why are you asking about these people? And you know what the gun says? He slowly lifts the pistol and rests it in the flat space of Lars's forehead. I just want to bang, man. For a moment, I think he's going to pull the trigger. Not from his face, but from the face of the others. People behind Lars step away. One of the guys shields his face, expecting blood. Jerome doesn't give anything away, but I can tell the way they're waiting for something to happen. Lars looks at me one more time, as if asking me a silent question. I don't know if he's begging me to speak or to shut the hell up. I can't tell, but I don't want a man dying in my house. The bedroom, I say, my mouth dry like powder. He was looking for something in the bedroom. Jerome tilted his head up, pulling his gun back. In the wall, behind the wardrobe. He asked if I had an axe, I continue. No shit. I shook my head. Jerome put away his gun and got out of his chair, patting Lars on the head like an obedient dog. Look at that, Jerome exclaimed. Look at that. Lazarus won't have to come back twice after all. He got his own Lord and Savior right there, with zip-tied feet. Ain't that something? Jerome's right-hand man, Marcus, pulled out a combat knife and hurried into the bedroom. Within seconds, I could hear pounding on the wall. I tried to meet Lars's eyes, but he didn't move. I got the impression that maybe I chose wrong. As the pounding continued, I got a couple more snippets of context. Lars had been gone for 26 years, and these people knew each other at some point. Lars would mention names of friends they had in common and used to know, some of who had passed. Jerome didn't bat an eye. There was also the issue of where he'd been. They kept talking about him as if he'd been dead, but he'd clearly done something. Lars had been somewhere that Jerome was eager to know about, but it was spoken about more as something abstract than a physical place. When asked how far he delved, Lars didn't answer with a measurement of feet or meters. He answered in levels. Apparently, he'd been down 12 levels, whatever that meant. When asked about other people, Lars acknowledged that he'd seen others. There was a city. There were businesses and infrastructure, and strange inventions based on flora and fauna that didn't exist. They got those blue sunflowers all the way down in Adventureland? Jerome asked. Yeah, Lars nodded. Sure they do. They kill people over there? Lars hesitated, then nodded. Jerome smiled at that. You ever see one come back? Lars nodded again. He answered questions like how big the sun was, or how many hours of the day there were. There was also this one date that kept coming back up, 2030. That seemed to confirm something Jerome was suspecting. Some of the people in the room looked genuinely unnerved, looking back and forth. One of them had to sit down, wipe a tear, and blow his nose. After a while, the pounding on the bedroom wall stopped. I heard wood break and something plastic getting dragged out. Marcus returned with what looked like a small box wrapped in a dozen plastic shopping bags and secured with duct tape. It's not going to help, Lars said. You got to stop this. It won't help. You're a devil and don't even know it, Jerome spat. Been spitting so much poison my ears are going to turn green. Get the bag open. Marcus slammed the box onto my kitchen table and cut it with his combat knife. Jerome motioned towards me. Secure him. We gotta find out how much he knows. The guy who'd shed a tear stepped up and zip-tied my hands. He mumbled a quiet sorry as he did, making sure they weren't too tight. As he stepped away, he gave me a pat on the shoulder before returning to watch me with his hands on an assault rifle. He gave Jerome a nod as Marcus unwrapped the package. The box was this completely black cube, about 10 inches on each side. It didn't have any visible ports or holes, but it was hard to see from where I was sitting. Marcus held it up over the table, dropped it, and it didn't make a sound as it touched the table. He did it again, and we all just watched in awed in silence. I'd never seen anything like that. It was just silence. It even fell slow, like it was light as a feather. Oh my gosh, you actually kept the damn thing, Jerome mumbled. But I guess you gotta leave a door open when you walk away, huh? You don't know what you're doing. I know I'm not dumping anything in a river and hoping God sorts it out for me. How about that? Jerome raised his voice with every word, sparking a barrage of barking from the German Shepherd, matching his energy. The handler had to struggle to hold it back as it gnashed its teeth, straining to get loose. It was only after Jerome sat back down that the dog calmed. You think I'm unfair? Jerome asked. You think it's just me? Lars didn't answer, so Jerome turned to me. He pointed with his full hand. Sir, I'm going to need you to answer a hypothetical. He got up and picked up the cube. It seemed so light on his hands. He could spin it around with the flick of a thumb. Imagine you're in heaven, Jerome said. Angels, Cloud 9, movie stars giving lap dances on Apple Pie Lane. You're living it up, thanking the good Lord for a life well spent. You with me? Yeah. Now, one day someone comes up to you and whispers in your ear, and he says, you know what? This ain't heaven. This is hell. And one day, all these angels are going to look your way, and they're going to show their real teeth. And those teeth are going to be soft, rotten black. It's going to happen. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. And then you'll be in a world of shit. Forever. I swallowed hard as he stepped over to look me in the eye. He bent down, flinching as his knees cracked a little. Now, would you want that man to tell you that? Would you want to know what's going to happen, or would you like to stick to an easy life of Christmas mornings? For all you know, that day ain't ever going to come. And if it does, wouldn't you want to spend every waking moment up until that point living what little life you have? He looked up at me expectantly. I opened my mouth, shut it again, and then nodded. I'd want to be happy, I said. If it's already too late, I'd want to be happy. He'd want to be happy, Jerome nodded solemnly. That's a wise man right there. Happiness is a fleeting thing, and we gotta treasure it, don't we? I nodded. Lars kept looking down at the floor, staying quiet. My phone rang. I heard it coming from Marcus's pocket. I had this default ringtone to recognize job calls. I was late for my 6-hour check-in, and someone was making sure I hadn't fallen asleep on the keyboard. Marcus picked up my phone and, surprisingly, answered. Go for 2. Then he looked confused. Looking down at the phone, I could see this realization come over him. The others turned to him, looking horrified, as he dropped the phone on the ground and stepped on it. For a couple of seconds, this silence settled on the house, undercut only by Lars's wheezing breaths. It had the same damn ringtone, Marcus said, picking up his own phone from the other pocket. It sounds the same. You answered the wrong phone? Jerome got up so fast he knocked over his chair. He stepped over, readied his pistol, and shot my phone 3 times. The bangs were so loud that they bounced against the walls, making my ears screech and crackle. He was yelling something about doing it right, and looking ready to pistol whip someone. Meanwhile, Lars is giving me a look. With his eyes, he's looking over at me like he's trying to hint at something. I follow his eyes to the side of the couch I'm sitting on. It's an older model, leather, with sewn-in buttons on the armrests. Probably something from Lars's era. Looking a little closer, I realize the buttons are held in place with a sharp metal wire, sharp enough to cut through a zip tie. As the armed men kept arguing back and forth, I managed to snap one side of the zip ties. It was surprisingly easy, only needing a couple of twists and a pop. They didn't seem to notice. They were too busy discussing something. My ears were still ringing, but Jerome was yelling something about interference while another man was doing a countdown. Finally, Jerome picked up his own phone and checked something. Signal's out, Jerome spat. Time's up. Take this piece of shit outside. I don't want to sully this man's floor. One of them grabbed Lars's chair and started dragging him out into the yard. I was still pretending to keep my hands together as if the zip ties were still in one piece. Marcus kept getting pushed around. It was clear he'd done something bad by answering some kind of unsanctioned phone. As Lars disappeared around the corner, he gave me one last look. A terrified, genuine look. And this one I understood perfectly. I was in danger. Jerome walked over to me and leaned down. I held my hands together, pretending to be stuck. We'll deal with this and be out of your hair, he said. But we have to check something on you too. It's protocol. And I know you've seen some things, but I feel I can trust you. So once we're done, we're going to let you go. But you got to work with us a little longer. So I'm safe? Yeah, you're safe. For sure? For sure. Really? He looked me in the eye, squinted a little, then smiled. Yes, really. Maybe he didn't realize I was using his own trick against him. Maybe he didn't care. It was the same interrogation thing he'd done to Lars. If that trick was the real deal, he was lying to me. Too many syllables. Jerome picked up the cube and joined the others out back. One man stayed behind to watch me, while another checked out my bathroom. Got a tub, someone called out. I wasn't safe. I don't know how I know, but I knew. For a brief moment, I'm alone with the one man watching me, but he's looking out the back door, only keeping me in his peripheral view. There's no way I can go toe-to-toe with these guys, so I have to try something else. I don't know how much time I had, but I had to be slow and methodical. I waited for him to look back at me one more time. Then I burst into action as he turned away. I leaned back and opened the window behind me. It's quiet. They're new. Then I get up and slowly shimmy forward. There's a small storage space right ahead, across the room. I didn't have time to fill it with anything, so I could probably fit inside there. It is surprisingly fast, and the guy seems distracted. My entire body jerks as another gunshot goes off in the distance. I manage to get inside the storage space the second he turns around to look. All he sees is an open window and an empty couch. He screams at the others and rushes outside. I don't think he even knew there was a storage space. I take a moment to snap the zip ties around my ankles. I don't have any weapons, and I can't stay there indefinitely. They'd find me. If they wanted to deal with me, they'd pick the house apart. They seemed to be in a hurry. I'd never actually been in that storage space fully before. There's a small hatch at the bottom of the back wall. It's been painted over, but it's literally just a piece of plywood. Knowing the layout, I figured it led straight into the guest bedroom. I hadn't done much in there yet, seeing as I wasn't expecting guests. Leaning down, I put pressure on the plate, and it popped out, ripping a piece of the wallpaper on the other side. None of them were in the guest bedroom. They were rushing out of the yard, heading for the front. I could climb out a window into the back and disappear into the woods. It was my best shot. I put the plywood plate back, locked the guest bedroom door, and climbed out a window. That's when I saw Lars. Still tied to a chair, he was lying in the middle of the yard, shot in the back, just above the heart. There was so much blood. My socks touched the wet grass as the evening air slipped into my lungs. I stepped forward, keeping my head low. There was no one around. As I got closer, I noticed Lars was still breathing, albeit faintly. I bent down next to him. He tightened his fist and looked me in the eye. "Wait," he wheezed. "Wait. Here." He smacked the grass with his hands, and still looking me in the eye, he stopped breathing. I touched his shoulder, but there was no life there, just more blood pooling in the grass, soaking into my wet socks. As I straightened my back and considered the woods, a low noise snapped me to attention. The sound of a growling German shepherd rounding the corner of my house. If I hadn't stopped, I would have run straight into the woods. I would have run, and I would have kept going, but I didn't. I stopped for a few seconds, and that was all it took for that dog to catch my scent. The handler rounded the corner, whistling. Seconds later, people were coming out of every door of the house. Jerome was first, holding his cube. "What are you doing out here?" he chuckled. "I thought I told you to cooperate. You were gonna shoot me. Now, how can you possibly know that? You were, weren't you?" Jerome pondered the question, tasting his answer before he spit it out. "I was," he nodded, "and I am." He raised his pistol, giving me a shrug. "I was gonna let you go, but you've seen too much. I'm sorry, genuinely." For a moment, life slows down. I feel my heart beating out of my chest. I try to think in 1,000 directions at once, as if there's a secret third option I'm not considering. I look at Jerome, at Marcus, at Lars, and the dog. Someone, something, somewhere, anything. The cube is so black that I can barely see the edges of it, but the gun doesn't move. It doesn't look away. The moment Jerome pulls the trigger, he slips. Not much, but just enough for the bullet to graze my ear instead of piercing my cerebellum. My face feels like it's on fire as a scorching liquid rolls down the side of my neck. I look over at Jerome as I see the ground under him moving. Something has wrapped itself around his leg. A hand. A pale, thin hand. I don't stop to think. I turn and run, and as I do, gunfire goes off. Even in my panic state, I notice one thing. They're not shooting at me. Someone is screaming, then another. As I get to the edge of the forest, I can hear Lars's voice. It's hoarse and dry, but it's unmistakably his, albeit different. He yells, but I can barely hear it over the gunfire. "I've been back so many times," he yells. "So many times, so many times." I look over my shoulder. The yard is a massacre. There are people coming out of the ground, men in their 60s, all with white hair and messy beards. Some are almost completely skeletal. Others look like they've barely begun decomposing. One of them is almost 8 feet tall, with gangly-looking limbs that reach all the way to the ground. Jerome backs away, holding up the cube like a shield as he makes a retreat. Others are being dragged to the ground and torn to pieces. Gunfire ceased to the sound of cackling laughter and snapping joints, as Lars's voice echoes in a dozen different mouths. "I knew you'd be coming," one laughs. "Not a surprise to me. Not a welcome home party." Home, ground, home, ground. The laughter echoes as identical voices join in a ceaseless shriek, repeating the same words over and over. I'm just standing there for a couple seconds, but it feels like minutes, hours. More hands reach out of the ground as the entire yard dissolves into mud and gore. A couple of them run for it. The handler with the dog backs away, firing indiscriminately. Someone is already at a car out front, and I can hear an engine starting. Jerome is already gone. Marcus makes it to the back door, but doesn't get the chance to step through. The upper half of a decomposed torso grabs his leg, pulling his pants halfway down his knees. As Marcus topples over, something in his leg snaps. Seconds later, 2 figures loom over him. One grabbing his arm, the other holding him down. He starts screaming as they bend and break him. Others go out faster. People are disassembled like broken toys. Up until that moment, I wanted to run from the guns and the death. Now, I don't know why I wanted to run. It wasn't because of the danger. It's because I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to see this. I didn't want this image burned into my mind. And before I can finally step away, I see Lars's body still tied to that chair, still not breathing. But his eyes are still moving, still looking my way. I ran until I reached a road. I think I followed it for about 3 hours before I ran into a car. From there, it wasn't hard to call for help. I looked like a train wreck before all of this, but by the time a passerby saw me, I looked like I was having an episode of something. They could have just called the police and moved on, but they stopped to make sure I was okay. Once the police got involved, things moved fast. They didn't take the idea of multiple men armed with assault rifles lightly. I wasn't there when they swept through my house and yard, but it was clear it didn't go smoothly. There were multiple bodies. Some were very old, too old for me to be a suspect. They had to dig up the entire yard. They confirmed over a dozen bodies, and some recent. I gave the description of Jerome as best I could. They even made a phantom sketch. I don't know how many others made it out. It's been a couple years, and I've moved since. I couldn't stand that house where there'd been bodies buried in the yard. I kept waking up to imagine knocks on the doors. Now I got a nice townhouse, much smaller, but new. Same town, lower price point, and no complicated history to consider. Looking back on those days, I feel kinda stupid. Not just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but for putting so much time and effort into a place. A place is just something that holds people. It's not a destination in and of itself. If I have to work myself to death just to keep living there, what's the point? Can you really live if you can't enjoy yourself? For all of Jerome's strangeness, I think the one point he made that stuck with me was that it's okay to choose joy. It's okay for me to acknowledge that this happened and to move on. It's okay to change what I want. I don't want a house. I don't need one. I don't need the most well-paying job. I don't need a life that looks like heaven. After all, with the twist of a soft, rotten smile, it can turn out to be something different. Something different entirely. Okay, hear me out. Jerome reminded me so much of Negan from The Walking Dead. At least, that's how I imagined him the whole time I was reading that story. In Saturdead. What a great story. They really are such a well-rounded author, because I've read stories by them that's like sad, scary, jump scare. But I've also read stories like this where it's kind of a thriller in a way. If anyone's still awake at this point in the video, thank you for making it. I can talk, I promise. If you're awake at this point in the video, I hope you either got a good nap in, or maybe you got some cleaning done. You did that laundry that was over in the corner that you've been putting off for a couple weeks. I gotta go do that right now. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Peace.